Chapter 1. The Feast of Blood and Wine. As Sun Fong stepped out from the dilapidated shack, the distant green mountains appeared like dark jade under the dawn sky, the sun poised to rise. Tying the cloth bag around his waist, he looked up to see the sun peeking over the horizon, a half-open golden fan unfurling, casting away the dark hues from the mountains in an instant. Facing the piercing morning light, Sun Fong squinted slightly, as if crushed by a deluge of gold. He grasped the wash basin hanging from the bamboo rack outside, preparing to head towards the riverbed in the valley. By this hour, many people would have already arrived. This hour, he glanced back at the little shack behind him. There were about 17 or 18 small wooden houses left by the gold miners of yore. He and his sister had chosen two, and Jiang Zheng had taken one right next to theirs. But neither Jiang Zheng nor his sister had returned last night. As her older brother and friend, Sun Fong understood that his presence often created inconvenience for Jiang Zheng and his sister. Regardless, there were enough dilapidated houses on Baozhu Mountain they would occasionally choose to spend the night elsewhere. For the young, it was both thrilling and novel. Sun Fong halted his thoughts. What young people? He chided himself for sounding like an old man. He was still young, not quite in his prime, but at 28, he was indeed a fine young man. He decided to first check the riverbed and then see if any game had been caught in the traps he had set the night before. After a month of eating bland, white steamed buns with pickled vegetables, he was on the verge of retching. The rising sun generously doused the entirety of Baozhu Mountain in golden light, making it appear from afar like a mountain of gleaming gold, enchanting to behold. As a gold miner, Sun Fong relished such clear weather it made it far easier to spot gold while washing the sand. 5 years ago, a group of adventurers had passed through this area, discovering Baozhu Mountain, which was rich in gold. The news spread like wildfire, immediately drawing a throng of fortune seekers. Countless individuals flocked to Baozhu Mountain, setting up camp. Their living conditions mattered little. A roof over their heads and food was sufficient. As long as gold was to be found, it would compensate for the rest. They became captivated by the allure of gold, laboring day and night without rest. Though many arrived, few departed. The mountain was swiftly depleted, gold became scarcer, and the number of miners dwindled. Now entering the 5th year, only a handful remained on Baozhu Mountain. The once vibrant scene of bustling activity had vanished, leaving behind a scattered array of makeshift wooden cabins standing resolutely, greeting the morning sun and witnessing the sunset. It was a landscape imbued with melancholy. Sun Fong had brought his sister to Baozhu Mountain 4 years prior. After a year of panning for gold, they occasionally unearthed some small flecks, but never enough to strike it rich. It merely ensured their survival, offering no advantage compared to working elsewhere. The signal in the valley was poor. Even getting a connection required waving the phone as though it were an antenna from the 80s, reminiscent of an era where television signals were patchy. Moreover, the mountains were rife with mosquitoes and wild animals during summer. Venomous snakes slithered by. Sun Fong had had a harrowing encounter with a wild boar, nearly gored to death by its tusks. A scar on his leg remained as a haunting reminder of that day, sending shudders through him whenever he recalled the experience. Yet no matter the hardship, he could not leave for the sake of money, but more importantly, to seek out family. Siblings kidnapped by human traffickers during their childhood, they were sold in a remote valley. The family intended to keep only him, but he refused to be separated from his sister, who fell ill from fright. The traffickers, seeing her on the verge of death, resorted to a buy one, get one free tactic, relinquishing her to the household. He was 5 years old, then his sister was just 2. He had regretted countless times not waiting at the village entrance for their parents to return, as their grandmother had assured them they would be home for the new year. He took his sister to the main road, where he bought her a candy and held 2 others, one for each of their parents whom they had not seen in a year. As the new year approached, a decrepit bus rolled past their village, one after another, until finally one came to a stop. He tugged at his sister to peek out. 2 men disembarked, not their parents, who quickly covered their mouths and hauled them aboard. When he awoke, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. The family that bought them was kind to him, but treated his sister poorly. He would discreetly save bits of food whenever he ate sweet potato rice, feeding her in secret. Months later, when the family intended to give her away, he cried and pleaded, but to no avail. So when the prospective buyers arrived, he snatched a ladder, climbed onto the roof, and shouted, "If you sell my sister, he'll jump." The family never attempted to sell her after that. Eventually, he began attending school, while his sister worked alongside their mother in the fields. He graduated from elementary and high school, while she remained toiled in the dirt. Each holiday, he would return home to teach her characters and share stories from school. When he finally entered university, his family found a suitor for his sister. A frail, old Manto helped finance his education. This time, he remained silent. His family assumed he had come to terms with it. Just days before school began, heavy rains drenched the village, and Sun Fong made the bold decision to flee with his sister that very night. He had meticulously planned their escape route for 10 long years. To escape from a secluded, mountainous region without ample knowledge was a near impossibility, especially with the ever-watchful dogs of the village patrolling their territory. Sun Fong had waited nearly an entire summer, biding time for the rains. Only a torrential downpour could mask their scent from the dogs. Though it complicated their escape, he knew that they had no other chances to gamble. If they didn't risk it now, they might never get to again. That day, the entire village was mobilized to hunt them down with their dogs, but the torrential rain affected both visibility and the dogs' sense of smell, even washing away the mountain paths. The villagers returned empty-handed, and Sun Fong finally managed to escape with his sister. But he struggled to remember the route home. He only recalled a row of mulberry trees at the village entrance, which bore many deep purple-black fruits every spring. Their mouths, fingers, and cheeks stained a vivid shade of crimson. They were the sweetest he had ever tasted, yet he could no longer recall the village's name. Fearing interception, he dared not travel by bus or even train, opting instead to traverse the mountains on foot, scaling peak after peak. Only when they were far enough from the village did he feel secure enough to purchase train tickets, proceeding to report their case at the police station once they were hundreds of miles away. The officers inquired about their names, and where they lived. Information they did not know. Ultimately, they took blood samples for records and obtained their contact details, promising to keep them informed of any developments. Using his savings, Sun Fong bought a mobile phone and maintained a line tethered to the station, yearning for the day it would ring. Yet it never did. With no identification, he and his sister could only work under the table, earning meager sums, but at least they had gained a semblance of freedom. Eventually, Sun Fong acquired 2 forged IDs from a dealer, naming himself Sun Fong and his sister Sun Yuan Circle and Square, hoping one day they would reunite with their family. Such wishes were beautiful, yet they were often tinged with disappointment. The police station never reached out. His phone, once fashionable, slowly became outdated. Countless smartphones surged into the market, rendering his humble device obsolete, much like his dwindling hopes, confined to a dim corner of vulnerability. It wasn't until 2 years ago, while working as a waiter in a hotel, that he caught sight of a news broadcast while delivering a meal. The anchor was discussing Baoju Mountain, and for a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a couple of gold miners on the screen. A jolt coursed through him, and he accidentally spilled the hot dishes onto the floor, the crash echoing in his heart, creating ripples of hope. The manager and supervisor rushed in, berating him, questioning his commitment to the job. Sun Fong nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm done here." In the logistics department, Sun Yuan heard the commotion and hurried over, asking if he felt unwell. He shook his head and said, "Yuan, I think I saw our parents on the television. They were at Baoju Mountain. We must go there." Sun Yuan paused, incredulous. After all these years, her brother had rarely mentioned memories of their parents, but this time was different. Without hesitation, she packed up their belongings, and they set out for Baoju Mountain that very night. However, when they arrived, Baoju Mountain was a shadow of its former self, continually emptying as people departed. They inquired house by house, yet found nothing. 2 years passed, and still no news. Sun Fong resolved to leave before the onset of early winter. The mountain winters were dreadfully harsh, and his sister revealed that Jiang Zheng had proposed to her, planning to bring her home to meet his parents and arrange their wedding by year's end. Sun Fong wished for nothing more than his sister's stable happiness. Jiang Zheng was a good man, and he was glad to oblige. His intention was to provide her with a dowry from his savings for the wedding, sparing her any scorn from her in-laws. Once his sister was settled, he would resume the search for their parents. Yet he remained plagued by one question: why had they found no leads in all these years? He had visited several provincial police departments, yet not a single record of their disappearance existed. Authorities assured him that missing children's cases were linked nationwide and would be communicated if any news arose. Yet there had been no notifications, no matches, implying no one had ever searched for them. Had their parents forsaken them? The thought churned in Sun Fang's mind like a tempest, breeding frustration. As the morning light cascaded, the sun rose fully, scattering fragments of gold over the mountains like glittering shards. On the opposite bank of the already excavated riverbed, a figure emerged slowly. Moving deliberately as if burdened by an immense weight, the silhouette walked step by step through the golden glow. Straining to see, Sun Fang squinted. The distance made it impossible to discern who it was. Moments later, the figure drew closer but was covered in blood, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, droplets incessantly falling from its frame. The blood did not originate from the person walking, but rather from the body they were carrying. What remained could scarcely be called human. The head appeared crushed, nearly unrecognizable, while the body lay mangled, save for a singular hand dangling from the person's chest, still faintly intact. Pale yet stained with blood, the hand dripped incessantly. Adorning the wrist was a bracelet of vibrant garnets, now rendered even more vivid in hue by the blood. Zhang Zheng trudged across the riverbed, his vacant eyes dimmed of all radiance. Upon catching sight of Sun Fang, he halted, dazed, staring at him as he stood facing the sun. The brightness was blinding, causing tears to well up in his eyes. His knees buckled painfully against the unyielding rocks as he rasped, as if death itself had claimed his voice. A Yuan. A Yuan is dead. Sun Fang stared, aghast, at the bloodied figure draped over Zhang Zheng's back, the vibrant garnet bracelet causing his vision to blur. It was his beloved sister. She was dead. Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Wine Cup, Part 1. The cold of late autumn mingled with the heavy rain, creating a dismal atmosphere. Shanghai, having gone 2 months without a drop of rain, was greeted by a torrential downpour over the weekend that lasted the entire night. As I strolled through the narrow alley, the incessant drips from the eaves rhythmically struck the cobblestones beneath my feet. Nan Xing raised her umbrella, peering through the curtain of rain, and in the distance, the old Western-style clock tower stood tall, appearing so far away that it seemed to be at the end of the alley. A man, clutching something to his chest, dashed into an old lane in Tianzifang, pursued by a large yellow dog, both racing through the rain. The man moved slowly, the alley was narrow, and with long strides he easily leapt over puddles. The dog, however, was oblivious to the surroundings and could not bark a warning. Running swiftly and splashing barefoot through a puddle, sending water flying onto the cuffs of Nan Xing's trousers, which he had painstakingly protected. Momentarily taken aback, Nan Xing frowned and glanced ahead, contemplating demanding compensation from the dog. But the man and the dog vanished in an instant, disappearing into the labyrinthine alleyways. The man navigated through the convoluted paths, brushing past the moss-covered walls and pushing aside the cascading raindrops, until he arrived at the entrance of a shop that appeared to have seen better days. The door of the establishment had once been painted green, but the paint had chipped away over the years, rendering it rather shabby. Yet, the interior was anything but uninviting. Upon entering, 2 Han Dynasty bronze lanterns stood sentinel on either side, while directly opposite was a half-life-sized statue of a dignified Buddha. A yellow rosewood chair occupied one side, and the shop was filled with an array of peculiar antiques from various dynasties. To the untrained eye, it appeared quite eerie. However, in Qiu Si's eyes, these were priceless treasures, akin to items that could be exchanged for small or large yellow croakers in ancient parlance. Dang, dang, dang. As he stepped inside, the chime of a copper bell resonated, yet upon looking down, he saw no strings that could have triggered it. Had this antiquities shop been fitted with modern sensors? Otherwise, how could it operate without visible strings? He paid it little mind and called out, "Boss Tao, are you in? I've brought something for your appraisal." Appraisal being the jargon in the antiques world, meaning to seek the expertise of someone knowledgeable for identification. Boss Tao, hailing from a family of antiquities dealers, was a revered elder in the industry, renowned yet reclusive, having scarcely made appearances in recent years. Moments later, a plump old man emerged, parting the curtain with a smoking pipe in hand. He wore a pair of reading glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, which he made no attempt to adjust, peering down through them to scrutinize the newcomer, and hissed, "No need to raise your voice." Qiu Si chuckled and inquired, "Is Boss Tao available? Someone has brought me some questionable items." And I'd like to request your expertise. Boss Tao merely grunted in acknowledgement. Anyone who could find their way here must possess some knowledge. He was not one to readily appraise antiquities, especially those unearthed from ancient tombs. Such dubious items typically did not enter the market, as the state maintained strict regulations in this regard. Boss Tao only provided appraisal services without engaging in buying or selling. This was not how the Tao family traditionally conducted business. They had previously been known as unscrupulous merchants, willing to negotiate anything for the right price. However, with Boss Tao at the helm, he set the rules, and even the elders could not intervene. It was well known that Boss Tao was a stubborn man, unyielding in his ways. Boss Tao's real name was Tao David. However, he had not always gone by this name. At the tender age of 10, he accompanied his father to Hong Kong, where he encountered a plethora of fascinating novelties, such as television and television dramas, particularly the wildly popular martial arts series. Enamored by the heroic portrayals of the Hong Kong star, Jiang David, Boss Tao longed to become a valiant hero himself and requested his father to change his name to David. His name was originally bestowed upon him by the matriarch of the Tao family, and according to the family naming convention, it was to be Guang. Thus, he could not simply change it. Otherwise, he would stand out as the only grandson with a name so drastically different from his peers. Nevertheless, Boss Tao was resolute, enduring 3 days of hunger strikes until he achieved his desire to be renamed Tao David. However, despite the name change, he could not transform into a hero, to support his parents and shoulder the weight of the family business. Along with the unavoidable issue of daily sustenance, Boss Tao ultimately inherited the antiquity shop and gradually became a prominent figure in the antiques world. Seated in his chair, Boss Tao had just set down his pipe when Qiu Ci approached with a lighter, offering to light it for him. The lighter sparked to life, but he soon realized there was no tobacco to ignite. Pausing, he asked, "Empty?" "Humph." Boss Tao tapped his long pipe against the table, as if to shake off the ash. Inhaling deeply with a look of serene satisfaction, as if he were genuinely smoking, "The shop is filled with goods. How can I smoke? I've quit." Qiu Ci chuckled. "That pipe is still reeking of old tobacco. You must have quit not long ago." "You observe quite keenly," Boss Tao replied. Placing the pipe on the table, "What have you brought?" Qiu Ci unveiled the items, unwrapping several layers of waterproof cloth to reveal 3 ancient coins. Upon inspection, Boss Tao remarked, "Freshly unearthed." Qiu Ci grinned. "You have a keen eye." Boss Tao. The distinct feature of coins freshly excavated is that their patina is often more vibrant than that of coins that have been out of the ground for some time. Of course, there are exceptions, but most freshly unearthed items display a livelier hue, as if one could still envision the scenes of their former use by the tomb's owner. Some antiquities dealers employ chemical agents to artificially age older coins, passing them off as freshly excavated to inflate prices for newcomers or the uninitiated. Boss Tao examined the coins closely. These were not mere coins but rather a type known as Qi Ming Dao. Qi Ming Dao were a category of currency minted by the state of Qi, one of the 7 warring states, typically characterized by a slender blade, measuring approximately 13.8 centimeters in length and weighing around 14 grams. Due to their antiquity, they are exceedingly rare, with few ever excavated in both archaeological and tomb raiding contexts. Yet, this newbie had managed to acquire 3 in one go, suggesting he was no ordinary collector. However, having traversed the antiques world for decades, Boss Tao had long since mastered the art of remaining unfazed. Even if the legendary Lanting Su by Wang Shiji or Zhuge Liang's wooden cattle and horse were presented to him, he would remain unmoved. Observing that Boss Tao did not react as he had anticipated, Qiu Ci directly inquired, "Boss Tao, are these coins genuine or counterfeit?" "Genuine, and of good quality. They could fetch a handsome price," Boss Tao stated, then fell silent. Getting straight to the point, Qiu Ci asked, "Boss Tao, do you know where these Qi Ming Dao are typically unearthed?" Boss Tao could not resist taking another puff from his pipe, alleviating his craving for tobacco, and replied, "The state of Qi was located in what is now the Shandong area. After the Qin state unified the 6 kingdoms, they mandated a uniform script and standardized cart tracks, rendering the currency of Qi obsolete, hence its limited circulation. Yet these 3 Qi Ming Dao were discovered far from Shandong, in a location beyond 3 provinces. I wonder what could have led to their displacement." Boss Tao took another deep breath, saying, "During the final days of the state of Qi, The last king heavily favored his uncle, Hosheng. However, Hosheng betrayed him, accepting bribes of gold and jade from the Qin state, becoming a spy for them, and persuading the king of Qi to surrender. The king complied, but the Qin king subsequently had him starved to death, while the treacherous Hosheng vanished with his treasure, disappearing into the annals of history. Qiu Xi expressed his admiration. Boss Tao, you truly are a venerable elder, possessing boundless knowledge. Boss Tao smiled faintly, dismissing the compliment, and asked, did you excavate these Qiming Dao yourself? Qiu Xi laughed. I lack such capabilities. I merely engage in reselling to earn a modest living. Thank you, Boss Tao, for your assistance today. Please accept a small token of gratitude. Boss Tao did not glance at the money Qiu Xi placed down, nor did he watch him exit as Qiu Xi stepped out. Clutching the 3 ancient coins, he was greeted by a beautiful girl entering with an umbrella. The girl paused, suddenly snapping the umbrella open, splattering water all over his face and jolting him from his admiration of her beauty. Leaning against the doorway, he smiled and remarked, did you not see anyone in front? Nan Xing coldly retorted, did your dog not also fail to notice anyone while splashing in the puddle just now? My dog. Qiu Xi looked down to indeed find a yellow dog at the entrance. Its fur soaked, gazing up at him with its tongue lolling out, he chuckled, realizing he was at fault, and given that she was undeniably a striking young lady, her anger was not entirely off-putting. He smiled and admitted, I failed to keep an eye on it, that was my mistake. Seeing his demeanor was somewhat respectful, Nan Xing chose not to press the matter further, snapping her umbrella shut as she stepped inside. Once she was in, Qiu Xi emerged from the eaves, only to be drenched by the cold, relentless rain. He turned back, puzzled as to why the antiquities shop, so quaint yet worn, had not chimed upon her entrance. Furrowing his brow, he noticed the yellow dog had come alongside him. He bent down to pat its head, saying, I gave you the last chicken leg. I have nothing else for you to go on now. I am sorry, but I can't care for you. Find another to be your master. The yellow dog hesitated as if understanding, then darted away. Meanwhile, Boss Tao, observing Nan Xing enter with her dripping umbrella, widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at her umbrella and sputtering, Umbrella! Umbrella! Nan Xing frowned and glanced outside, asking, Where's the bucket for umbrellas? Probably taken by some garbage collector, he replied. You could have replaced it with a new one. Why insist on keeping that shabby old bucket? It's no wonder it's been picked up as trash 100 times. Nan Xing leaned the umbrella against the door and entered while brushing the water off her sleeves. How can there be anything new in an antique shop? Boss Tao poured her a cup of tea and said, To warm your stomach, tea. Nan Xing lifted the cup to her nose, the fragrant aroma wafting up. It was indeed tea. She fixed her gaze on him and inquired, What about your liquor? And your cigarettes? I've quit everything, Boss Tao replied. I want to get my test results this morning, and there is something growing in my stomach. I have to quit everything. Nan Xing fell silent, observing Boss Tao's calm demeanor. His voice slowed further. I always remember a passage written by M.R. Jiulong, where Gu Songju said to Mu Daoran that if he refrained from drinking, he could live to 300. Mu Daoran replied, If I have no wine to drink, why would I want to live to 300? You know how much I admired and envied that carefree Mu Daoran back then. But now that I've fallen ill, I realize that it's not right. He sank deeper into the wooden chair, his posture seemingly comfortable, and continued slowly, because I still have more important things to accomplish, like becoming Tao David rather than just Boss Tao. So you've given up your beloved cigarettes and liquor? Yes. If the surgery goes well, I'll abandon this shop and go live freely. Nan Xing glanced at Boss Tao, contemplating his departure from this place, but remained silent. I've already purchased your ticket to Baozhu Mountain. You must be careful, Boss Tao added. That little girl, her entire head is injured, whether by accident or design. You must exercise caution. After repeating his warning twice, Nan Xing surmised that the photo sent by the employer must be horrific. Even someone as seasoned as Boss Tao was unsettled. She stood up, intending to leave for the enchanting depths of the mountains laden with gold. Boss Tao noticed that the tea had remained untouched and felt a pang of disappointment. Aren't you going to try the tea I brewed for you? I'll drink it when I return. Nan Xing paused briefly before adding, I wish you a successful surgery. With that, she took her umbrella and dashed out. Boss Tao understood her cold exterior concealed a kind heart. Leaning against the spacious Wangwali wooden chair, he hummed a gentle tune, finally allowing himself to become Tao David. If the surgery went well, woof. A bark echoed from the doorway, and Boss Tao looked up to see a drenched golden retriever. He and the dog locked eyes for a few minutes, observing its disheveled state and vibrant eyes. Though he had never been fond of pets, he hesitated and said, "Come in. It's pouring outside." Chapter 3. The Gluttonous Wine Cup, Part 2. The airport bustled with people, vehicles outside and crowds inside, the ample lighting illuminating everything to an excessive sheen. Nan Xing was not particularly tall, yet not short either, standing at about 1.67 meters with a well-proportioned, slightly bony figure, a refreshing beauty amidst the throngs, drawing the gaze of nearly every passerby. Travelers glanced at travelers. A fleeting look exchanged before moving on. The flight continued to be delayed, a situation Nan Xing had grown accustomed to. When the announcement finally declared the plane's arrival, she checked her watch, a half-hour delay. The shuttle bus to the plane was packed with boarding passengers, squeezing out the crisp autumn air. Silence reigned, a stark contrast to the previously noisy waiting area. "Is there still room inside?" A somewhat familiar voice called from the door. Nan Xing turned to see a man at the entrance attempting to board. This man, wasn't he the one she encountered at Boss Tao's shop? Was he also headed to Baoju Mountain? Yet that was uncertain. After disembarking, it would require over 300 kilometers of travel to reach Baoju Mountain, with countless routes to take along the way, not necessarily together. As she noticed him approaching, Nan Xing turned her head aside to avoid the gaze that Qiu Ci was sweeping her way. However, as she was positioned near the door, Qiu Ci squeezed in right beside her. Unable to press further, it was akin to pouring sand into a jar already filled with stones. There was simply no more room. Nan Xing had no choice but to keep her head turned, but with a large backpack, she found herself unable to move, and soon her neck began to stiffen. The shuttle bus arrived near the plane, and as the doors opened, Nan Xing cast a glance at the man, waiting for him to disembark before she followed suit. She intentionally positioned herself at the back of the queue, keeping a distance of several meters from him. By the time she boarded, she was the last one, with most of the passengers already seated. While searching for her place with her ticket, she heard someone call out, "Hey, what a coincidence." Nan Xing paused. Qiu Ci stood up and said, "If you're sitting here, that's quite a coincidence." Nan Xing, undeterred, compared her seat again, and indeed it was the same. Seeing her check her ticket twice, a shadow of disappointment crossed Qiu Ci's face, yet he stifled a laugh, saying, "I told you it's fate. Come sit." He was exceedingly warm, as if welcoming her into his home. Nan Xing lifted her hand to stow her large backpack in the overhead compartment, struggling slightly due to the height difference. Just as Qiu Ci was about to stand to assist her, she deftly sprang onto her toes, effortlessly placing her luggage inside. Qiu Ci was somewhat surprised. "So you're quite athletic, good at sports," Nan Xing replied, deflecting, then glanced at their seating arrangement. Qiu Ci was by the window, with an elderly gentleman in the middle, peacefully napping. She felt a bit more at ease. Surely Qiu Ci couldn't chatter across a stranger. However, she clearly underestimated Qiu Ci's loquacious nature. He leaned forward and asked, "With all those bags and your outfit, you're not heading off to be a gold digger, are you?" Nan Xing responded, "You should guess that I'm the type of backpacker who says, 'The world is so vast. I want to see it all.'" Qiu Ci scrutinized her closely. Noting she didn't appear to be a greedy person, he extended his hand, saying, "Qiu Ci." Nan Xing hesitated briefly before shaking his hand, replying, "Nan Xing?" His hands bore calluses, indicating he wasn't a rich young master. Yet his nails were neatly trimmed, and his fingers clean. His hands were not soft, but rather had a thin layer of callus. They didn't seem to belong to someone who performed manual labor. Yet they certainly weren't those of a pampered heiress. Their handshake conveyed a preliminary understanding and conclusion. The flight would last 3 hours, and once the lights dimmed, Qiu Ci ceased conversing with Nan Xing. She breathed a sigh of relief. She preferred not to engage with strangers. Moreover, when she first met Qiu Ci, he had been carrying items into Boss Tao's shop, and now here he was. A brief inquiry with Boss Tao would reveal Qiu Ci's purpose in the antique shop. Perhaps he was following a similar path as hers. The plane landed, and it was already evening. As Nan Xing disembarked, she messaged Boss Tao, and shortly after, he replied with a photo that was loading at 65. Just then, Someone rushed up beside her, asking, Nan Xing, is someone picking you up? You're not really traveling alone as a backpacker. Are you? Be careful. There are many bad people out there. Nan Xing smiled. Such unsolicited friendliness from someone just met in a foreign place was rather warm, but it wasn't enough for her to reveal the truth. I have a friend waiting for me outside. That's good, Qiu Si said. I also have a friend waiting. Perhaps we'll meet again. Nan Xing waved her hand at him, and Qiu Si jogged off, seemingly in a hurry to attend to some urgent matter. Nan Xing continued to check Boss Tao's reply, and the image had fully loaded. It was a picture of a chiming knife, accompanied by the word shrimp. Having collaborated with Boss Tao for many years, Nan Xing understood the significance of those two characters. A chiming knife from the Warring States period was valuable. Yet typically, a site containing currency would also host other, even more precious antiques. Was Qiu Si searching through the antique pile following the chiming knife? Nan Xing furrowed her brow. Baozhou Mountain lay deep in the mountains, far from the city, and during the gold rush, there had been direct transportation from both the airport and the train station to the mountain. Now, however, few ventured there, and there were no direct routes anymore. The origins of commercial chains stem from demand and profit, which attract people. The absence of transport was one factor. At least they could still summon a cab at a premium. The driver, upon hearing her destination, warned her before they set off, have you brought food? In the past, there were vendors who brought food and drinks to sell there, but now, that's no longer the case. But why would a young girl like you go there as a gold digger? After a couple of days, you'll be tanned and begging to leave. As he spoke, he handed her his business card offering, if you decide to leave, contact me. I can give you a better rate. Nan Xing accepted the card and inquired, how long will it take to get there? 5 to 6 hours. If you don't want to arrive at midnight, you might want to rest for a night before heading out. There's someone waiting for me there. Only then did the driver start the car, asking, where are you coming from? Shanghai. Shanghai is a lovely place. Nan Xing replied affirmatively, flipping through the map of Baozhou Mountain, where several towering peaks resembled stone stalagmites, surrounded by lush trees, as if the mountains were about to burst forth into a vibrant bamboo forest. The terrain was treacherous. No wonder no one had opened a direct route into the heart of it during the gold rush. Even blasting the mountains wouldn't be easy, even if they succeeded. Finding the right moment would be challenging. With many gold diggers passing through, it wasn't under governmental jurisdiction, and they couldn't forcibly prevent others from entering the mountains. After stowing the map away, Nan Xing leaned against her large backpack and dozed off. The driver, noticing her slumbering from the rearview mirror, seized the opportunity and jested, you quite bold. Not afraid I'm a rogue taxi driver? Nan Xing kept her eyes shut, her tone icy, piercing like a blade, compelling the driver to straighten his back and retract his gaze. You should be grateful you are not a rogue taxi driver. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. When the vehicle reached the outskirts of Baozhou Mountain, it was already 1:20 a.m. The long-awaited headlights illuminated the previously gravel-paved road, casting a unique brilliance. The ground was strewn with worthless stones, adorned with vibrant colors, yet they were no more than mere pebbles. They've arrived. Old, he called out. Jolting Sun Fong, who had been curled up asleep, into alertness, he lifted his gaze just in time to see the headlights sweeping towards him, the brilliance piercing through his eyes. As he stood, he was momentarily disoriented. Unsure if it was due to anemia or the dazzling lights, swaying slightly before regaining his balance. Old he, with no time to assist him, merely patted his shoulder, urging him to muster his spirits, and jogged over to the vehicle. Before long, a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, emerged from the car. Initially, he assumed she was a helper for Boss Tao, but as the door shut and the vehicle drove away, it became evident that she was the only one. He was taken aback and inquired, are you Boss Tao? No, Nan Xing replied. He was merely a temporary aid to me. I can manage on my own. Old he was still somewhat dazed. Having spent money only to be met with this young girl, would she be capable of handling the task? Nan Xing glanced at him and then at Sun Fong, who had finally caught up. His expression reflecting surprise upon seeing her, he uttered, my sister has died. Nan Xing nodded solemnly, my condolences. Sun Fong, unkempt after 3 days without washing or shaving, appeared disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot, and his demeanor was vacant. Teetering on the brink of despair, he hoarsely articulated, I want to know how my sister died. Old he, sharing the same gold-seeking aspirations, cautiously asked, "Can you truly bring Sun Yuan back to life?" Nan Xing affirmed, "I can. As long as there is an employer, she can resurrect anyone. The cost, however, is that the employer must relinquish their eyes, destined to become blind in their next life." Yet, no one cared. After all, who gives a damn about the next life? Chapter 4. A Gluttonous Wine Cup, Part 3. The night had settled over Baozhu Mountain, rendering it anything but tranquil. Although there were no human voices, the cacophony of insects and wild animals filled the air, occasionally pierced by eerie cries that sliced through the din of chirping insects, striking the ears. The mountain path was treacherous in the darkness, littered with various stones, some ancient and others left by gold seekers who had carved through the mountains and dried riverbeds. With fewer travelers, grass and vines emerged between the stones, complicating the ascent into the mountain. Old he walked with a lantern in hand. He reassured, "There are many animals in the mountains, do not be afraid." "Young lady." When there were more people, wild beasts from the deep mountains would occasionally attack, but back then, we had plenty of weapons to keep them at bay. Now, with fewer individuals, they dare not approach easily. Nan Xing had been observing the lantern in his hand for some time. Its original color was indiscernible, faded to a tattered white. Thankfully, it bore no writing, for seeing words in the dead of night would indeed be unsettling. She inquired, "Why not use a flashlight instead of a lantern?" "Charging is inconvenient in the mountains. The power bank is reserved for the phone. Even food and drink are troublesome." He shook his head with a wry smile. "In truth, nothing is convenient. I fear you may not adapt well and insist on leaving tomorrow." Nan Xing noted that he was only in his 40s. Yet his speech carried the weight of an old man. She asked, "Have you been here for long?" "More than 4 years now, part of the earliest group to arrive at Baozhu Mountain," he replied. After more than half an hour of trudging, they had yet to reach their lodging, having passed numerous small wooden houses, most in disrepair, with decaying wood scattered about, alongside tattered tents revealing exposed rebar. The remnants of Baozhu Mountain's former prosperity could be glimpsed here. After another 20 minutes, they traversed a riverbed, which was too low, its walls nearly vertical, resembling a small cliff. He called out, "Be careful," as he guided her down and then back up, explaining, "There used to be a wooden plank here, but a few days ago, some animal likely trampled it and shattered it." As Nan Xing climbed back onto the riverbed, she glanced back, and with the faint moonlight, she could barely discern the river winding through the mountains, its end shrouded in darkness. He continued, "I heard this river was once flowing, but during the Qing dynasty, the upstream changed course and the water no longer flowed this way. As for what happened afterward, a group of idle young folks came exploring, only to discover the land glimmering with gold. Gold seekers flocked here, setting up camp, and before long, the mountains were teeming with people." He paused before adding, "As gold diminished, so did the number of people. Now, it's not merely gold that is scarce. Even the golden sand is hard to come by." Nan Xing queried, "Then why do you all remain?" He replied, "Life outside is no more comfortable or easy. Occasionally, we can still find some gold. Moreover," he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "I've heard whispers of a mountain of gold here, but no one has managed to uncover it yet." His voice held a peculiar enchantment, drawing an involuntary silence from the trio. Their footsteps crunched softly on the gravel, the sound trailing behind them. Nan Xing raised her gaze to Sun Fong, who walked ahead, his silhouette devoid of youthful vigor, thin and solitary. He sighed again. "Sun Fong and Sun Yuan have had a hard life. They were abducted as children and eventually escaped, relying on each other, and now, his sister is gone." He continued, "Let us hope that when Yuan returns to life, she can identify the murderer." "It won't be that swift," Nan Xing interjected. "You know the terms of the deal. She can come back, but only for 10 minutes, and even that time must be stolen." "Stolen from where?" He paused momentarily, chuckling dryly. "It wouldn't be from a living person, would it?" "Not from them." "From a beast, then?" Nan Xing shook her head again. He pondered for a moment but could not fathom the answer, feeling it was all rather peculiar. He wrapped his coat tighter around him, sighing, "As long as Yuan can return, at least we will know who the murderer is. Otherwise, Sun Fong won't be able to endure either." His attire was thicker than Sun Fong's, indicating his fear of the cold. Nan Xing glanced at him and continued following Sun Fong. After another 20 minutes, Sun Fong, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, lifting his vacant eyes to gaze into the depths of the mountain. Old He's lantern nearly collided with him, prompting him to retract his hand. Noticing Sun Fong staring blankly at the shadowy mountains, he whispered, "Did you hear something again?" "Yes." Sun Fong fixated on the mountain, not blinking. "It's Yuan. Yuan is crying." Old He, slightly hard of hearing, could not discern it. However, Nan Xing did hear it. Indeed, there was someone crying, the sound faint and intermittent, echoing through the mountain valleys. Sun Fong slowly pointed towards the mountain. That day, Yuan was carried back from there. Nan Xing squinted into the distance. The night was dark, obscuring the mountain's outline. Yet, halfway up the slope, a faint glimmer of light flickered. But it was deep autumn, in a mountain colder than the city, akin to early winter. How could there be fireflies? Moreover, they were several hundred meters away from the mountainside. Only something the size of the eagle from The Legend of the Condor Heroes could be seen glowing at the mountain's foot. It appeared more akin to a lantern's light. "I brought Yuan here to find our parents, but unexpectedly, Yuan stayed behind. While we still haven't found our parents," Sun Fong articulated slowly, "I saw them appear on television. Right here. I did not deceive Yuan." Old He saw Sun Fong drifting into a daze again, murmuring incoherently, sighed, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us head back. Miss Nan Xing has traveled a long way today and must be weary." Sun Fong glanced at Nan Xing, realizing she was of a similar age to his sister, momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure and continuing to lead them back to their lodging. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. It was yet another small wooden house, but this one showed signs of habitation, not as dilapidated as the abandoned ones Nan Xing had encountered along the way. This flat area spanned around 400 to 500 square meters. Illuminated by the lights of 6 rooms, Nan Xing inquired, "Why are there still so many people awake at this late hour?" With no electricity or Wi-Fi, and the absence of sounds from card games or conversations, she found it perplexing to justify staying up late. Old He replied, "The wild beasts in the mountains fear fire. If we do not light a lantern, we risk them descending at night to hunt for humans. Lighting it ensures safety." Nan Xing understood. She glanced back at the light on the mountain, recalling Old He's words, and her brow furrowed slightly. Sun Fong suddenly turned and said, "The houses without lights are all empty. Where would you like to sleep?" Nan Xing responded, "In Sun Yuan's room." Sun Fong hesitated. Then, acknowledging her identity, eventually nodded and led her to one of the wooden houses. The door was locked, and he unlocked it, slowly pushing it open. Inside, the lights were on, but it was empty. He had lit the lamps himself. Without them, he could not sleep. With the lights on, it felt as though his sister was still alive, not truly gone. Upon entering, Nan Xing closed the door behind her, surveying the small wooden room, barely 5 or 6 square meters in size. It contained a 1-meter-wide bed and a simple table, leaving little space remaining. On the table lay a mirror and a comb, along with a small box. She opened the box to find some basic cosmetics and jewelry. The walls were adorned with decorations, mostly crafted from stones, and a few flowers, now wilted and close to decay, lodged in the wooden crevices. Despite the material scarcity of Baoju Mountain, Sun Yuan possessed a delicate sensibility typical of young women, cherishing beauty and cleanliness. Nan Xing lay on the soft bed, accompanied by the sounds of the mountain and wild beasts, and soon drifted into slumber. As the dawn gently caressed the forest, the sun, peeking over the mountain peaks, seeped through the wooden crevices into the room. The moment its rays touched Nan Xing's eyelids, she awakened. She rose from her resting place, rummaging through her backpack for her toothbrush and toothpaste. After squeezing the paste, she stepped outside, following the sound of running water to brush her teeth and wash her face. Water cascaded down the mountains, forming a small stream on the ground. Upon her return, the nearby houses stirred to life. After tying her hair neatly, she ventured out again, only to see a figure emerge from the wooden cabin across the way. It was a boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. As he leaned out, stretching lazily, he caught sight of a woman emerging from Sun Yuan's house, who at first glance bore a striking resemblance to Sun Yuan herself, youthful and beautiful, with a short ponytail. He was so startled that he nearly stumbled, stifling a yawn midway. uttering several ahs in utter astonishment, rendered speechless. Nan Xing, with calm composure, exchanged glances with him and greeted, "Good morning." It was then that the boy realized she was not the ghost of Sun Yuan, and the pallor of his face gradually returned to its natural hue. Meanwhile, the elderly he hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door, donning his jacket while saying, "Adan, this is Nan Xing, my niece." Adan scrutinized the beautiful young woman, then glanced at the oddly shaped old he, doubt clouding his eyes. "Is she really your niece? She is so stunning." "Shoo!" Old he shot him a stern glare. "Get lost." Adan, fearing him, indeed he feared everyone, quickly scurried off with his toiletries in hand. After old he dressed, he approached, saying, "His name is Adan, just 16, squandering his studies to seek some sort of idyllic paradise here. It's foolish. I wish I could attend school properly." "And yet he," Nan Xing inquired, "where is Sun Fong?" "Inside, lost in thought. He has been like this these past few days. And then there's Zhang Zhang. He has also been daydreaming all day." "Who is Zhang Zhang?" "He.'s A1's boyfriend. It was Zhang Zhang who carried A1 down from the mountain that day. They were at the stage of discussing marriage. Their affection was unparalleled. Who would have thought?" Old he sighed deeply, pulling out a cigarette to smoke, seeking solace in the swirling clouds of smoke. Nan Xing pressed further. "Does Zhang Zhang not know how Sun Yuan died?" Old he took a long drag of his cigarette, the tobacco glowing fiercely, and in an instant, only a stub remained. He extinguished the remains, replying, "A curse." "What curse?" Old he's gaze darkened. "Legend has it that there is a hidden mountain of gold here, filled with treasures. The master of this gold mountain, known as the Golden King, placed a curse upon his grave before he died. Anyone who approaches the ancient tomb shall meet their demise." A1's death was truly horrific. So tragic, her head was so mangled there was scarcely a piece left to see. The recent dry spell left the stones stained with Sun Yuan's blood from that fateful day. The dried blood pooled on the cobblestones, resembling stones dyed in dark brown hues. Drip, drip, drip. Nan Xing felt as though she could hear the sound of Sun Yuan's blood falling that day. As the sunlight gradually enveloped Baizhu Mountain, it dispelled the thick mist that cloaked the hills. Chapter 5. The Gluttonous Wine Cup, Part 4. Old he had not harbored much hope for this pretty young girl, yet her unwavering composure, her unflinching expression amidst the sights and sounds since last night, suggested to him that she regarded everything as commonplace. He felt like a market vendor rambling about mundane news, only to elicit no reaction from her. At least this brought him some comfort and a glimmer of anticipation. Nan Xing inquired, "How many people remain on Baizhu Mountain? Is there anyone living in the area where the firelight was last night?" Old he took another drag from his cigarette, saying, "For convenience and safety. Most folks don't reside on the mountain. Not many are left, only a handful remained. It's just us here. Baizhu Mountain is vast, and while we occasionally encounter others from afar, there's little interaction." Nan Xing glanced at the few houses that had yet to open their doors and asked, "Who lives here?" "Me, the Sun siblings, Zhang Zhang, and the Adan you just saw. There's also a fellow named Qian, whom we call Boss Qian, though he's not a gold miner." "Not a gold miner? If one came here, what else could they aspire to be but a gold seeker?" Old he chuckled. "Boss Qian isn't particularly old. Just in his early 30s, he arrived here before me, but he wasn't here for gold. He came for the gold miners. He trades rice, flour, blankets, cups, mosquito repellent, shampoo, and the like, selling them at high prices to us. Back then, folks had money, and rather than wasting time heading to town for supplies, it was more worthwhile to spend that time panning for gold. Everyone was happy. He is quite astute, though he struggles. He earns just as much as we do." Nan Xing looked at the cabin he pointed to, which bore no distinguishing features from the others. "Then why hasn't he left now that there are fewer people?" "Who knows?" Old he continued. "He used to rise with the birds, but lately, perhaps due to Leon's incident, he doesn't step out until the sun is at its zenith, and as soon as it gets dark, he locks himself inside, claiming he fears encountering a Dashuan is Boss Chin timid? How timid can one be if they dare to walk alone at night?" Old he glanced back and whispered, "Boss Chin has a history with Sun Fong." "What history?" "They had a fight, but neither spoke about the reason." Suddenly, Old he felt something was amiss. "Hey, why are you asking like a policeman?" Nan Xing asked. "Have the police been here?" No, Sun Fong feared that if he called the police, they would take A1 away, and he wouldn't be able to solve the case or catch the killer. So he asked me to find you. Nan Xing refrained from further questioning, stating, I'll go check that half-mountain area. As she reached the foot of the mountain, she had already strayed quite far from the campsite. There was a question she had yet to pose to Old He, since the police had not come. How would Old He know she was questioning like an officer? Had Old He been interrogated by the police before? Despite the legend of the Golden King's curse surrounding Baiju Mountain, Nan Xing could not hastily conclude that it was a curse that caused the deaths. Sun Yuan's room was thick with resentment. She had been wronged. Boss Qian was awakened early in the morning by the sounds of people outside. He opened the door slightly, peering out to see a woman lingering there for quite some time. Once she departed, he stepped out and asked, Old He, who was that? She looks unfamiliar, my niece, named Nan Xing, Old He replied. Look at your dark circles. You haven't slept well these past few days, have you? Boss Qian, 30 years old, had a shaved head, leaving only a small ponytail at the back, giving him a somewhat dapper and shrewd appearance. He accepted the cigarette Old He offered and squatted on the gravel ground, smoking together. After a few puffs, he remarked, What are you dragging your niece into this cursed place for? Young people think it's a fun place. In a few days, they'll be begging to go home. Old He brushed it off, changing the topic. When are you heading to town for supplies? Remember to bring me 2 bags of flour and 10 packs of pickled vegetables. No oil? Old He pondered for a moment, then resolutely replied. No. Boss Qian chuckled. Why are you still here if you're this broke? Old He countered. And what are you here for? Boss Qian pondered for a while before saying, So that our friendship may endure for eternity. Old He laughed and retorted, Nonsense. Boss Qian chuckled as well, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of the starry girl, now reduced to the size of a mung bean, and asked, Where is she going? To Sambao Mountain. Baiju Mountain was a range of mountains, encircling a patch of open land. They began naming the mountains from the entrance of the Great Mountain. The first was called Debaishan, the second Erbaishan, and so forth, for ease of memory. Oh, Boss Qian rubbed his aching head, saying, I think I'll catch some more sleep. Go ahead. Remember my flour and pickled vegetables. I'll remember. Boss Qian playfully asked. It's autumn now. The mountain is getting colder. Your cotton coat must be torn. Do you want me to bring you one? Old He had always been sensitive to the cold, while others wore short sleeves in summer. He still donned long sleeves to be autumn. He was already wrapped in a cotton coat, and Boss Qian had never seen anyone so averse to the cold. Old He declined, saying, I have no money, you're such a miser. After Boss Qian entered, another door nearby opened, and Sun Fong emerged, his body swaying like a piece of paper, his eyes still bloodshot. Old He knew he had not slept well last night and remarked, Nan Xing has gone to Sambao Mountain. She's quite brave, I'm going too. The paper-thin figure moved on, while Old He remained squatting, smoking one cigarette after another. By the time Adan returned, the ground beneath Old He was littered with cigarette butts. Adan inquired, Are you going to the Shaosha River? Yes, if I don't pan out some treasures soon, we'll be in trouble. Then you take the head of the river, and I'll take the tail. All right. Old He tossed away the empty cigarette box, kicked the door of Jiang Jing's room, and shouted, Are you dead in there? If not, come out and get some sun. Your beloved woman is gone. But your parents are still waiting for you to come home. Dan felt the words were excessive and hurriedly pulled Old He away. After a while, the kicked door creaked open, revealing a tall young man who leaned out, his vacant eyes surveying the silent campsite devoid of any voices, lost in thought. The stones beneath his feet still bore the blood that Ayuan had shed that day, like needles piercing his heart. Ayuan, the girl he deeply loved, the one he was ready to marry, was gone. Jiang Zhang collapsed to the ground, his mind flooded with memories of Ayuan's smiling face, as if she were still alive. The terrain of Sambao Mountain is steep and perilous. In the past, gold prospectors frequented the area, forging a path through sheer determination, yet now it remains largely untraveled, quickly obscured by wild grasses and twisting vines. When one bends to inspect the trail, it becomes visible, resembling a diminutive cave frequented by dwarfs, completely enveloped by vibrant greenery. Nan Xing, clutching the scythe she had procured from Old He in one hand, used the other to clear the brambles obstructing her way, her clothing snagged and torn in numerous places, and her hands marked with scratches. Upon reaching the spot she had observed the fireflies the previous night, she ceased her ascent and veered left. After approximately half an hour of walking, she finally halted, her gaze fixed upon leaves that rose to her waist, A few drops of red wax lay upon them, and with a gentle nudge, the wax flaked away. She crouched down to examine the ground, where the plants had thrust their heads up, only to be trampled down. Someone had traversed this path, and they had done so at night, guided by candlelight. The wax was a vivid red, not brittle, having dripped down only a couple of days prior. The broken stems of the plants bore fresh fractures. Yet, this could not definitively prove that it was indeed last night's firefly. The rustling of the grass grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of someone climbing upwards. Nan Xing quietly concealed herself behind a tree, softening her breath. After a brief interval, the commotion intensified, accompanied by the sound of labored breathing. It was not a beast, it was a person. The steep incline of Sambao Mountain posed a risk of tumbling down with the slightest misstep. The individual climbed slowly, then paused. Nan Xing cast a furtive glance in their direction, noting that the large burlap sack on their back was filled with tools. Its contours uneven, likely shovels and hammers. The figure crouched to inspect the broken branches, standing up after a moment. Nan Xing caught sight of their face, not particularly fair, yet composed and serious, intently focusing on the ground. She recognized that face and felt a surge of surprise. Qiu Xi, he too sensed he was being observed, abruptly looking up towards the tree. The individual moved with remarkable swiftness, vanishing behind the tree almost instantaneously. He smiled, saying, "Don't look, I see you." Nan Xing hesitated momentarily before stepping out from behind the tree. Qiu Xi, initially smiling, paused upon recognizing her, then chuckled again. "What a coincidence, in such a vast world. You ended up here?" Nan Xing found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. Even though an attraction to handsome individuals is universal, she could not afford to be so superficial. "Indeed. Here to prospect for gold?" "Yes." Nan Xing inquired. "And you?" "Yes." He was a charlatan. Trusting him would be akin to trusting a ghost. The two exchanged pleasantries, left hand grasping for gold while the right clutched a golden chicken, their hearts steady and unflinching. Qiu Xi remarked, "Then let us each pursue our fortunes. Given our serendipitous encounter, there is no need for farewells." Nan Xing suppressed the urge to raise an eyebrow, responding simply, "Goodbye." Qiu Xi laughed again, finding her demeanor quite frosty. The treacherous slope, devoid of paths, proved challenging to navigate. Yet Nan Xing observed that Qiu Xi, burdened with a sack of tools, moved with remarkable steadiness, strenuous, yet within the bounds of his physical capabilities. Clearly, he was no novice. It took Nan Xing nearly an hour to reach the summit. While Sambao Mountain was not the tallest among the 4 peaks of Baozhu Mountain, it afforded a view of the other 3 summits. In the eyes of geomancers, Baozhu Mountain was categorized as sand, with the 4 mountains converging upon a central cavity. That cavity was the expansive flatland where Lao He and his companions resided, while the sand represented the 4 mountains. Though the shape of the sand was auspicious, the 4 peaks stood elegantly. A broad road cutting through the mountain range disrupted the natural formation, rendering it a blighted area. This was not a suitable site for burial. Historically, the elite have always regarded feng shui with great importance. It would be utterly astonishing if the legendary king of gold chose Sambao Mountain as his burial site to guard his treasure. Thus, the claim that Sun Yuan encountered the king of gold here seemed highly dubious. Nan Xing sensed that Baozhu Mountain held no ancient tombs, nor any trace of antiquities. The life she sought to steal was not that of the living. The only entities forgotten by the king of hell were those buried deep within the earth for countless years. What Nan Xing aimed to pilfer was their essence. Chapter 6, The Gluttonous Goblet, Part 5. As Nan Xing descended from the peak, she noticed Sun Fong climbing upwards. Sun Fong had not eaten much in recent days. His complexion was pale, his face resembling parchment, a clear sign of malnutrition. Upon seeing her, he scrutinized her with hollow eyes. Relieved to see she bore no injuries, and refrained from asking further questions, he moved his cracked lips, which were now flaking, and said, "You should head back. It's dangerous for you to be here alone." He spoke softly, "I do not wish for you to meet the same fate as my sister." Nan Xing observed the sudden silence in his expression and, after a moment, replied, "Thank you." Sun Fong's tone was indeed laced with concern, as though he regarded her as a surrogate for his deceased sister, making it difficult for Nan Xing to dismiss his kindness. "I will soon find what is needed to bring your sister back. For the next few days, please refrain from speaking or acting." Can I assist in any way? Nan Xing shook her head, and Sun Fong did not press further. He had always been a man of few words, diligently working without unnecessary chatter. He had been burdened with guilt since childhood due to his abduction, which had morphed into a profound sense of inferiority. He had only recently begun to find solace in Baozhu Mountain, believing his life was finally on an even keel, only to be thrust back into turmoil, feeling even more guilt-ridden and self-deprecating. Nan Xing asked, "Why don't you report to the police? If the police arrive, they will undoubtedly take a yuan away. What if they cannot solve the case? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world, and a yuan's death is particularly suspicious, isn't it?" Nan Xing furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, "Do you believe this is the curse of the King of Gold? Have you not suspected anyone?" Sun Fong replied, "I have." "Who?" Without a moment's hesitation, he stated, "Old He." Nan Xing was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you suspect Old He and not Jiang Zheng? Who spent the night with your sister?" "Zhang has no motive to kill a yuan," Sun Fong quickly countered, clearly displeased with her suspicion of his friend. Zhang said that when the candle burned out that night, he went to find some dead branches. When he returned, he heard someone fleeing from the house, and a yuan was already dead. The candle was one I had given them. There wasn't much wax left. I intended to bring them a new one, but by the time I emerged, they had already left. It was my fault. If I had not given them the old candle, Zhang would not have been gone for so long. If Zhang had stayed, a yuan would not have died. Then why do you suspect Old He? In your eyes, Old He must have had a close relationship with us, but before my sister's death, he was not at all close to us. After a yuan's departure, he suddenly began bustling about, caring for me like an older brother. Sun Fong's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening. If he were not guilty, why such a drastic change in attitude? This line of reasoning was not without merit. Typically, perpetrators return to the scene of the crime to observe the unfolding events. Old He's sudden display of concern was indeed suspect, yet she knew he could not be the culprit. It's Old He, it's Old He. Once a yuan awakens, I will surely kill him. Sun Fong's teeth ground together, filled with hatred. Nan Xing understood the implication behind Old He's words. If the murderer could not be found, Sun Fong would not survive either. In his current state, Sun Fong had become a mere shell of his former self. Nan Xing too had lost loved ones, witnessing their demise before her very eyes. Yet she had survived, and like Sun Fong, she was resolute in her quest to find the murderer. "Take me to the place where a yuan and Jiang Zheng stayed that night." Sun Fong nodded stiffly, his spirit momentarily wavering, but as he rose, he regained some vigor, though his eyes remained bloodshot and somewhat fearsome. He led Nan Xing to a flat area near the base of the mountain, where a cluster of dilapidated wooden cabins stood, all abandoned and in disrepair. The cabin Sun Fong halted at was unremarkable, featuring a small door and a large window. The small door was meant to deter wild animals, while the window served as an escape route for humans in case of an attack. This was the typical structure of cabins in this region. Nan Xing crouched inside, immediately spotting bloodstains on the floor. "It's a yuan's." Upon seeing her gaze fixed on the stain, Sun Fong's throat tightened again, and he whispered, "The blood from a yuan's head." Nan Xing leaned out the window, noting that the nearest cabin was more than a meter away. She looked down at the muddy ground beneath the window, observing that the soil was soft and even, while the adjacent dirt was hard and cracked. Someone had deliberately smoothed over this area. Why? Nan Xing leapt onto the windowsill. If she jumped from this angle, she would land squarely on the soft earth below. Concealment of footprints? She turned to ask, "Did it rain at Baozhu Mountain after a yuan passed?" "No." Nan Xing nodded gently. This cabin too bore a yuan's lingering resentment, more potent than that of the place she had stayed, instilling a deep sense of coldness. By the time Nan Xing and Sun Fong returned to the flatland at the mountain's base, it was nearly lunchtime. The remaining gold prospectors, unable to find much gold, were idling their time away, punctually gathering for meals. Otherwise, they risked losing both money and health, a double loss. Old He was eating noodles with pickled vegetables, while Dan, being from the south, could not do without rice at every meal, having also fried an egg for himself. Boss Qian, the wealthiest among them, lived the most lavishly, preparing a clay pot of preserved meat rice, accompanied by a can of beer and half a watermelon, an extravagant display amid the material scarcity of Baozhu Mountain. Nan Xing was consuming steamed buns, with 3 large buns placed in a bowl. Upon seeing Sun Fang return, he merely gestured toward the bowl before retreating to his own cabin. He lacked the courage to face Sun Fang. Sun Fang did not blame him for leaving that night to gather firewood, for he understood that Nan Xing was also suffering. However, as long as the murderer remained at large, the two could not return to their former selves. Lao He asked Nan Xing, "Have you had lunch? I can cook you some noodles." "I brought my own," Nan Xing replied, sitting cross-legged on the gravel ground. She pulled out a large bag of compressed biscuits from her backpack and took a piece to eat. Boss Qian chuckled and remarked, "I didn't expect your niece to be so resilient, managing to swallow such dry biscuits. She even bought a big bag, more frugal than you." As he laughed, a sudden bite of chili caught him off guard, causing him to cough. Lao He laughed heartily. "Take care of yourself first." Nan Xing chewed on her biscuit slowly when suddenly a jug of water was presented before her. The water, contained in a bamboo tube, was crystal clear and shimmered under the sunlight. She lifted her eyes to follow the slender hand and saw a shy young boy. Dan released his grip and softly said, "Those biscuits are hard to swallow. If you wait until you're choked, it will be too late to find water." "Thank you," Nan Xing replied, glancing at the boy beside her, and inquired, "Skipping school?" Dan hesitated, surprised that a stranger would directly ask such a question. He looked at her several times, perhaps sensing that Nan Xing seemed non-threatening and genuinely concerned rather than merely curious. "I'm in a rehab for internet addiction," Dan confessed. "My dad sent me there, and the treatment is brutal. I thought I might die, but they won't let me go back. I figured if I couldn't escape, I would just perish there. I never expected to get out, but I had nowhere to go, so I ended up here." Nan Xing nodded, observing the mosquito bites on his neck and the scars on his bare feet, a testament to his youth, though he appeared quite frail. Yet, there was no fear or confusion in Dan's eyes. "Sister Nan Xing, do you know whose house you stayed at last night?" "That was Sister Yuan's. She passed away just a few days ago." Dan bit his lip and continued, "Lao He probably thinks Sister Yuan was killed by the curse of the Golden King, which is why he speaks so freely, but I believe she was murdered." His voice was low, nearly drowned out by the banter between Lao He and Boss Qian. Nan Xing regarded him and asked, "You don't believe in the legend of the Golden King?" "I don't. I prefer science, and I excel particularly in physics," Dan replied. "But I tend to focus too narrowly. Every time my overall exam scores are low, my dad thinks I'm not putting in effort. The truth is, I don't even enjoy playing games that much, but he believes otherwise and sent me to rehab." Dan's irritation surfaced as he spoke of his days in rehab, which were 100 times worse than at Baozhu Mountain. He took a breath and continued, "On the day Sister Yuan died, Boss Qian was out. He was particularly attentive to her, even providing her with more supplies than the rest of us." Nan Xing suddenly sensed there was more to his words and asked, "What are you suspecting?" Dan locked eyes with her and replied, "I suspect that Boss Qian killed Sister Yuan. Since I don't believe in curses, I must conclude that someone here murdered her, and the most suspicious person must be Boss Qian." There was no hesitation in Dan's voice, as if he was certain Boss Qian was the culprit. Nan Xing remained silent, glancing around at the people present, each seemingly a potential suspect in the death of Sun Yuan. Lao He blamed the Golden King. Sun Fang pointed at Lao He, and Dan accused Boss Qian. Did Boss Qian also harbor his own suspicions about the true murderer? Despite their mutual distrust, they appeared to be avoiding suspicion of one another. She was neither a police officer nor a detective, nor would she deliberately seek clues to apprehend the murderer. Her sole objective was to find something connected to Sun Yuan, to borrow a life and bring her back, thus completing the transaction. The rest was none of her concern. After finishing her biscuit, Nan Xing picked up her backpack and stood up. Dan inquired, "Aren't you going to drink any water?" "No, I'm just going to take a stroll nearby." The others watched her leave. And once she was gone, the atmosphere grew noticeably colder. After a while, Nan Xing finally spoke, "I booked a flight. Once Sister Yuan's 7th day passes, I will depart." The group fell into deeper silence. Until suddenly, Boss Qian sneered, "Murderer." Nan Xing was taken aback, his expression shifting to fury. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions towards Sister Yuan. You were the one who went to the cabin at Sambao Mountain. Guarantee you. I returned with firewood and heard someone fleeing from the cabin. That person was you." Enraged, Boss Qian slammed the pot down, sneering again. "What nonsense about candles burning out and someone fleeing? You're just fabricating tales. It was clearly you who killed the Yuan. Jiang Zheng, aflame with anger, was about to strike him when Sun Fong, who had remained silent, rushed forward and landed a punch on Boss Qian's face. Boss Qian fell to the ground, nearly losing a tooth from the impact. Sun Fong seized his collar and delivered another blow, with Jiang Zheng lending a hand, leaving Boss Qian utterly defenseless. Dan was terrified. But fortunately, Lao He reacted quickly and hurried over to break up the fight. The area beneath Baozhu Mountain descended into chaos. Startled birds flitted away, their cries piercing the air. Not far away, Nan Xing heard the commotion but did not turn back. She merely caught a fragment of a conversation. Jiang Zheng stated that the night he gathered firewood, he heard someone escape from the cabin where a Yuan had been staying. As Jiang Zheng approached the front door, that person could only have fled through the window. What had that person done? Had they killed a Yuan? After a Yuan's death, that individual must have returned and erased their footprints from their escape. Gazing up at the blazing sun, Nan Xing found the light blinding, causing a momentary daze. She mused that some people were far more frightening than the curse of the Golden King. Retracting her gaze, she heard steady footsteps approaching from the side. Peering through the sunlight, she saw someone descending from the foot of the Four Treasure Mountain, a figure carrying a bag on their back, with several tools protruding awkwardly from within. The silhouette, backlit, cast a shadow on the ground resembling a thousand-armed Buddha. Qiu Ci, distracted by the stones on the ground, noticed someone watching him and looked up, smiling. What a coincidence. I said we shouldn't say goodbye. Chapter 7. The Gluttonous Wine Goblet, Part 6. If it weren't for the fact that Nan Xing could not conceive of a reason for being followed, that the flight ticket had not been personally booked by her, and that the splashing water from the yellow dog was beyond human control, she might have thought Qiu Ci was secretly infatuated with her. Qiu Ci lamented, if it weren't for the sheer coincidence, I would have thought you were secretly following me. With her line stolen, Nan Xing chuckled softly, and noticing her cold smile, Qiu Ci also laughed. All right, now I know you're not infatuated with me. Nan Xing asked, where are you heading? Qiu Ci casually pointed southeast. To which Nan Xing immediately turned and declared, I know you want to go that way. Qiu Ci laughed heartily. You go ahead, I'll wait half an hour before I set off, and I absolutely want to head southeast. If we cross paths again, you should share your birthday with me. Perhaps we are fated. Observing her silence as she walked away, he found her reminiscent of a lone wolf on the prairie. Proud and aloof, she was certainly not a gold digger, but she was also nothing like him. Once she had distanced herself, Qiu Ci settled down cross-legged and idly began arranging stones on the ground. The stones were inexhaustible, and the formation he created spanned merely 2 palms in width, yet it could encompass the entirety of Baozhu Mountain. A Tai Chi Bagua diagram formed before him, as the yin and yang fish within swam gracefully. 2 black and white fish flicked their tails playfully upon the stone arrangement, vibrant as living creatures. Their final resting place and the direction they pointed towards were not southeast. Qiu Ci thought of the cold, proud girl resembling a star, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Not wishing to be suspected of stalking, he swept his hand across the stones, causing the yin and yang fish to vanish in an instant. Baozhu Mountain was connected in a circle. Stepping out of this circle, one would still find mountains 300 to 400 meters away. Nan Xing glanced back, but saw no trace of Qiu Ci. She removed her backpack and pulled out a piece of black paper from a hidden compartment, igniting it until it turned to ash. The paper burned quickly, and as the flames subsided, what should have become gray transformed instead into a white sheet. It was as if the firelight merely stripped the black paper of its color, revealing a faint scent of ink. Nan Xing tossed the paper into the air, which, unaccompanied by wind, drifted away. She hastened to follow its flight. Trailing behind as it floated over a wide, dry riverbed and landed on the opposite bank. As she leaped down to the riverbed, she recalled having crawled over this same river earlier. Lao He had mentioned that this river once flowed with water, but it was said to have dried up due to a rerouting during the Qing dynasty. The river was not originally this deep. However, gold had been discovered here, and gold diggers frantically panned for sand, deepening the riverbed as they transported their finds nearby. Nan Xing stood within the nearly human-height riverbed and gazed along the ravine, which was too deep, as if she were ensconced between steep canyon walls. Sounds of wind, beasts, and birds echoed from the canyon, their cries faintly haunting. As she climbed the riverbed, the white paper began to flutter again, leading her into yet another forest. This mountain bore a geological resemblance to Baoju Mountain. Yet the terrain was neither as steep nor perilous. It seemed hardly traversed, as no paths were visible, and the area was choked with thorny vines. One misstep could snag clothing and leave a gash. The white paper danced through the air like snowflakes caught in a gust, and Nan Xing occasionally glanced up at the paper's trajectory while also checking behind her for any signs of pursuit. The paper soared to the mountain's peak before beginning its descent once more. Descending from the mountaintop, a mountain loomed opposite, and the spot where the white paper lingered was precisely at the foot of this mountain. No further progress could be made. A mere moment of pause transformed into ashes in an instant. Nan Xing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this turn of events. She had previously observed the shape of the opposing peaks from the summit, although the ridges undulated like a dragon. Their form resembled a startled serpent. While a dragon's vein is auspicious, a serpentine shape portends great misfortune. The snake, embodying timidity, retreats and is buried here, bringing only calamity, extreme calamity, potentially leading to the demise of nations and families. No one would choose such a place for a burial site. Yet, ironically, the spot where the white paper lingered was precisely here. Nan Xing crouched to probe the ground, having just grasped a handful of soil when her motion halted. She turned to glance behind her. The tall grass, reaching 2 meters, rustled as someone approached. Lowering her gaze to the soil in her hand, she retrieved a bag from her backpack and filled it with the earth. By the time she stowed the bag away, the figure emerged. It was Adan. An unexpected presence. Adan brushed aside the thorny vines clinging to his legs and, upon seeing Nan Xing, smiled. I noticed you climbing the mountain and intended to inform you of a shortcut here. But you moved too swiftly. Even taking the shortcut, I couldn't match your pace. Understanding dawned on Nan Xing. No wonder she had not seen anyone behind her earlier, yet Adan had appeared. Sister Nan Xing, are you searching for something? Where are you headed? I can guide you. I'm familiar with this area. Just wandering about, Nan Xing replied. Let's head back. All right. Adan held a long, gleaming machete in his hand. The sharp blade sliced through the obstructing weeds. He forged ahead and soon spoke up. Sister Nan Xing, you're not here to pan for gold, are you? Following the slender youth, Nan Xing inquired. Can you tell? Adan chuckled instantly. Of course. No gold panner would venture like you. Without a pan, without a machete, and carrying a heavy backpack while climbing. Then what do you suppose I am doing? I don't know, but you're certainly not Old He's niece. Old He is notoriously unattractive. And with your beauty, there's no way you could be related. Besides, Old He treats you with such courtesy. He hardly resembles a senior. While speaking, Adan noticed grass obstructing their path and raised his hand to cut it. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the grass lurked a thorny vine. As his hand plunged into the foliage, the vine ensnared him, its sharp spikes piercing his flesh and causing him to withdraw abruptly. The swift retraction, however, failed to sever the vine, which tightened its grip, and in the ensuing struggle, the machete slipped from his grasp. Striking his foot, a gash appeared on his foot, blood seeping forth and staining his shoe crimson. Adan, wincing in pain, sat down hastily and removed his shoe, which had been pierced open. Blood gushed from his foot like a fountain. Nan Xing quickly grabbed some nearby grass to staunch the flow and retrieved medicine and bandages from her backpack. Fortunately, Adan said, his face pale, thank goodness my shoe provided some protection. Otherwise, my foot would be ruined. Nan Xing cast him a glance, admiring his optimism. But the shoe is beyond repair. Adan lamented, it's such a pity. Shoes are expensive, and I can't afford to buy new ones, nor can I replace them quickly. When Sister Ayuan was here, she often mended my shoes and clothes. She treated me like a younger brother. No one will help me fix my shoes anymore. Adan rambled on, memories of Sun Yuan flooding back, his eyes darkening with resentment. Sister Nan Xing, Boss Qian is the murderer. He truly is the murderer. Why do you not suspect him? Such words should be spoken to the police. Adan paused, murmuring in acknowledgement. Seeing that his foot had stopped bleeding, Nan Xing applied some medicinal powder and wrapped it with bandages. Rustle, rustle. More footsteps approached. Preoccupied with bandaging, Nan Xing couldn't rise to see who it was, and the newcomer, unaware of their presence, pushed aside the weeds, startled to find 2 individuals. Upon locking eyes with Nan Xing, A considerable misunderstanding ensued. Nan Xing arched an eyebrow, finishing the bandaging and saying, "All right, have him carry you back. He'll eventually find his way back to the camp." Qiu Ci hesitated. "This isn't southeast. You've taken a wrong turn." He truly was not a stalker. Nan Xing shot him a sidelong glance, picking up her backpack and machete as she declared, "I'll clear the way." Qiu Ci was at a loss, realizing the absurdity of the situation, as if a stalker's label clung to him. Unremovable, he called out to her retreating figure, "Hey, give me your coordinates." Nan Xing did not look back. She knew Qiu Ci was not following her, yet their paths coincidentally aligned. Frowning, she turned to glance at him again. Qiu Ci did not bend down to carry Adan, but gazed into the distance, where the white paper had lingered moments ago. In a short while, he withdrew his gaze, muttering "fated adversaries," before finally lifting Adan onto his back. Nan Xing's frown deepened, forming a pronounced crease. Upon returning to the camp, Boss Qian basked in the sun on a bench at the entrance, noticing a stranger and inquiring, "Newcomer? You seem unfamiliar." He was the sole supplier for the entire Baozhu Mountain, with cash exchanged for goods. He had encountered everyone, and those he did not recognize were undoubtedly new. "Indeed, I'm new," Qiu Ci replied, addressing Adan on his back. "Where are you staying?" Adan pointed to a small cabin, and Qiu Ci carried him inside. The room was cramped but neatly arranged, with flowers tucked into the wooden crevices, exuding an air of elegance. After placing Adan down, he stepped outside, surveying the vicinity filled with small wooden cabins. Boss Qian, an astute businessman, quickly remarked, "There are many vacant rooms. Feel free to choose any." "Then I want to hold back." Qiu Ci, noticing Nan Xing standing at a distance, cast several glances her way. Boss Qian, catching on, chuckled. "It seems you two know each other." "I suppose so," Nan Xing replied, glancing at Qiu Ci, increasingly intrigued. Qiu Ci smiled at her, remaining silent. Sensing a potential gossip brewing between them, Boss Qian inquired, "Brother, what are you pondering?" Surely he was contemplating how to win over that beauty. He could assist. As facilitating romance was one of Boss Qian's greatest pleasures, Qiu Ci sighed, "I was thinking about where the Yellow River is. I'd like to take a leap. A means to wash away any suspicion of being a stalker." Chapter 8. The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 7. Tonight, Boss Qian hosted a feast to consume all remaining ingredients before heading out for supplies tomorrow. Someone treated everyone to a barbecue. Though predominantly vegetarian, the vegetables delighted Old He and the others. Boss Qian instructed Old He to wash the vegetables in a nearby river while sending Nan Xing and Qiu Ci to gather firewood. Old He quickly departed with a basket, but Nan Xing remained stationary. Boss Qian asked, "Nan Xing, aren't you eating?" Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Nan Xing focused on her map, not bothering to look up as she replied, "I'm not hungry." Boss Qian felt awkward. Evidently, she was an outsider, still having some reserves. If she were confined to Baozhu Mountain for a week, his invitation would surely prompt her to rush off to gather firewood. Qiu Ci stood up, saying, "I'll go collect some. I want to eat meat." Boss Qian, not wanting a scene where a group of men feasted while a lone beautiful girl sat idly, pondered for a moment, placing his phone and candle before Nan Xing, saying, "You can take care of the things." Glancing at Jiang Zheng and Sun Fong, he resigned himself, thinking they could serve as good luck charms. Being the host was indeed a hard job. The camp lay at the foot of Baozhu Mountain, with an abundance of wood available. Qiu Ci quickly gathered a pile, from where he could see the campfire flickering, illuminating distant figures. Some sat cross-legged, slightly bent forward, studying their maps. That was Nan Xing, the girl whose route had synchronized with his since the plane. Until just moments ago, their paths had aligned perfectly. First, they explored Sambao Mountain, rumored to harbor gold. Yet no actions ensued. Then they headed directly toward the mountain's exterior, not toward the supposedly auspicious burial site, but instead to a mountain that resembled a serpent, just as he had been guided there by the Bagua diagram. What about her? He felt compelled to unravel this mystery before resigning himself to the role of a stalker. "Have you collected enough firewood? Bring some over to start the bonfire." All set, once the bonfire blazed. The atmosphere for the barbecue emerged. It was still late autumn, yet the nighttime temperatures in the mountains were nearly wintry. Fortunately, surrounded by mountains and distanced from the river that wound through them, there was little wind. Nan Xing noticed that everyone had gathered in a circle, Yet Adan was missing. The group busied themselves with the food, with no one suggesting calling Adan out. Considering Adan's injury was a result of her actions, she approached to call for him. Opening the door, she found Adan sitting on the edge of his bed. Above the bed, a wilted flower drooped through the gap. Nan Xing's pupils dilated. That flower was identical to the one in Sun Yuan's room. Only this one had been picked 2 days later, hence its wilting. What's wrong, Sister Nan Xing? The flickering candlelight cast heavy shadows on the boy's face, obscuring half of it. Nan Xing replied, dinner is ready. He peeked in, stating, I'll carry him out. You should sit down. Moments later, he emerged with Adan on his back, and as Nan Xing closed the door behind her, she cast one last glance at the flower. The positions of the flowers in the 2 wooden cabins were identical. The burning firewood crackled and popped, the wine bottles already opened, and the food was half-cooked. Adan, unable to wait for the food to be fully cooked, eagerly devoured it, searing his mouth yet undeterred from consuming the dishes voraciously. Boss Qian, watching him eat with abandon, chuckled. This dish isn't even properly cooked and lacks salt. It must taste quite dreadful. If you were to spend some time in a rehabilitation center, you would understand just how delightful this food truly is. The dishes may have been undercooked, yet Adan was thoroughly content. He remarked, even after all this time, you still can't stray from the topic of the rehab center. Adan remained silent, trembling slightly in the blazing warmth of the fire. Boss Qian shifted the subject, observing Qiu Ci diligently grilling meat. Without hesitation, he took a skewer for himself, displaying no sense of restraint. Having spent years in the world outside, Boss Qian possessed a certain swagger and took it lightly, jokingly asking, Brother Qiu, are you here to strike gold? Qiu Ci replied with a smile, you don't mind having another competitor, do you? Hey, that's a question for Lao He. The more, the merrier. Tomorrow, I'll head out to stock up. What about you? Do you need me to bring anything? Just remember, the prices are 3 times what you'd find outside. I don't need anything right now. I'll reach out to you if I do. All right. Boss Qian handed him a bottle of liquor, saying, drink up. There are only 3 bottles left. Qiu Ci accepted it without ceremony, prying it open with his teeth. The liquor had been warming by the bonfire for some time, its flavor altered. He tucked the bottle behind him, intending to chill it before drinking. There are no ghosts singing tonight, Lao He remarked, wrapping his clothing tighter as he gazed towards the foothills of Sanbao Mountain, noting the absence of the usual flickering ghost lights. Zhang Zhang, who had been silent until then, also looked in that direction, saying after a long pause, after Ayuan's death, there were ghosts singing there, yet tonight, there are none. Sun Fong paused, seemingly struck by a thought, but remained silent. Lao He then asked, are you suggesting someone is masquerading as a ghost to frighten others? Zhang Zhang nodded, to which Lao He replied, but who would bother to dress up as a ghost to scare people? Who knows? Zhang Zhang glanced at Boss Qian, noticing the 2 large bruises on his face, and finally said, sell me a bottle of liquor. Boss Qian, unfazed by the beating he had received earlier, tossed a bottle towards him, saying, no need for payment. I insisted on treating. He then instructed Lao He to pass the last bottle to Sun Fong, encouraging him to drink. Sun Fong declined, pushing it back. I don't drink, as you know. The liquor landed in Lao He's hands, and Boss Qian did not reclaim it. He hummed a tune while grilling meat, commenting, this Baiju mountain is quite eerie. Qiu Ci asked with a smile, are you referring to the tale of the Golden King? Many say the Golden King resides in Sanbao Mountain, but in terms of feng shui, that is not a suitable burial site. Boss Qian replied, you seem to understand. It indeed is not a place of good fortune. I've heard tales that the Golden King wished to be buried on Dragon King Mountain, which is upstream along this river. If you head out from Baiju Mountain, you can see 2 mountains there. Both are dragon veins, one resembling a dragon, the other a snake. The Dragon Mountain benefits descendants, while the Snake Mountain brings ruin to nations and families. Those unversed in the lore easily confuse the 2, mistaking them for the dual dragons playing with pearls. Nan Xing listened quietly, realizing the truth in his words. Legend has it that upon discovering the 2 mountains, the Golden King was overjoyed. However, before he could be buried, an earthquake struck, burying him alive in the vicinity, along with the treasures he had brought, leaving him with unfulfilled desires, which led to him cursing all who approached his treasures. Adan inquired, "So, there might be many treasures buried beneath Baiju Mountain?" Lao He, as usual, countered Boss Qian's claims, saying, "How could that be? If there were truly treasures, the gold miners who dug deep would have found them long ago. Even the tomb of Qin Shi Huang was discovered by farming peasants. Moreover, how could a golden king, who was suddenly swallowed by an earthquake, leave behind anything?" Adan snapped back to reality. "That makes sense. Hey, Lao He, do you even comprehend what ambience means? Why would you choose to tell ghost stories in the dead of night instead of entertaining us with jokes? This group of youngsters is enjoying themselves, and you have to rain on my parade." Boss Qian scolded Lao He just as a strong wind swept down from the mountain, carrying a mournful wail. As if countless souls were weeping in hushed tones, leaving everyone momentarily silent. Qiu Ci finished grilling a skewer of meat and sat beside Nan Xing, offering it to her. "The stalker is back." Nan Xing hesitated, refusing. "I don't eat meat." Qiu Ci was taken aback. "You don't eat? How could you resist such delicious meat?" He expressed his regret and consumed the skewer himself. "I heard there's been a murder here recently. Since you're neither a gold miner nor a tourist, are you perhaps a police officer?" Nan Xing turned to scrutinize the well-fed Qiu Ci with suspicion. "No one reported the crime, nor has anyone disclosed it. How do you know about the murder?" "There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever." Qiu Ci deftly deflected her inquiry, continuing, "Furthermore, I've been here for half a day, and casual chats with Lao He and the others have provided me with bits of information. But with you, it would be impossible, given that you are rather tight-lipped." Nan Xing observed him closely, noticing that Qiu Ci had leaned in closer, nearly brushing against her cheek. Had he not spoken up, she would have already twisted his head off. "This morning, as I descended from Sanbao Mountain, I saw someone stealthily making their way up. They were following you. Coincidentally, the person tailing you is him." Nan Xing turned to look at the youth sitting across the bonfire. Adan was still ravenously devouring the undercooked vegetables. Qiu Ci chuckled and went back to fetch more liquor. Not returning after that, he feared that the reserved girl might genuinely believe he was harboring feelings for her. Boss Qian's supplies were dwindling, and the group ate with fervor, quickly depleting his stock. The bonfire gradually dimmed, and everyone retreated to their quarters to sleep. As Nan Xing was about to head back, Sun Fong approached, whispering, "How long until we know about Ayuan?" "At most 3 days," she replied. "Perhaps as soon as tomorrow." Sun Fong nodded. His eyes reddening, he took a couple of steps before turning back, his throat stiff as he warned, "If you're deceiving me, I will kill you." His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Nan Xing did not blame him but could not condone his approach. The spacious campsite flickered to life with candle flames, one by one, swaying in the gentle mountain breeze, warding off the wildlife lurking in the shadows. Before dawn, amidst the chorus of snores, Nan Xing slipped out through the window. She paused to glance at Qiu Ci's cabin, noting the silence, before heading towards the snake mountain she had discovered on the white paper yesterday. Boss Tao had mentioned that Qiu Ci was seeking the whereabouts of the owner of the Qiming blade, suggesting that their quests might converge at the same location. Before he reached her intended destination, she needed to find an artifact linked to Sun Yuan. Otherwise, the situation could become complicated. The candlelight in Qiu Ci's cabin illuminated the humble wooden interior, yet it was devoid of any presence. As no one was inside, Chapter 9. The Feast of Wine, Part 8. Outside Baiju Mountain, the serpentine mountains and rivers intertwined, surging with vigor beneath the faint glow of the rising sun. Nan Xing returned to the spot where the white paper had vanished yesterday. She crouched down, pressing her fingers into the verdant grass. Thump, thump. Her palms pulsed in rhythm with the vibrant life beneath, reminiscent of a beating heart. Thump, thump. There was life beneath. Not human, not beast, nor ghost, but ancient relics buried deep within the earth. They are alive, yet few can sense their lingering essence. Only relics imbued with life can endure until they leave their subterranean confines. Whether excavated by archaeologists, pilfered by tomb raiders, or discovered by unwitting intruders, in the vast continuum of time, the relics that perish are transformed into loamy earth, vanishing entirely. Visiting a museum, one often feels that the displayed artifacts possess a vitality akin to living beings. And this is no mere coincidence. Nan Xing brushed the dirt off her hands and withdrew a piece of black paper to ignite. As the flame extinguished, it faded from black to reveal another sheet of white paper. As the white paper touched the ground, its corners formed feet, meandering through the dew-laden grass. It swayed its head, parting the grass with a rustling sound, as if the paper were whispering. Observing it glanced left and right. Nan Xing pondered, asking, "Are there many disguised entrances?" Yeah, no entrances?" Nan Xing frowned. The white paper, dampened by dew, grew heavier and softer, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, panting as it tapped the surface with one corner. It then transformed into a wisp of vapor. Merging with the morning dew, Nan Xing squatted by the spot where it had dissipated, scooping up a handful of soil to smell, confirming it was a viable entry point. On the other side of the mountain, two fish swiftly navigated through the forest, their gazes sharp as they surveyed their surroundings. Their massive bodies glided silently through the woods. Qiu Ci lifted his head slightly, observing the path they traced, committing it to memory. The colors of the black and white fish gradually faded and vanished into the air, leaving an eerie stillness. Qiu Ci's internal map had begun to take shape. Beneath this mountain lies a grand ancient tomb, the resting place of the owner of the Qi Ming blade he sought, along with an abundance of other relics. Within the Taiji Bagua diagram, one fish symbolizes yang, represented in white. The other symbolizes yin, represented in black. The white fish bears a black eye, while the black fish possesses a white eye. The white eye leads to the realm of the living, and the black eye leads to the underworld. Gazing into the distance, Qiu Ci spotted that black eye, the entrance to the underworld. The sun had risen, and the previous night's bonfire was yet to be fully extinguished. Lao He, feeling a chill as he woke, noticed the lingering warmth of the embers and moved closer to bask in the fire. Eden soon emerged, clutching his water bottle and taking a few swigs. He glanced back at the dwelling of Nan Xing, where the candlelight still flickered. He spoke up, "Sister Nan Xing doesn't quite resemble a gold miner. Old He, you and Brother Fong must have been spinning tales." Old He remained silent, and Dan, seemingly unperturbed, continued, "Sister Nan Xing must be the police you've summoned, right? An undercover investigation, perhaps? Why does this little rascal have so much to say?" Old He turned to look at him and added, "A lady ought to sleep in peace. Just listen to Boss Qian's room. The snoring is thunderous. And in Jiang Zheng's quarters, there are snores aplenty." Having uttered these words, Old He was oblivious to any impropriety in his statements. However, Dan paused, staring intently at Boss Qian's room, where indeed, the sound of snoring resonated. He lowered his gaze, rolling his eyes, and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss Qian has always snored loudly, hasn't he?" "Yes, but that rascal refuses to admit it. How can he know if he's asleep? It's quite a burden for me." "Who sleeps beside him?" Noticing Dan's pallor, Old He inquired, "What are you pondering?" Dan clenched his teeth and replied, "Ever since Sister Yuan passed away, the mountain has been filled with the wails of ghosts. And there's a flickering ghostly light that began that very night. Boss Qian has taken to sleeping early and rising late, yet his snoring is conspicuously absent at night." Old He froze, a chill creeping into his palms, and hurriedly covered Dan's mouth to prevent him from continuing. What was Boss Qian up to in his ghostly guise? Regardless of the motive, it must remain undiscovered by Boss Qian. Old He was aware that Sun Yuan was not necessarily a victim of King Jin's murder. If not, a murderer must be lurking nearby. The early-to-bed, late-to-rise Boss Qian, the surreptitious Boss Qian, and the suddenly generous Boss Qian were all highly suspect. On the night Sister Yuan died, "I saw Boss Qian leave as soon as night fell," Dan insisted, pushing Old He's hand aside, reiterating, "Boss Qian killed Sister Yuan." Old He was taken aback, gazing at the boy's earnest face, suddenly finding Dan far more daunting than Boss Qian. On the night Sun Yuan died, Old He had been playing cards with Boss Qian until nearly midnight. He could not say whether Boss Qian had murdered Sun Yuan, for he had the opportunity, but leaving as night fell was undoubtedly a lie. Dan was deceiving him. Conversely, the one who left as night fell could very well be Dan. Otherwise, he would not have been unaware that he was playing cards with Boss Qian. The commotion was so loud that only a deaf person could miss it. Was he also concealing something? Old He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it might split. He had known these people for so long, yet not one resembled a human. They were all phantoms. Mere specters. Near the desiccated riverbed, the mountains echoed with the cries of birds as they circled overhead, causing the foliage to rustle. A gentle breeze wound through the mountains, producing faint sounds in the vacant. Deserted tomb.it resembled the haunting song of a sea maiden, softly lamenting her solitude. Nan Xing remained outside the mountains, yet even from the entrance of the tomb, she could hear the eerie sounds in any graveyard. The tombstone serves as the entrance. Where there are none, one must seek out the way in. This ancient tomb was peculiar. The entrance appeared almost alive, intended for the living to enter, rather than the deceased. Nan Xing recalled the legend Boss Qian had recounted the previous night, a vague sense that it aligned with her thoughts. Perhaps this ancient tomb was not a conventional burial but rather a forced entombment. Having determined the entrance's location, Nan Xing set down her enormous backpack, facing the entrance, and leaned forward, ready to plunge into it. Just as her body seemed poised to collide with the mountain's mud, the entrance to the tomb suddenly opened wide. Like a gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing Nan Xing whole. Rather than falling face first, she nearly flipped 90 degrees in the moment of her descent, her feet aligning once more with the earth in the realm of yin and yang. They converged and coalesced. Before Nan Xing could even open her eyes, the chill of dust filled her nostrils. Slowly, she opened her eyes and illuminated the long-lasting lamp in her hand, revealing a scene of collapse and decay. In the distance, towers had crumbled, tiles lay scattered, and the doors of the hall were strewn across the ground, with only a single beam supporting against the encroaching mountain's mud. Only the palace's brackets and mythical beasts gazed upward, seemingly still guarding this crumbling brick city. There was no one, nor any specters, just a profound silence. With each step Nan Xing took, she displaced the dust around her, leaving deep impressions of her footprints on the ground. Crack, something beneath her foot made a crisp sound. She crouched down to clear away the thick dust and uncovered a segment of bone. Following the bone's trail, she revealed the skull of a person, their bones darkened. Poisoned to death, a sense of unease washed over Nan Xing as she felt the ground beneath her uneven, prompting her to continue sweeping away the dust, discovering more bones, some with severed throats, others poisoned. She finally halted, suspecting that the grand hall was strewn with the remains of the deceased. Even Nan Xing, who had ventured into ancient tombs before, felt a tremor of horror. She had heard tales of tomb restorers being killed on site to accompany the deceased, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Suddenly, the everlasting lamp flickered, finding direction in the absence of wind within the tomb. Holding the lamp, Nan Xing strode toward the direction it swayed. Stepping over the corpses littered across the ground, she advanced from the palace entrance. Traversing the lengthy hall, she approached the staircase, step by step, moving toward the throne intended for the tomb's master. The grand chair, intricately carved from jade, bore yet another skeletal figure slumped upon it. This body, too, was darkened. Nan Xing was taken aback. She had assumed the tomb's master had slain those in the hall. Yet now the master lay dead as she reached the throne. Her gaze fell upon the eerie fingers gripping a wine cup. She brushed away the dust that had settled on the cup, revealing its appearance from thousands of years ago. The bronze cup, adorned with the most fashionable beast motifs of the time, combined bronze with divine beasts, evoking an atmosphere of solemnity. It could signify the owner's mysterious authority or wealth. A favored item among the nobility. It was no surprise that the tomb's master was either affluent or noble, using such a bronze cup engraved with beast patterns. Upon closer inspection, the beast motif revealed itself to be a tautai. Since ancient times, tautai has held numerous connotations, often symbolizing auspiciousness. Yet to Nan Xing, it represented the gluttony of tautai, devouring even its own body in its insatiable greed. In this tautai wine cup, Nan Xing discerned the same aura of insatiable desire that lingered within Sun Yuan's wooden abode. This artifact was precisely what she sought, the only object capable of reviving Sun Yuan. Stealing its essence could grant Sun Yuan a second chance at life. The wine cup seemed to sense someone attempting to seize its essence. Suddenly shaking violently, trying to escape the skeletal grip, as it trembled, the once resplendent garments of the skeleton disintegrated, becoming tattered rags that fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nan Xing's expression turned icy as she reached out to grasp the fleeing wine cup. It jolted violently, as if the desiccated cup once filled with exquisite wine was now being replenished. gradually filling to the brim with shimmering liquid, the surface glimmering with myriad colors, while the taotai on the cup opened its greedy maw. Vividly alive. The palace shook even more violently, yet the pillars and platforms remained intact. Wine overflowed from the cup, spilling onto the ground, transforming into a long river that flowed eastward. Following the river with her gaze, Nan Xing noticed two fish, one black, one white, swimming anxiously around a man. She paused for a moment. Qiu Ci was evidently oblivious, his eyes fixed on the turbulent waters. "Qiu Ci!" Nan Xing shouted, startling him back to reality. He turned to see Nan Xing's wide-eyed expression as she rushed toward him. Without waiting for him to greet her with a smile, she seized his shoulders and propelled him toward the river. Qiu Ci was taken aback, feeling a chill on his back as he plunged into the water with a splash, yet no sound of water echoed. Instead, the air was filled with the hurried footsteps of passers-by, the incessant cadence of hooves, and the faint cries of merchants. The bustling capital of Qi, under the blazing sun, could not dispel the ominous clouds looming over it, foretelling its impending engulfment by the powerful Qin state. In the year 221 BC, the zenith of the Qin dynasty, the seven warring states were left with only Qi struggling to avert the crisis of being swallowed whole by Qin. Chapter 10. The Taodai Wine Cup, Part 9, with 13 city gates. The roads crisscrossed, and the throngs of people surged like the sea. The faces of the common folk bore a dull hue, reminiscent of the rammed earth houses, since the Qin army had annihilated Yan. They had stationed their forces in the former territories of Yan, which lay to the north of Qi, casting a predatory gaze. The Qi court and citizenry were rife with unease. However, there was no room for regret. The ambition of the Qin state to unify the realm was well known among the populace. The present-day Qi was shrouded in shadows, its people caught between fleeing and fighting, resembling mere walking corpses. The pedestrians traversing the streets were oblivious to the inhabitants of the future, yet Nan Xing and Qiu Ci could see them. Nan Xing even noticed the two large fish, one black, one white, spiraling around Qiu Ci, devoid of eyes. Qiu Ci inquired, "Where is this place?" Qiu Ci understood he was in the realm of the dead, yet the people here appeared vividly alive. Reminiscent of the ancient Qi state, filled with vibrant life, he observed the citizens' faces, clouded with shadows, and seemed to comprehend something, asking, "What year is it now?" 221 BC. Anyone who had diligently studied history would recognize this as a pivotal year in Chinese history, the year in which the Qin state unified the six others. The brilliant and ambitious Qin Shi Huang brought an end to the chaos of feudal states, ushering China into an era of unification. With standardized carts and writing, the construction of the Ling Canal connected the waterways, even with actions like burning books and burying scholars. And oppressive governance, his contributions could not be erased. Qiu Ci took in all that his gaze could encompass, filled with wonder. Astonishment was all he felt. He was even too lazy to ponder why he had arrived here. He adored all ancient artifacts, but to stand in an ancient kingdom required immense fortune. Thus, he decided to behold it all first before contemplating the reasons behind it. Seeing that he was not asking anything, merely absorbing everything like a sponge, Nan Xing found herself somewhat surprised. It was not a desire to seize but rather a yearning to understand. She had witnessed an abundance of avarice, particularly in her dealings with precious antiques, where the presence of insatiable desire was ever palpable. Yet, in Qiu Ci's eyes, there was no trace of greed. The street began to distort, pedestrians moving in reverse, and the world around the two retreated in haste. The cacophony surged forth at an accelerated pace, becoming a chaotic whisper akin to the buzzing of insects in their ears. The Qin army was assaulting the western region of Qi, while Qi's forces were stationed there. However, Wang Jian led the Qin troops from Yin southward. Launching a direct assault on the Qi capital of Linzi, a clever ruse allowed the Qin army to advance with unimpeded momentum, arriving at the city's gates. Unlike Zhao and Chu, Qi did not resist. The king of Qi surrendered, succumbing without a fight. The citizens of Linzi lamented the fall of their nation, as many had already fled with carriages laden with jewels. The affluent owner of countless treasures was not only the chancellor of Qi but also the king's uncle, the very one who had persuaded the king of Qi to capitulate to the king of Qin. Among the treasures in the dozens of carriages, half had been plundered from Qi, while the other half stemmed from the generous bribes of the king of Qin. The king demanded that he convince the king of Qi to surrender, and he succeeded, incurring not a single loss himself. Now, he sought to transport the wealth within these carriages to a secluded utopia, living in excess for the rest of his days. What was a nation? What was a family? With such riches, he needed nothing else. Ho Shang's raucous laughter melded with the sound of the carriage wheels, appearing foolish and absurd to Nan Xing. Even a child understands the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, yet Qi fails to grasp it. A child also comprehends the folly of sacrificing the greater for the lesser. Yet Ho Shang does not. Qiu Si gazed at the speeding carriage, the dust swirling almost 2 meters high. Had she extended a hand to Zhao during the Battle of Chongping, perhaps its downfall would not have come so swiftly. Nan Xing scoffed coldly. When Qin annihilated a nation, Qi remained unfazed, even sending envoys to offer congratulations. When Qin invited Qi to co-rule as emperor, Qi readily agreed. Foolish and malevolent, that describes Qi perfectly. Qiu Si chuckled. Ah, but Duke Huan of Qi was quite remarkable. In his old age, he relied on treacherous ministers, blind and incompetent. No one is without flaws. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of chiseling and hammering echoed through the mountains. The carriage headed south, traversing numerous peaks, entering a valley where the mountains surged. The guards enlisted local craftsmen to excavate the forest. Soon, the mountain was hollowed out, countless timbers brought within, adorned with gold and jade, encrusted with gems, transforming it into an opulent underground palace. Nan Xing looked up. Surveying the landscape, directly opposite was Baizhu Mountain. Here was the very mountain she had just entered. So, it truly is Ho Shang's tomb. Qiu Si observed the few Qi Ming knives in his hand. Smiling, Master Tao is indeed a prodigious figure in the antique world. Even his conjectures hit the mark. Who provided you with the Qi Ming knives? If they could unearth such ghostly goods for you, why were they unaware that the tomb lies here? Where did they excavate it? Qiu Si replied with a grin. Oh, how rare it is to hear you speak so much at once, though I would love to share. I simply cannot. Nan Xing disdained such evasiveness, yet she knew that what Qiu Si chose to reveal would not be prodded from him, and what he refused to disclose would remain a mystery. She could not very well kill him for answers. The two fish swam around Qiu Si, their tails brushing against her repeatedly. Though lacking sensation, the feeling of being struck by the fish's tails was decidedly unpleasant. Could you make your fish stop? Qiu Si, usually so composed, paused slightly. You can see my fish? The tail swished past her face again, and Nan Xing, her expression taut, replied, I can see them. Qiu Si hesitated for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense. You can enter the ancient tomb? Being a person of the Xinmen, so it is not surprising you can see them. Let them go, or I shall catch them for a braised dish. Do not frighten them. They are not carp. And braised fish is not palatable, Qiu Si advised, his gaze sweeping to the wine cup in her hand. It was a bronze cup embossed with a Taotai design, exquisitely crafted and small enough to drain in a single gulp. He suddenly recalled the great river seen earlier in the tomb, flowing from this very cup. What kind of cup is this? A Taotai wine goblet. The eyes of the Taotai on the cup gleamed intensely, fixated on the soon-to-be completed palace, resembling a living entity, yet bound to this vessel. Nan Xing's fingertip brushed over its eye, which remained open, filled with avarice. We exist in the era where this goblet lives. Qiu Si frowned slightly. What do you mean? An object may endure through millennia? Held by countless owners, yet it does not retain all memories, only preserving the most profound impressions to sustain its existence. Are you suggesting that all objects possess life? Indeed, all objects have a fate. Even those ancient relics buried for thousands of years. Some are excavated, yet as their memories fade, they are gradually forgotten and succumb to oxidation, ultimately vanishing. Qiu Si suddenly comprehended, asking, completely perish? Yes. He felt that the day's events would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Regretting not having revealed his identity to Nan Xing earlier, nor who had given him the Qi Ming knives, leaving him unable to inquire about her origins or how she had discovered this place. Yet, he resolved to press on. Who exactly are you? And why do you understand these things? What is your purpose in coming here? The stunning beauty cast him a sidelong glance, and as expected, she responded with a cold smirk, which served as her answer. Qiu Xi chuckled, deciding not to pursue the matter further. This palace is now established with ample provisions. Even amidst the chaos outside, it shall not reach this secluded realm. A man clad in opulent garments sat upon a throne. Surveying this fortified utopia, his smile growing ever more pronounced. In the past, Zhao and Chu clung desperately to their resistance. What fate befell them? I, Ho Shang, shall not follow suit. For me, Qi is merely a treasure trove. Rich in gold and silver, commanding my every whim, even if it means selling the entirety of Qi to Qin. The guards clutched their weapons, blood still dripping from the tips, as it fell to the ground. It splattered back onto the owner of the blood. Many lay sprawled on the ground, the artisans summoned to construct the underground palace, now all slain with severed throats. There was no compassion in Ho Shang's eyes. He chuckled softly, his sinister laughter reverberating through the lavish utopia, leaving both Nan Xing and Qiu Xi feeling unsettled. Raise a toast. With a sweep of his sleeve, he declared, "Those who follow me shall not suffer. From this moment onward, you shall partake in this wealth and splendor with me." The guards raised their swords in unison, cheering loudly. 2 flasks of wine were presented, one to the guards and the other held by Ho Shang. He filled his goblet with fine wine and raised it in a toast to the crowd. The guards downed their drinks in one gulp, the exquisite wine coursing through them like a venomous spider. Consuming their flesh and blood, the opulent palace echoed with the guards' agonized screams. Ho Shang watched coldly, unmoved. When the last of the living, aside from himself, succumbed to the poison, he descended from the throne, strolling through the sea of corpses without a hint of trepidation. He slowly returned to his seat, pouring himself another cup of wine. The wine given to the guards was poisoned. His own was not. He drank again, his eyes devoid of pity. Those who betray Qi will one day betray me. How can I trust you? Yet, I do not wish to treat you poorly. This underground palace is my gift to you, a place to enjoy in the afterlife. He chuckled. The opulence of the palace was grand. Yet the wealth he could carry away was far greater. Leaving behind a palace for them could also serve to console the souls of the deceased. Qiu Xi sighed. When I discovered the palace, I found it curious why someone would place a tomb in this ominous snake mountain rather than the neighboring dragon mountain. It seems from the outset, Ho Shang intended to poison his followers here. Avarice. Nan Xing's gaze was fixed on the Taodai goblet that Ho Shang was drinking from. She felt compelled to steal the relics of the dead, sensing an undeniable connection. Was Sun Yuan, too, a victim of insatiable greed? Was it her own avarice, or that of her murderer? Cough. The laughter of Ho Shang turned suddenly harsh as he coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. The crimson liquid sprayed onto the ground, thick as ink. Ho Shang paused, bewildered. He had personally concocted this wine. It could not possibly be poisoned. Then Ho Shang's eyes widened as he stared at the goblet in his hand. The Taotai seemingly grinning, its maw agape, eager to consume flesh and bone. Among the countless treasures sent by the king of Qin, this Taotai goblet had been placed at the top, with explicit instructions that it was the only one of its kind. Exquisite and unmatched, perfectly suited for him. Ingzheng Ho Shang gripped the cup, now tainted with poison, slumping in his throne, still fixated on the exit of the palace. A tomb meant for others had become his own. How absurd that as the grass grew and the oriole sang, the seasons shifted, gradually green grass crept in through the doorway, occasionally birds would alight at the entrance, only to quickly depart. Boom! An earthquake unrecorded in history trembled through the mountains. The underground palace collapsed, and the palace doors vanished. 2 years later, the forest's remarkable ability to regenerate buried the ruins, and once again, the grass grew and the oriole sang. The seasons cycled. The sound of rushing water gradually faded from their ears, and Qiu Xi suddenly realized they had returned to the original underground palace, yet the river was no longer there. Everything felt like a dream, with no recollection of how they had entered or exited. The Taodai goblet in Nan Xing's hand had lost its luster since she first obtained it. She tucked away the goblet, ready to return to Baizhu Mountain to revive Sun Yuan. Chapter 11. The Gluttonous Wine Goblet, Part 10. As Qiu Xi noticed her intention to leave, he followed suit. However, after just a few steps, Nan Xing halted, turned to face him, and inquired, "Are you not here to dig up someone else's grave?" Xiao Ci chuckled. "Digging graves? Tomb raiding. Why not guess that I'm an archaeologist?" "An archaeologist would never recklessly intrude like you," Nan Xing retorted. "This place is vast, and the treasures of Ho Sheng must be hidden within. So why accompany her? Expending such effort yet demanding nothing in return? But compared to treasures that cannot flee, I am far more curious about what you intend to do with that wine cup." Nan Xing cast him a sidelong glance, utterly unable to discern his identity. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "Every endeavor requires a transaction. I allow you to accompany me, and in return, you shall guide me out." Xiao Ci understood her intent. If she could enter, then exiting would pose no challenge. Yet, she was aware that she would be unable to shake him off, hence her request for him to lead her out was likely motivated by a desire to uncover how he had gained entry. He smiled, acknowledging the truth in her assertion that all actions involve a form of exchange. He picked up a sword from the ground, drawing a Taiji Bagua diagram in the dust and among the remains. The two fish that had been floating in the air promptly returned to the diagram, swirling and entwining. The black eyes of the white fish vanished, while the white eyes of the black fish materialized. This was the path leading to the world of the living. Nan Xing furrowed her brow in observation when suddenly, Xiao Ci grasped her hand, and before she could resist, he pulled her forward, drawing her into that realm of white light. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped them, and the sounds of mountain beasts and flying birds filled her ears. Upon reopening her eyes, they found themselves outside the tomb, with no trace of excavation behind them. "Oh dear," Xiao Ci remarked, glancing at her hand. "Your hand is so cold. Even colder than when we were on the plain." Nan Xing's brows knitted tightly, withdrawing her hand and ignoring him as she made her way back to camp. The sky had darkened significantly. They had set out in the morning. Yet now it was evening, the temperature remaining relatively unchanged. The two fish had vanished as if they had never existed. Nan Xing was aware that the Taiji Bagua diagram was no ordinary matter. But Xiao Ci's adeptness in utilizing it suggested not merely frequent use but a certain innate talent. Had it been in the past, the Nan family would undoubtedly have welcomed him as a disciple. In the expansive clearing, Old He was anxiously discussing with Boss Qian whether to search for Nan Xing, who had been out for the day. Boss Qian, however, was unconcerned and had begun preparing dinner. Noticing Old He neglecting to cook and instead scanning the mountain peaks, he commented, "Old He, your act is a bit too convincing. She is not truly a gold seeker. The woman who can independently investigate cases hardly requires your worry. She is not a police officer," Old He insisted. "She bears no resemblance to one." Boss Qian scoffed dismissively. "She resembles one in every way. Just look at her poised demeanor and her agility in traversing the mountains. Setting that aside, your midnight excursion with Sun Fong to bring her in is rather suspicious, isn't it? You might be fine. But Sun Fong, who lost his sister, tagging along, claiming to be a gold seeker, is simply too far-fetched. You two must have clandestinely reported the case, and she is disguised as a plainclothes officer to investigate. Right?" Old He remained silent, relieved that his speculation had proved incorrect. Yet, with Boss Qian making such conjectures, others were likely thinking the same. It was no wonder everyone treated Nan Xing with such courtesy. "Look, Chow Chow has returned," Boss Qian announced, prompting Old He to turn and indeed spot Nan Xing, accompanied by Xiao Ci, who had joined the camp the previous day. How had these two ended up together? Had they ventured out together in the morning? There had been no indication that Nan Xing had brought an accomplice. Could this be Tao Laoban? Old He hurried over and asked, "Where have you been? Why didn't you say a word?" Nan Xing paused, glanced at the sparsely populated camp, and instructed, "Please gather everyone and convey that I have found a means to resurrect Sun Yuan." Old He was taken aback, struggling to believe, but the thought of finally capturing the murderer filled him with excitement, and he nodded vigorously. "All right, I will summon them at once." Xiao Ci looked at her in astonishment. "Resurrect? Before coming here?" He had conducted thorough investigations and was aware of the fatalities, but he had not anticipated that Nan Xing was here for this purpose. As he pondered, connecting the dots, a shocking hypothesis struck him. She might be a soul thief, an individual capable of stealing life from antiques to extend the lives of the deceased. He had always considered it mere folklore, but now it seemed it could well be true. Upon hearing that Sun Yuan could be resurrected, The summoned individuals quickly gathered. Their expressions varied. Some were perplexed, others astonished, and some skeptical. Sun Yuan's vanity table, previously moved outside, was now merely a makeshift altar constructed from wooden planks, where her resurrection would take place. An unspoken understanding fell over the crowd. They were all adults and sensed that Nan Xing was unlikely to jest about such matters. Yet, the notion of resurrecting the dead seemed implausible. Everyone had witnessed the horrific manner of Sun Yuan's death. How could a person whose head had been shattered possibly return to life? Suddenly, Boss Qin chuckled. What is this? Are you trying to conjure up ghosts to scare the murderer into revealing themselves? Resurrection is far too frightening, Dan murmured. Isn't Nan Xing a police officer? I thought so too. But it appears she is a charlatan, Boss Qin scoffed scornfully, having initially believed that this plainclothes officer would uncover the culprit, only to discover she was merely deceiving them. If the murderer truly feared such ghostly tricks, they would have already been scared into confessing. Sun Fong remained silent, staring at the table used by his sister, uncertain whether to believe or not. When Tao Laobin had first contacted him, he had thought it was a scam. However, upon receiving several news reports about cases, he began to consider the possibility that it might not be false. He yearned to personally enact vengeance upon the murderer rather than leave it to the police. He had never voiced this sentiment to anyone, fearing that if he did, they would report it, and when the murderer was taken away, he would be left waiting for the verdict, preferring instead to avenge his sister himself, especially since he no longer wished to live. Zhang Zhang leaned against the door, occasionally glancing at Nan Xing and then back at the table. He recalled that he had made this table for a yuan. Now it was to be used as an altar to resurrect her. Nan Xing placed the gluttonous wine goblet upon the wooden table and began to trace runes around the cup with her fingers. Her demeanor was so earnest that the crowd was nearly convinced. Unable to contain himself, Boss Qin interjected, How exactly do you intend to resurrect a yuan? It's the 21st century. Spare us the nonsense. If she truly is a soul thief, then she would not be deceiving anyone, Chiu Ci interjected. Have you heard of the Nan Xing murder case, the Taiying serial case, and the Guang cinema incident? Although they were never formally reported, the widespread impact means you should be aware that they share a common thread, rumors of the dead coming back to life, which the authorities have consistently denied. Boss Qin, a man well-versed in both the world and the internet, certainly had heard of these cases. Instinctively, he found himself starting to believe, primarily because he could not fathom Nan Xing's true purpose in orchestrating such an event. Without purpose, this ritual would hold no significance. What is a soul thief? Zhang Zhang finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Boss Qin frowned. It is said they can help people steal life, essentially extending the lives of the deceased. But there are conditions for the transaction. Old he interjected. To put it simply, a yuan will soon be able to resurrect and identify the murderer. Zhang Zhang was taken aback, and a Dan echoed his surprise. The dead can come back to life? Old he nodded. If this is indeed true. Boss Qin suddenly taunted the astonished Zhang Zhang. Oh, why is the one deeply in love with his fiancée surprised rather than delighted? Zhang Zhang shot him an irritated glare, filled with anger. Of course, I am happy, but how could such a thing exist in this world? I do not wish to be disappointed. Suddenly, an unknown water sound echoed into the midst of the arguing crowd. Splash! The sound of water rippled, shimmering vividly beneath the darkening night. Look at that cup! Old he exclaimed in astonishment as everyone turned to the table, observing the once dry wine goblet slowly filling with water. Not only was there water, but the faint aroma of wine wafted, clearly a fine vintage, gently rippling within the cup, spilling forth like a fountain. Those gathered around the table hurriedly dodged the flowing wine. Those unable to escape found their legs splashed, yet felt no dampness on their feet. This wine was an illusion. The moonlight shone brightly. The exquisite wine overflowing, a woman clad in white appeared upon the altar. Sun Fong was transfixed, and the crowd stood in stunned silence. It was Sun Yuan. The sudden manifestation of Sun Yuan startled old he and the others. Only Sun Fong, his throat constricted, reached out tremblingly to touch his sister's face, but his fingers merely brushed through. Encountering only a chilling emptiness, he stared in disbelief at the vivid illusion, rendered speechless by anguish. It must be fake. Boss Qin breathed, attempting to touch it, but his fingers grasped nothing. Sun Yuan sat barefoot upon the table, her hollow eyes rendering her appearance eerily unsettling. The crowd watched anxiously as Sun Yuan's head suddenly twisted around, causing old He and the others to recoil in fear. It's a projection. It has to be a projection. Jiang Zheng fixated on Nan Xing's hands, noting that there were no instruments. And aside from the old wine goblet on the table, nothing else was present. Sun Yuan opened her mouth, her head abruptly twisting, turning a full 180 degrees, her vacant eyes locking onto Jiang Zheng, who stood behind her. He was horrified, staring into those eyes in terror, nearly being drawn into that abyss. Summoning every ounce of strength, he averted his gaze, gasping for breath. Boss Qian seemed to sense something amiss, gripping Jiang Zheng by the collar in anger, exclaiming, "You killed A Yuan." "Impossible," Sun Fong stammered. "How could A Zheng be the murderer? You were about to marry. A Yuan adored you, treated you so well. How could you have killed her?" I did not kill A Yuan." Jiang Zheng struggled to free himself from Boss Qian's grasp, shouting, "I did not kill her. Who told her to play games with me, hiding in the cave? Who urged me to see the vault she claimed was inside? Why didn't she keep all that gold for herself? The entire cave was filled with nothing but gold." Jiang Zheng laughed maniacally, as if clutching a hoard of gold, his eyes wide with intensity, saying, "A Yuan said she would descend the mountain to inform you, that she was thinking only of you, her brother, even willing to share that vast fortune with you. No. I have endured for so many years, panning for gold just to make ends meet. How could I face her? Returning to ask our parents for money to marry her? I told A Yuan, let us save this money for our wedding. A Yuan refused, insisting she must tell you, no matter what I said. But this place is teeming with gold panners. Everyone has a keen sense for gold, and it will be divided in an instant." Old He, incredulous, asked, "So you killed A Yuan to keep the gold for yourself?" "I did not kill her. She killed herself." Jiang Zheng was still lost in thoughts of that gold. As though a dagger was thrusting into his heart, I urged her to wait until morning to descend. But if morning came, the gold would be gone. Old He once again shouted, "So you killed A Yuan." The words rang like a tolling bell, causing Jiang Zheng to look up at him, his eyes reddened, vehemently retorting, "I did not kill her. She killed herself." The most devastated was Sun Fong. He believed the least likely person to be the murderer was indeed the true culprit. Not a single tear fell from his eyes. They felt parched, leaving only pain behind. He knew his sister must be feeling even more agony, having been cruelly slain by the one she loved. Why did you resort to such brutality? A Yuan's head, there is a single unblemished spot left. Why such cruelty? Sun Fong's words dripped with blood, anger, heartbreak, and disbelief. Her spirit was too strong. Jiang Zheng shook his head. "I only struck her twice. But when I returned, she was still alive. I had no choice but to strike her again. No, for 10 times, you are insane." Old He shouted, "That is a person." Jiang Zheng ignored Old He, suddenly fixing his gaze fiercely on Sun Fong. Filled with resentment, "You claimed to consider me a good friend. Yet why did you not tell me you had summoned a death dealer?" Nan Xing glanced at the now deranged Jiang Zheng, wondering if he would have sought an opportunity to kill her had he known his true identity from the start. "You never regarded me as a friend. A Yuan never loved me." Unable to contain himself, Old He lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch to Jiang Zheng's face. Didn't he tell you because he feared that if you knew, you would secretly strike a deal with the death dealer? But who would have thought you were the murderer?" Jiang Zheng staggered back from the blow, and upon hearing this, he laughed derisively. "Who would seek a death dealer for her? I would never. Even if I am not the murderer, I would not seek one." Overwhelmed by immense pain, Sun Fong was shattered by these words. Enraged, he grappled with Jiang Zheng. Dan, witnessing this, rushed to assist, while Boss Qian turned and went inside, fetching a rope to bind the frenzied Jiang Zheng, not forgetting to slap him twice across the face. Suddenly, Sun Fong drew a knife he had carried for days, aiming to plunge it into Jiang Zheng's heart, before the blade could pierce his chest. A hand seized his wrist. Qiu Si's eyes darkened, saying, "If you kill him, you will also face imprisonment." Boss Qian spat at Jiang Zheng, declaring, "Too lenient. He seeks to save face. Let us send him to the police station and ruin him." Old He quickly urged, "Yes. They say one life for another. You would be trading one life for two. It is not worth it. Yet Sun Fong still did not lower the knife. The thought of his sister's tragic demise rendered him unable to await the court's judgment in peace. Noticing the fury in his eyes, Qiu Si paused, softly asking, "If you die, who will tend to Yuan's grave? Who will remember her?" Sun Fong froze, contemplating deeply before finally lowering the knife. He swiftly snatched it from his hands. Drenched in cold sweat, a collective sigh of relief was released, and Dan spoke up, "Let us hurry and send him to the station in town to avenge Sister Yuan. Sun Yuan has not yet been resurrected." Upon hearing this, they all turned to Nan Xing, who raised an eyebrow slightly, stating, "The ritual is not complete. Sun Yuan has yet to personally identify the murderer." Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 12, Feast of the Gluttonous Wine Cup, 11. No one expected that Sun Yuan had not truly resurrected. He quickly asked, "The murderer is not Jiang Zheng." But he confessed. "Jiang Zheng claims to be the murderer, yet my task is to bring Sun Yuan back to life, so she can identify the true culprit." Dan interjected, "Since we already know who the murderer is, there is no need to continue. It would be too cruel for Sun Gu, no?" Sun Fong choked out, "I want to see Yuan." Even if only for 10 minutes, he yearned to see his sister once more. Knowing full well it would be like an apparition, he still wished to gaze upon her. This parting felt like an eternal severance. But having Sister Yuan come back to identify Brother Zhang is also very cruel to her. Din shook his head. "It is too cruel." Nan Xing shot a glance at the fervently protesting Dan, saying, "Sun Yuan will have no awareness. Though she may appear alive and identify the murderer, it does not equate to truly being alive again." Qiu Si pondered, then asked, "Like the 3 souls and 7 spirits being incomplete?" "Exactly. Moreover, once the ritual commences, it cannot be halted." Nan Xing's fingers, poised above the table, gently traced outward, completing the final stroke of the rune. Sun Yuan's vacant eyes gradually regained flesh and blood, becoming the bright eyes she once had. Yuan. Sun Fong finally shed tears. His sister, with whom he had shared everything since childhood, was gone. He felt lost, unsure of how to proceed, whether to continue searching for their parents, and how to face them with the news of his sister's death. The wine in the gluttonous cup settled like a flowing stream, swirling around the resurrected Sun Yuan. "Sun Yuan, who is the one who killed you?" Nan Xing asked in a deep voice. Sun Yuan's head slowly turned, her gaze lingering on each person's face. When it landed on Jiang Zheng, her right hand began to rise slowly. The once frantic Jiang Zheng quieted upon seeing Sun Yuan pointing at him, staring blankly at her familiar face, filled with regret. "I'm sorry, Yuan." Jiang Zheng realized too late, but it was of no consequence. The moment he harbored murderous intent over the gold in the cave. It was already too late. He sighed heavily, suddenly noticing Sun Yuan's left hand also rising, pointing at another individual. Both Sun Fong and Boss Qian were taken aback. Dan looked at the finger pointing at him, momentarily stunned, forcing a smile. "Why are you pointing at me?" He could hardly believe it, turning to Nan Xing and questioning, "Has something gone wrong?" Nan Xing's cold gaze was chilling. Boss Qian was the first to react, lunging forward to seize the young man's collar, shouting angrily, "You are also the murderer. You killed Yuan together." "I did not." Relying solely on the accusation of a dead person, do you not find it absurd? Where is the evidence? Dan shouted, "Let go of me." Jiang Zheng seemed to recall something, asking, "That night I only struck Yuan's head twice, then went to the cave. When I returned, I heard sounds from the cabin. Thinking Yuan had revived, so I struck again. But it was Yuan who had revived. It was you who escaped from the cabin, wasn't he it?" Yuan was not dead at that time. Dan exclaimed indignantly. "She merely fainted. I loved Yuan, but she did not love me. Yuan, why did you not love me? Why did you prefer Jiang Zheng? I treated you so well, why did you choose him? Why did you come out at night? You are shameless. You deserve this." Nan Xing recalled the position of the flowers in Dan's room, which matched those in Sun Yuan's room. May have secretly entered Sun Yuan's room, harboring the obsessive thoughts of a lovesick admirer, to spy on her. Boss Qian's fury flared. "So you killed her?" "Ha." Dan provocatively stared at them, saying, "I merely visited that little cabin. There is no evidence proving I killed anyone." You must remember the footprints outside the window of that cabin on Sambao Mountain. Nan Xing spoke coldly. The footprints are quite small, resembling a woman's shoe size. Adan froze, quickly regaining his composure. What footprints? Even if you return later to erase the footprints, you acted too hastily. The soft earth outside the cabin left deep impressions. As long as the dirt covering them is removed, the footprints will remain. Qiu Xi added with a hint of sarcasm. A footprint can reveal a person's shoe size and the tread pattern. Adan fell silent. If Sun Yuan did not love him, why had she treated him so well? I like you, Yuan. But she did not love him. She loved Jiang Zheng and planned to leave with him to marry. That night, he observed her leaving with Jiang Zheng, and he followed suit, only to discover Sun Yuan inside the wooden cabin, her head grievously injured by a stone. Fear gripped him, yet he could not quell his unwillingness to accept the reality. She awakened in pain, pleading for his salvation. He yearned to save her, but the thought of her entanglement with Jiang Zheng extinguished his resolve. Sister Yuan, do you harbor feelings for me? She hesitated. Her instinctive reaction shattered his remaining rationality. The bloodied stone lay nearby, almost tempting him to lift it and strike down Sun Yuan. He was oblivious to how many times he struck, fueled by a torrent of hatred. Adan knelt on the ground, enveloped in silence, devoid of regret. It was her fault, he proclaimed, laughter escaping him, a sound unbefitting one of his youth. Birds returned to their nests, gliding across the dim sky. Reminiscent of the time in the Internet Addiction Treatment Center when he had glimpsed a solitary bird while teetering on the brink of life. Such freedom! Who would come to retrieve him? No one. He was abandoned, and no one cared. His laughter gradually faded, and the dazed Adan gazed into the murky distance of Sambao Mountain, murmuring, "Yes, I killed her." The unexpected outcome plunged everyone into profound anguish. Boss Qian bound Adan, yet even without the restraints, he appeared soulless, lost in his thoughts. The ceaseless flow of liquor had ceased, leaving the night once more steeped in silence. Sun Yuan seemed even more ethereal than before. And Sun Fong, watching her slowly relinquish her grip, realized that farewell was imminent. Trembling, he inquired, "Is it possible to extend her life? I would relinquish 10 lifetimes of vision, even if it meant becoming blind for eternity." "No," Nan Xing interrupted coldly. "If you do not hasten your farewell, you will have no further opportunities." Sun Fong was taken aback. Time trickled by, and Sun Yuan was on the verge of vanishing. Sun Fong extended his trembling hand, hovering above her head, suppressing a sob as he softly uttered, "Yuan, I will continue searching for our parents, for the way home. You go first, brother will come soon." Expressionless, Sun Yuan remained silent and motionless. Nan Xing had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. A life stolen from an antique could not restore a person's soul. She could only grant the deceased one final task. If the employer requested the identification of the killer, the resurrected could only point out the culprit, remaining mute otherwise. Sun Fong realized this too, enduring the pain as he gently stroked his sister's head. Just as in their childhood, they stood at the village's muddy road, waiting and waiting, as he reassured her, "Mom and Dad will be back soon." Yuan. A gust of wind swept by, and a single tear fell into the once again parched gluttonous wine cup. Sinking to the bottom, Sun Yuan had completely disappeared. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Sun Fong sank to the ground, weeping bitterly. The dawn broke as it always did, with the sun rising over the mountains, illuminating the entirety of Baozhu Mountain, bright and radiant. Old He, having spent the night awake, noticed the light seeping through the window and immediately stepped outside to breathe, hoping to bask in the sun and warm his body, or rather, his heart. Upon stepping out, he spotted Boss Qian sitting at a distance, smoking. As he approached, he noticed the ground littered with cigarette butts, at least 3 packs worth. He sat beside him, drew a cigarette, and felt around for a lighter, only to find none. Boss Qian chuckled derisively and muttered, "Truly foolish," before producing his lighter to ignite Old He's cigarette. Old He inhaled deeply, basking in the morning sun, before finally asking, "Were you the one impersonating a ghost at Sambao Mountain these past few days?" Boss Qian, exhaling smoke, replied, "Yes, as soon as darkness fell, I would go there, light a few candles, and sing hoarsely." "Why do such a thing?" "I have this feeling that a Yuan was murdered, and I wanted to see if anyone would feel guilty. Why do such a thing? Old, he repeated. But this time, his inquiry held a different weight. The cigarette butt in Boss Qian's hand grew too hot to hold, yet he remained oblivious, staring into the distant mountains in silence for a moment before confessing, I like a yuan. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he continued, I know Sun Fong dislikes me. Thinks I'm a greasy merchant who wouldn't treat a yuan well, but I truly do like her. Yuan has such a beautiful smile, and she's so kind. But Sun Fong forbids me from treating a yuan well and even confronted me. That kid hits hard. Old, he did not join in the laughter. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. So, this is why you haven't left Baozhu Mountain in the past 2 years. A true merchant would have long since fled when there was no profit to be made. He had previously found it strange that someone as astute as Boss Qian would remain in Baozhu Mountain. Boss Qian finally discarded the cigarette but, declaring, I won't stay in Baozhu Mountain any longer. It's meaningless. Old, he remained silent, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is meaningless. The two gazed at the fully risen sun, sensing no warmth whatsoever. How chilling. Sun Fong had kept vigil over Jiangzheng and Adan throughout the night, awaiting dawn. Once daylight broke, he would leave Baozhu Mountain, taking them to the police station. As Nan Xing approached, Sun Fong's fatigue was more pronounced than before, showing no sign of relief at having captured the murderer. Nan Xing understood that even with vengeance exacted, Sun Yuan would not return, yet outsiders would believe that justice had been served. However, who desired the killer's life? Those who had lost loved ones longed for the deceased to return. Without that, no semblance of happiness could be found. Old, he noticed Nan Xing emerging from the house and hurried over, discarding his cigarette. Sun Fong rose as well, knowing they were at the final stage of the transaction. He was about to relinquish his vision for the next life. Destined to become blind, he wondered if his sister would have another life, and if he could find her again. Nan Xing said, It is time to surrender your eyes. All right, Sun Fong replied. How do we proceed with the transaction? Is it? Suddenly, he realized she was not looking at him, but rather at the person beside him. Old he glanced at him, smiling as he said, The one making the transaction is me, not you. Sun Fong was taken aback. Why? Why would you make such a transaction? This is what I owe your siblings. Old, he smiled softly, the creases on his face hiding a trove of memories. I knew your parents. Chapter 13. The Gluttonous Wine Cup. 12. Sun Fong had never considered this. Left in a state of shock, Old, he took a moment, as if summoning immense strength to recount the events of the past. Over 20 years ago, I worked alongside your parents in a factory, and we lived in adjoining dormitories. They treated me well, like a brother, sharing their food with me, and they were the only ones who cared for me when I fell ill. But then, just before the new year, they died. They were victims of a home invasion. Their money was stolen, and their lives were taken. The police came to the factory to interrogate us, asking if anyone had seen the culprit. I said I hadn't, but that day, I did see. Old, he could not contain his tears, repeating, I saw the murderer. I was unwell that day and returned to the dormitory to rest. I heard commotion from the neighboring room, and when I peeked through the window, I saw your mother collapsed on the floor, her throat slashed. Your father was fighting with the intruder. I intended to intervene, but the door was locked. I wanted to call for help, but the assailant was tall and powerful. He swiftly killed your father. When the murderer glanced outside, I was terrified and fled. I remember when the police carried away your parents, their eyes wide open, unblinking. They were looking at me. I knew they were, but I was too afraid to speak. I feared I would be killed as well. Old, he revealed the burden he had harbored for 23 years. Tears he had restrained for so long now flowed freely. He recalled that day. Overwhelmed by grief, he had come to Baozhu Mountain to escape the world, yet he had never truly let go. For all these years, he had deceived himself, pretending that the incident had never occurred. It was only upon Sun Yuan's death that he learned of the siblings' purpose for being there. Every detail echoed the accounts of that young couple from years past. Sun Fong and Sun Yuan were their children, yet they remained unaware that their long-lost parents had already departed from this world. Have you caught the murderer? Sun Fong asked, unnervingly calm. Yes, but I shouldn't have left that day. If I had stayed, the murderer wouldn't have roamed free for 2 years. Old, he could not relinquish the burden, even with the killer apprehended. Not now, nor ever. They must hate me for fleeing. I should never have run. They do not harbor hatred toward you. After a moment of silence, Nan Xing said, They have been here all along, watching over you. Nan Xing's gaze lifted slightly, observing the figures behind old He, since she first laid eyes on him after stepping out of the car. A young couple in their 30s had been following him. They had been with him for quite some time. Sun Fong was unaware that the couple he had seen on television all those years ago indeed was his parents. Albeit in death, during that time, a reporter had been interviewing a gold miner at Baozhu Mountain. It was old He. Sun Fong's memory had not deceived him. Old He was taken aback as well. And Sun Fong turned to look behind him, but saw nothing. Old He began to tremble, his face paling with an overwhelming sense of dread. He was not afraid, but rather realized they had not forgiven him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They do not resent you. Nan Xing observed their ethereal forms dissipating into the air, interpreting their presence as she spoke. They wish for you to tell their 2 children that they will return home, albeit a little late. Upon hearing this, the young couple nodded at Nan Xing before dissolving into wisps of smoke, embarking on their next life. Devoid of their souls, they could not recognize the person before them as their son. They could only remember that they could not return. Yet their children awaited their return in the village. They could not keep them waiting for so long. How cold it was. For this single message, they had waited a full 23 years. Sun Fong gazed at the dissipating smoke, aware that his parents had departed. After years of searching, he finally received an answer, yet the weight of this revelation was unbearable. He felt a slight warmth envelop him. The morning sun remained unchanged, but the 2 lingering shadows had vanished, and his body felt significantly warmer. Your father and mother did not abandon you, he reassured Sun Fong. Tears streamed down Sun Fong's face. After so many years of searching, the words he yearned to hear reached his ears, yet his sister would never hear them again. He was aware of Sun Fong's hometown and planned to accompany him to report to the police before returning home together. Your grandparents are still alive. They would be overjoyed to see you. They have searched for you as well, but the time has been far too long. Perhaps the information didn't team-match back then, and it has taken all these years. Let us not dwell on that now. We can discuss it upon our return. He comforted Sun Fong, instilling in him the courage to go back and the hope of continuing to live. Boss Qian leaned in and whispered, Did you send them money? No wonder you're so stingy. Hey? I'll never call you stingy again. As he spoke, he slipped a card into Sun Fong's hand. The password is 6 zeros. There's a bit of money. Consider it a meeting gift for your parents. 6 zeros? He remarked, You really don't fear being robbed. Hey, if it gets stolen, I'll just earn it back. Unburdened by possessions, Boss Qian waved as he departed from Baozhu Mountain, saying, I'm off. May we meet again by fate. He waved back. Watching as Boss Qian rode away on his dilapidated bicycle, now only 2 wheels. Once Boss Qian was gone, he felt a chill in the air. He glanced down at the bank card. Contemplating the password, a tremor of realization coursing through him. 0 or round? He pondered, understanding that Boss Qian genuinely cared for Sun Yuan. The police car arrived, sirens blaring. Sun Fong heard it and slowly turned to look back at Baozhu Mountain. The towering peak now devoid of anything to hold on to. He patted his shoulder and said, Let us go. Sun Fong nodded and turned to Nan Xing, expressing, Thank you. Nan Xing replied, Goodbye. Zhang Zheng and a Dan were ushered into the police car. While Sun Fong and he also boarded, leaving behind the mountain that had driven countless gold seekers to madness. Nan Xing intended to tidy up her cup when, unexpectedly, she spotted a tear in the gluttonous wine cup. She froze momentarily. This single tear belonged to Sun Yuan, a soul that should have been devoid of emotion had wept. After a lingering gaze, she noticed someone emerging from Baozhu Mountain, and she swiftly tucked the wine cup away. Miss Xing, you haven't left yet? Would you like a ride? Qiu Xi inquired, not turning around. No, I hope we won't be on the same flight back, Nan Xing responded. Qiu Xi chuckled. The way you say that makes it sound like I'm some sort of stalker. Not a stalker. Just an eavesdropper. She was aware that he had been nearby when she conversed with Sun Fong and He that morning. I haven't even lodged a complaint about the noise outside my window this morning, which kept me from sleeping well. Qiu Xi approached her, looking at the empty, spacious road ahead and asked, Why did you inform them about that couple following them? It wouldn't have made a difference if you hadn't tea. They wouldn't have noticed anyway. Nan Xing shot him a glance. Thinking of him as a stalker and a chatterbox, she replied, because I wanted you to eavesdrop a bit more. Qiu Ci chuckled softly. Did you call for a ride? After a moment of silence, Qiu Ci turned back to the mountain, asking, do you know why this place is called Baozhu Mountain? Intrigued, Nan Xing asked, why? It wasn't he originally named Baozhu Mountain. The name wasn't he meant to emphasize that it was a treasure mountain, but was derived from Baozhu city cake, implying a prohibition against greed, just like the glutton. Excessive greed consumes one's very being. The misunderstanding surrounding Baozhu city cake and Baozhu Mountain was apparent to all who came. Qiu Ci turned to face her, smiling, extend your hand. Nan Xing didn't even spare him a glance, let alone extend her hand. So cold-hearted, Qiu Ci remarked. After I met you at Sambao Mountain, on my way down, my fish discovered a cave. Inside, there was an abundance of gold, shimmering and resplendent, likely what Jiang Zheng and Sun Yuan had found. However, it was fake. It was fool's gold. Qiu Ci opened his palm to reveal a strikingly bright piece of stone, capturing attention. Nan Xing was taken aback, momentarily silent. Fool's gold is the real gold. It's merely pyrite, the most common sulfide mineral on Earth. Its golden hue can easily be mistaken for true gold, yet it holds virtually no value. Thus, Jiang Zheng didn't even take a good look before he killed Sun Yuan, driven by his own greed. Nan Xing stated, the glutton, too, is a creature of avarice. Hence, the ancient artifact that resurrected Sun Yuan is that very gluttonous wine cup. Qiu Ci sighed softly, exerting pressure with his hand. And as he opened it, the fool's gold crumbled. The wind swept by, seemingly mocking humanity's greed as the golden dust scattered across the ground. In the distance, two cars approached, one to pick up Qiu Ci, and the other, the driver who had brought Nan Xing. She had utilized the business card given by the driver. Before getting into the car, Nan Xing pondered for a moment and said, goodbye. Qiu Ci laughed. Perhaps we shouldn't say goodbye. The words seemed laden with meaning, which she couldn't quite grasp. After a brief pause, Nan Xing firmly asserted, no, goodbye. Qiu Ci grinned more widely, replying, all right, goodbye. Once Nan Xing entered the car, the driver remarked, see, I told you. A delicate young lady like you shouldn't be a gold seeker. You were out in no time. They say this place has seen a murder. When I came in, the police cars were wailing as they drove out, with several people inside, he chattered on, while Nan Xing's gaze followed a passing vehicle. Qiu Ci was in that car, a Range Rover, worth 7 figures. The farther they got from Baozhu Mountain, the warmer Qiu Ci felt. He couldn't tell if it was his body warming or his heart. He sat casually in the car, trying to make himself comfortable. The driver drove steadily, but the man beside Qiu Ci, Li Yuan, had never seen him so weary. Qiu Ci handed over a map and continued to rest his eyes, stating, this is the map to the grave of Ho Sheng. Li Yuan took it, glanced at it, and asked, why are you so exhausted this time? Qiu Ci hesitated for a long moment before opening his eyes to ask, brother, are you familiar with the soul-stealing master? He sought to understand the soul-stealing master, to comprehend who Nan Xing was. How could she enter ancient tombs, steal lives from artifacts, and even bring the dead back to life? Chapter 14. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner. 1. Shanghai was devoid of rain. It was a clear, sunny day, the sun blazing like an autumn tiger. Nan Xing disliked rainy days and also despised scorching hot days. As soon as she disembarked from the plane, she unfurled her umbrella and returned to Tianzifang, once again spotting the large pendulum clock standing at the end of the alley. The pendulum swayed slowly, as if casting a hypnotic spell. The heat made Nan Xing feel somewhat drowsy. She strolled into the alley of Tianzifang, her pace gradually slowing, and upon reaching the entrance of Tao's antique shop, she noticed the door was ajar, alleviating her heavy heart slightly. Wong! A dog barked, prompting Nan Xing to glance to the right of the door, where a large yellow dog sat, panting at her. The dog seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment of thought, Nan Xing realized it was Qiu Ci's dog. What was his dog doing here? Had he come again? Furrowing her brow, she locked eyes with the dog, seeking answers in its gaze. The person inside heard the barking and hurried out, taking a quick glance at her before smiling and asking, you must be Miss Nan Xing. You look just like in the photo? Or rather, you're even more beautiful than in the picture. Nan Xing regarded the unfamiliar face before her. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, his smile somewhat professional, tinged with a hint of greasiness. Yet he clearly recognized her and had emerged from inside. Her heart sank once more as she inquired, "Why are you here? Where has Boss Tao gone?" Feng Yuan smiled and replied, "He has temporarily entrusted the shop to me. I will be handling matters moving forward, including contacting employers for Miss Nan Xing and dealing with the aftermath." Nan Xing fell silent, and after a long pause, she asked, "Where is Boss Tao buried?" "Ah." Feng Yuan reacted quickly, waving his hands anxiously. No, no. He just had surgery. Everything went well. He just can't exert himself, so he entrusted us with the agency." "Oh." Finally lifting her gaze, Nan Xing stated, "You needn't inform Boss Tao of that remark." Upon entering the shop, Nan Xing retrieved the gluttonous wine cup from her backpack, placing it carefully on a corner of the shelf. The shop housed hundreds of ancient artifacts, each from different eras, materials, and employers, each possessing its own story. Noticing that the wine cup contained water, Feng Yuan, possessing a keen eye, reached for a handkerchief to wipe it, but was stopped by Nan Xing. He said, "There's water inside. Antiques mustn't come in contact with water." "That's not water. It's a tear. The last tear shed by Sun Yuan before leaving this world." Nan Xing halted his hand, directly pulling it away from the shelf. Feng Yuan, though puzzled, recalled Boss Tao's instruction to follow whatever she did without question. Suddenly remembering, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me. So focused on work that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Feng Yuan. Yuan as in source, a distant relative of Boss Tao." Nan Xing glanced at the business card. Feng Yuan, identity, agency, title, manager. Feng Yuan assumed he could begin working, but Nan Xing continued to hold her phone, seemingly engaged in texting someone. After a while, Feng Yuan asked, "Who is Miss Nan Xing chatting with?" "Mr. Tao." She set down her phone and declared, "I have confirmed. You are not a fraud." Feng Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. If he were indeed a swindler, he would have long since emptied the entire antique shop and vanished. He suggested, "Shall we review the new employer's details? They are rather anxious, and they have offered 3 pairs of eyes as compensation." "3 conditions?" "No, merely 1. Nan Xing remarked that 1 pair of eyes should suffice. "No, they insist on providing 3 pairs. Nan Xing paused, contemplating. She had facilitated hundreds of transactions, yet in every instance, a single pair of eyes corresponded to 1 condition. Even if someone were willing to offer 2 pairs for 2 tasks, it was unacceptable. A person could only be resurrected once and complete 1 task. However, to demand 3 pairs for a single task was unprecedented. Feng Yuan explained, "The employers are 3 individuals, siblings with the surname Zhang. They had been on a family trip when the elder Zhang unexpectedly passed away. He was the founder of the Wang Hai Group, a wealthy magnate. Yet he left no will, leading the siblings to vie for the entire inheritance." Nan Xing frowned and inquired, "The entire estate?" Feng Yuan sighed, "Indeed. Were it me, I would take my share and be content. A third is still a considerable sum, is it not? Yet they insist on tearing each other apart. Did they not hire a lawyer?" Feng Yuan replied, "Engaging a lawyer would negatively impact the group, consume time and energy, and incur significant financial costs, likely resulting in losses of their own money. When Mr. Tao instructed me to reach out to them, they agreed immediately, with only 1 stipulation: expediency." Nan Xing comprehended why this transaction involved 3 pairs of eyes. The siblings were unwilling to conduct this transaction individually. Thus, they ultimately decided that each would surrender their eyes for the next life, reaching a consensus. In truth, the elder Zhang had intended to draft a will to allocate his estate after their return from the trip, but unexpectedly passed away en route. Consequently, they seek to ascertain their father's intentions regarding the distribution of his assets. After providing a brief introduction, Feng Yuan handed her the documents and asked, "Do you have a general understanding now?" "Yes. The compensation is 3 pairs of eyes, and the condition is to resurrect the elder Zhang, allowing him to articulate how his estate should be divided." "Correct. As per our usual agreement, they provide the payment and the goods. Mr. Tao collects the money, and you receive the goods. Naturally, I will require my commission for this transaction." Feng Yuan inquired, "Miss Nan Xing, When can you set off? They request that you arrive at the destination before nightfall for a meeting. I have some matters to attend to first. You may depart ahead. Very well. Feng Yuan provided her with all the necessary information, then tidied up the table, stating, I shall head to the airport now. I will book your ticket, and once you land, give me a call, and I will arrange a place to meet you. All right. Nan Xing noticed that although his demeanor was somewhat professional, he conducted his tasks with efficiency and was well versed in her profession, displaying no signs of surprise. Unlike someone who merely accepted her vocation after hearing Mr. Tao's words, she lowered her gaze once more to the business card in her hand, slowly flipping it over to reveal the inscription on its reverse, Yin Yang Intermediary Agency. Nan Xing raised an eyebrow. Feng Yuan had already exited, yet the bell in the shop remained silent. Oh, Miss Nan Xing, Feng Yuan called out as he stepped outside. When you visit Mr. Tao at the hospital, please take the dog with you. Inform him that both you and I will be away, and he should find someone else to care for his dog. I will not visit the hospital, Nan Xing replied. Is this his dog? Not Xiuxi's. Had she scolded the wrong person last time? Feng Yuan smiled and said, Yes, it is his dog. This dog is quite obedient. The leash is hanging on that rack. I must take my leave now. I shall see you later. Feng Yuan gently patted the large yellow dog on the head, clutching his briefcase in one hand and adjusting his hat with the other as he departed. Nan Xing sat for a moment, ensuring he had truly left before picking up the leash and standing. As she stepped outside, the bell remained quiet. The large yellow dog, noticing her presence, barked once, causing the bell to jingle. She looked down at it. It sat upright, its back straight, gazing up at her. The last time she had seen it was on a rainy day. Its fur matted and tangled from the rain. Presumably, Feng Yuan had taken care of it, giving it a bath and a haircut, rendering it clean and well-groomed. Nan Xing pulled out the leash and asked, Are you going to see Mr. Tao? Woof woof. Nan Xing nodded. I will follow your lead. The hospital did not permit dogs inside, likely due to the overwhelming number of pet owners. There was a temporary duty room specifically for securing pets. Nan Xing tethered the dog in the duty room before proceeding to visit Mr. Tao. The hospital was permeated with the strong scent of disinfectant, and as she entered the inpatient department, nearly everyone wore masks, concealing their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. Mr. Tao had just undergone surgery and was still in the observation period, not permitted to leave. Upon her arrival at his bedside, he seemed lost in thought until he recognized her presence. You have returned? Yes. This phrase was one she had frequently heard upon entering the Tao family shop. Hearing it now in the hospital felt inexplicably disheartening. Nan Xing sat down and said, Your dog wishes to see you, but the hospital does not allow it inside, so I have tethered it outside. Mr. Tao chuckled. Oh, how did it go this time? Was it smooth? Feng Yuan must have informed you of everything. Of course. Mr. Tao was aware of all the details, but in the spirit of conversation, it felt redundant to state the obvious. Nan Xing was clearly not adept at small talk. She could extinguish a topic with a single sentence. He regarded her with a grandfatherly gaze, previously filled with concern about what would happen to Nan Xing if he were to pass away, as if he were worried for his granddaughter. After a moment, she noticed an apple and asked, Would you like an apple? Not yet, Mr. Tao replied. Are you leaving again soon? Yes. Nan Xing inquired. When will you be discharged? It depends on the situation. Mr. Tao then asked, Have you brought everything? Yes. Nan Xing pondered for a moment and asked, How did you find Feng Yuan? He is reliable. As for how he was found, there are only a few trustworthy individuals in this line of work, Mr. Tao explained. Feng Yuan is a decent intermediary, though somewhat timid. Do not be too harsh with him. Oh. Nan Xing found the hospital's odor unpleasant, making her feel uneasy. You should go handle your matters. I will rest here. What about the dog? Mr. Tao glanced at the clock on the wall and said, Take it home first, feed it well, and then leave. I will arrange for someone to look after it temporarily. Nan Xing nodded and, as she exited the ward, cast one last glance at Mr. Tao. He appeared significantly older post-surgery, reminiscent of his great-grandfather. She had bid farewell to his great-grandfather in a hospital, amidst the same pervasive scent of disinfectant. Nan Xing remained silent for a long while. Just as she entered the elevator, her phone buzzed with a message. Hello. Your ticket from Shanghai to has been issued? Nan Xing withdrew her gaze, stowed her phone, and prepared to embark on another journey to a new city the following day, further south, which meant more heat. Chapter 15. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 2. Sisui Island is not far from the mainland, only a 10-minute ferry ride away. The sea surrounds the island, isolating it from the bustling city center in the distance. The shimmering water reflects the sunlight, making the island appear to sway gently in the bright morning light. With the city's vigorous development of tourism, this unique little island has also been developed, becoming a distinctive tourist destination teeming with visitors. Its 3,000-year cultural heritage, combined with extensive promotion, has attracted countless literary souls seeking a slice of tranquility amidst the urban hustle. Nan Xing is not one of those literary enthusiasts and does not seek tranquility. She stood in line at the ticket counter for an extended period, finally securing a ferry ticket to the island for 35 yuan. This was consistent with what the driver had said when she arrived via high-speed train. The driver, a plump man, filled the driver's seat, his seatbelt digging into his soft belly, which reminded Nan Xing of Zhongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. It used to cost only 8 yuan, but now it's 35. Prices are soaring. The driver was quite talkative, as most drivers for short trips tend to be. He inquired where Nan Xing was from, and upon learning she was from the north, he rambled on about his experiences in the northern regions, extolling the comfortable summers and winters, and the refreshing breezes that did not induce sweating. He ultimately lamented, "No wonder you northerners don't like to bathe. Unlike us southerners, we can't go a day without a wash." Leaning against the window, Nan Xing shot him a glance. Was this the rumored regional bias? The chubby driver continued his monologue, speaking freely since he bore no responsibility for conversing with a passenger. He then asked how many days she planned to stay, and upon discovering it was a brief trip, he promptly crafted an itinerary for her. Enthusiastically recommending various sites, as she waited in the long queue for the ferry, Nan Xing realized that she had left her phone in the car, likely due to the driver's incessant chatter distracting her, causing her to overlook it as it slipped from her pocket. In an age dominated by technology, being without a phone felt like being shackled, devoid of freedom and comfort, akin to an antiquated relic. Unable to purchase tickets online, she was forced to adhere to the rules and stand in line, exposed to the scorching sun. She could only be grateful that she had only lost her phone and still had her wallet. The ferry gradually approached from the opposite shore, gliding gracefully across the sparkling waters under the bright sun. The ramp slowly lowered, and passengers began to disembark, creating a lively commotion as they surged towards the shore. Once the tourists aboard the ship had disembarked, new passengers began to board in succession. Nan Xing feared that the vessel could no longer accommodate her, yet to her astonishment, the ship resembled a lion, voraciously swallowing an unending stream of travelers until it was filled to the brim. The odor, however, was far from pleasant. On a sweltering day in a bustling city, for those sensitive to scents, it was a significant trial. Nan Xing rubbed her itchy nose, pondering how much longer it would be until they reached the shore. The lion-like ship, laden with tourists, sliced through the water, gliding steadily towards the vibrant little island, as soon as the vessel docked. The tourists clamored to disembark. It was barely noon, and the sun blazed down like boiling chili oil, scorching the heads of the visitors. Everywhere on the island, there were individuals with thick layers of sunscreen smeared across their faces, while their necks remained bare, rendering them comical from a distance. Adjusting her slightly askew hat, Nan Xing officially stepped onto the island. From the ferry, the island appeared lush and green, but once on land, aside from a large, leafy tree at the dock, she encountered no more trees after walking for a while. "Would you like to buy a map? The island of Sui is quite expansive. Having a map would be convenient." A middle-aged woman selling maps approached her, keeping pace as she made her pitch. Noticing Nan Xing's lack of interest, she pressed on, "Are you in search of delicious local cuisine? Looking for a hotel? Everything is listed for you. It's quite a bargain. With this map in hand, you'll have the island at your fingertips, dear." When Nan Xing remained indifferent, the woman added, "There are also introductions to famous landmarks, and we include 5 postcards for free." Finally, Nan Xing paused, and the woman, sensing her interest, cheerfully urged, "Do buy a copy, young lady." Nan Xing observed the woman's hands, which held a travel guide wrapped in a square of paper, its cover a dusty yellow adorned with an eye-catching image of a corner of the island and bold letters proclaiming, "Experience Sui Island." She inquired, "How much?" "Not expensive." 18. That's too dear. How about 15? Nan Xing knew there was room for further negotiation, but seeing the woman drenched in sweat from the sun, she acquiesced and handed over the 15. She stowed the guide in her backpack, intending to contact Feng Yuan with her phone, only to realize she had forgotten it on the vehicle. Could I possibly borrow a phone? She asked. The woman shot her a wary glance, instinctively clutching her bag, and replied, I don't have a phone either. With that, she promptly walked away. Nan Xing felt the sun's rays intensifying, causing her head to throb. She inquired at several shops, but upon hearing her request to borrow a phone, the owners became suspicious, each claiming they had none. Trust among people seemed utterly absent. Nan Xing sat for a while beneath the large tree at the dock, reasoning that since Feng Yuan had booked her flight, he would know her arrival time and could estimate how long she might take to reach the dock. If he couldn't reach her, he would likely come looking for her. Unfortunately, after an hour of waiting, Feng Yuan had yet to appear. Nan Xing resolved to seek out an air-conditioned safe to grab a bite and rehydrate. Just as she stood, feeling slightly faint, she furrowed her brows and walked a short distance until she spotted a small eatery with its glass door closed, likely air-conditioned, and stepped inside. The moment she opened the door, a rush of cool air greeted her, causing her to shiver slightly from the sudden temperature drop. After a lengthy wait, she began to feel somewhat better. Yet amidst the throng of bustling patrons, Feng Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. While she failed to spot him, she did, however, catch sight of another acquaintance, one she was reluctant to approach. Otherwise, she would appear like a stalker. Qiu Xi moved swiftly, soon disappearing into the crowd. Nan Xing remained seated, observing the mass of people, hoping Feng Yuan would materialize. After finishing a glass of water and a light snack, she noted the steady influx of customers in the establishment. After half an hour of sitting, the waitress began to scrutinize her. Nan Xing remained steadfast, undeterred by the waitress's increasing frequency of inquiries about whether she desired more food or drink, which carried an implicit message of eat or move along. Exiting the safe, she was once again met with the searing heat, the contrast of hot and cold leaving her feeling even more dizzy. Finding Feng Yuan would be a challenge, yet perhaps she could inquire about the residence of the Zhang siblings. The Wang Hai group was quite renowned. If old Master Zhang were present, the island's inhabitants would likely have received some word of his arrival. However, this indirect approach proved futile as the Zhang family seemed to be operating under the radar. After inquiring at a few shops and with patrolling personnel, she was met with blank stares. Nan Xing mused that merely losing her phone had led her to such a predicament. The advancement of society had rendered this situation bizarre. It seemed that without a phone, many tasks became insurmountable. From the ancient times to the Qing dynasty, humans had triumphed over nature. Now, it appeared that technology had taken the reins. Sui Shui Island was not small by any means. And with tourists aplenty, Nan Xing concluded that if she could not find Feng Yuan or the Zhang family, she would have no choice but to visit the intermediary office for spiritual matters that evening to obtain Feng Yuan's contact details. Nan Xing, leaning against the wall, she lifted her gaze upon hearing her name, and upon seeing Qiu Xi, her distaste lessened somewhat. Qiu Xi had intended to jest about possibly stalking her, but upon noticing her unwell demeanor, he refrained and asked, "What's wrong? You look like you might be suffering from heat stroke." Nan Xing frowned, her head heavy and her chest tight. Qiu Xi glanced around and spied a nearby shop, suggesting, "You should go inside and sit down. I'll fetch you some medicine." "Wait." Qiu Xi halted. His hand caught by hers as she placed a bill in his palm. He smiled, realizing that this young lady was both aloof and straightforward. Despite her evident discomfort, she was unwilling to owe him any favors. He jingled the money and said, "The change from the medicine can be considered my errand fee." Nan Xing had the same thought in mind, returning to the shop, which drew the waitress's curious gaze once more. Nan Xing ordered 2 cold drinks, and just as they arrived, Qiu Xi returned, unwrapped a bottle of medicine, and handed it to her, saying, "Huaxiangjing qi shui. It tastes dreadful, but it works wonders." After consuming a bottle of the medicine and sitting for a while longer, she finally felt somewhat revived. Qiu Xi inquired, "It's not particularly hot today. How did you end up with heat stroke? Did you walk under the sun for too long?" "Yes," Nan Xing replied, glancing at him. "Wishing to borrow his phone. Waiting for someone?" "Yes." Qiu Xi pondered briefly, remarking, "Someone as efficient as you wouldn't wait idly unless something was amiss. Let me guess. I lost my phone? Nan Xing hesitated, recalling Feng Yuan's insistence on making contact swiftly. She wished to complete the transaction and acquire the goods without further delay. She finally set aside her pride and asked, "Do you have a phone?" "I do," Qiu Xi replied, placing his phone before her. He then asked, "Didn't you borrow anyone else's phone? You've been waiting under the scorching sun all this time?" Nan Xing unlocked the phone, discovering it had neither a password nor a pattern lock. She pulled out Feng Yuan's business card to check the number, stating, "I asked, but no one would lend me theirs." Qiu Xi was intrigued, for typically, one would expect people to assist a beautiful woman in need. He queried, "How many did you ask?" 8. Qiu Xi was astonished. 8 people refused to lend you their phones? Yes. Qiu Xi probed further. "How did you ask? Could I borrow your phone for a moment?" That seemed straightforward enough, which made it odd. Qiu Xi appeared to recall something and inquired, "What expression did you use when asking?" "What expression?" Nan Xing looked at him, and he at her, his face cold and his gaze distant, as if to keep her at bay. Suddenly, Qiu Xi burst into laughter, asking, "Was it this expression?" "Yes. If it were me, I wouldn't lend you my phone either, even if you were beautiful." Just as Nan Xing dialed the number, the call connected. As she began to introduce herself, the voice on the other end hastily exclaimed, "Miss Nan Xing, why is your phone off? I've been waiting at the dock for ages. Where are you?" "I'll come to get you. Don't move from your spot. I'll be right there." Nan Xing glanced at the shop name, and though Qiu Xi called out to her, she stepped outside to clarify before informing Feng Yuan. He repeatedly urged her not to leave, then hung up, seemingly rushing over. When she returned, Qiu Xi had already settled the bill. Nan Xing had yet to return his phone when it vibrated, the screen lighting up. She glanced at the caller ID, catching sight of Li Yuan. "Li Yuan?" She lowered her gaze, recalling she had heard that name before. Qiu Xi took the phone, listened for a moment, then remarked, "All right, I'll meet a friend. I'll be there shortly," before hanging up. After ensuring her expression was fine, he said, "I'm off now, goodbye." "Goodbye," Nan Xing replied, adding, "Thank you." Qiu Xi was slightly taken aback, not entirely devoid of sentiment. Like a prickly ball, he was quite charming once the spines were removed. After a moment's thought, he added, "If that person doesn't find you, call me. My number is 1. Nan Xing didn't pay close attention, believing Feng Yuan would not be so unreliable. After Qiu Xi left, she sat for a while longer, and soon, panting heavily, Feng Yuan arrived. Nearly collapsing onto a stool, he gasped, "So, you were at this dock. I was waiting for you at the other one for ages." Nearly cooked under the sun. There are 2 docks? No wonder. Nan Xing surmised that Feng Yuan would head to the dock if he couldn't reach her, but she hadn't anticipated there being 2. She promptly explained, "I lost my phone." "Hang on, I'll buy you one. Let us not dwell on that. Come on, I'll take you to the Zheng family's villa. They're about to berate me to no end." Feng Yuan was both furious and anxious, rising to exclaim, "Let us go, let us hurry." If they delayed any longer, the Zheng family's 3 siblings would deduct his commission fee. A deduction in pay equates to a negative impact on performance, which in turn affects the year-end bonus. This was absolutely unacceptable. Nan Xing summoned a waiter to settle the bill, only to be informed that the gentleman from earlier has already taken care of it. "Oh." Nan Xing tucked her wallet away and exited with Feng Yuan, pondering the incoming call. She inquired, "Have you ever heard of a person named Li Yuan?" Feng Yuan replied as they walked, "Li from dawn, Yuan from distant?" "Indeed. Of course. I have heard of him. He is the future heir of the Yuanyang group, the eldest grandson of the Li family." Nan Xing suddenly understood, realizing why he seemed familiar. The Zheng family's reputation was well known, yet it paled in comparison to that of the Li family, a testament to the vastness of their enterprises and the strength of their economy. What was the connection between Qiu Xi and Li Yuan? Regardless, while Nan Xing did not know much about Qiu Xi, she at least no longer harbored any dislike for him. After all, he had willingly lent her his phone despite her bearing the expression of someone who owed him 8 million. Dislike was simply not an option. Chapter 16. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 3. The Zheng family arrived quietly, residing in a serene, independent villa near the sea. The villa spanned roughly 400 to 500 square meters, but the enclosed garden extended to over 700 square meters. Upon entering through the main gate, Nan Xing and Feng Yuan were greeted by a patrol car that took them around to the garden by the sea, where the Zhang siblings were to meet. Upon reaching the backyard, they found it empty. Beneath a pavilion were tables and chairs, providing an excellent view of the sea, perfect for appreciating the ocean scenery. Feng Yuan whispered, "The Zhang siblings are in quite a tumult. The news of the old master's death has yet to be made public." Nan Xing sensed a somber air within the villa. Raising her gaze towards the French-styled residence, which appeared tranquil and elegant, unaware of the dark turmoil within, she queried, "There must be discord among them. They certainly require someone to mediate. Who is currently in charge of the Zhang family?" Just as Feng Yuan was about to respond, he noticed someone approaching from a distance and quickly stood up, leaning towards Nan Xing to say, "The one in charge is here." As Nan Xing turned to look, a group of individuals approached, all dressed as servants, yet the leading elderly lady particularly captured her attention. The lady's attire bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. She appeared to be in her early 70s, her hair entirely silver, neatly styled into a bun, indicating her keen attention to etiquette and cleanliness. Despite her age, the elderly lady radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with life, undoubtedly possessing remarkable grace in her youth. As she led the servants closer, a faint smile emerged, and upon nearing, she slightly bowed her head, saying, "You must be Miss Nan Xing. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My surname is He. I am the steward of the Zhang estate. Please feel free to call me Steward He, or if you don't mind, you may refer to me as Granny He." Nan Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Granny He smiled and continued, "I worked at Wang Hai Group for 30 years. And as I grew older, the late Mr. Zhang entrusted me with the management of the Zhang family." She ordered tea to be served. Feng Yuan quietly remarked, "Granny He was among the top management when Wang Hai Group was established. A senior figure whose words carry significant weight in both the group and the Zhang family." Granny He invited them to take their seats before sitting down herself, her every movement resembling that of the Zhang family matriarch. Nan Xing recalled that the materials indicated the late matriarch was in poor health, having lost her youngest child at a very tender age, and that Mr. Zhang had never remarried afterward. Though there were many rumors regarding Mr. Zhang and Granny He, they remained mere whispers. After a brief exchange, Granny He's smile faded, and she turned to the others, instructing, "Go ask the three of them if they require me to fetch them before they will come out. If so, I shall go and carry them here." A servant promptly rushed to relay the message to the villa. Soon, someone emerged from the villa. The first to appear was Zhang Wang, the eldest son, aged 41, who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Tall and imposing, he walked with an air of authority. Following him was Zhang Hai, the youngest son, aged 35, who resembled the late matriarch, slightly delicate in appearance, with a small nose and thin lips that conveyed a certain harshness. Lastly, emerging leisurely was Zhang Xiao, the eldest daughter, aged 37, who was undoubtedly beautiful but possessed high cheekbones and a sharp brow, suggesting a temperamental disposition. The three siblings emerged sequentially, each displaying a countenance darker than the last. Granny He feigned ignorance of their expressions and beckoned them to the round table, introducing them to Nan Xing one by one. Regarding the matter of the soul thief, we have heard faint whispers, merely believing it to be a trick of the trade. It wasn't until Boss Tao reached out to us, coupled with Manager Feng's assurance, that we decided to give it a try. We consider this the most prudent course of action at present, and we kindly ask Miss Nan Xing to keep the news of our master's death confidential. It must not be disclosed. Otherwise, this transaction will be immediately terminated. Granny He seemed to transform from the steward of the Zhang estate to the representative of Wang Hai Group, her tone remaining courteous yet significantly more authoritative. She then asked the three siblings, "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Wang inquired, "When can the transaction be completed?" Nan Xing replied, "No later than 3 days." "That's too slow," Zhang Xiao interjected, frowning. "We are paying such a high price for your services, and you still require 3 days?" Unfazed by her aggressive tone, Nan Xing retorted, "You are free to seek someone else." Accustomed to dishing out sarcasm, Zhang Xiao found herself rendered speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. Feng Yuan swiftly intervened, saying, "Miss Nan Xing is merely jesting. Miss Zhang is joking as well. This transaction, while indeed costly, is far more economical than legal fees. 3 days is hardly excessive, don't you think? This is a specialized task that cannot be performed by just anyone." Zhang Xiao, having been pampered all her life, was known for her unfiltered remarks, and Granny he regarded her as a rather willful young lady. After casting a brief glance at Zhang Xiao, she fell silent. It was Zheng Hai, who had remained quiet until now, who asked, "Has accommodation been arranged for Miss Nan Xing? It must be exhausting after such a long journey. Perhaps she should rest before proceeding." Nan Xing responded, "I intend to remain in the late Master's room for half a day." Granny he nodded, instructing others to make the necessary arrangements. Seeing his kind intentions disregarded, Zheng Hai raised an eyebrow. Once the servants escorted Nan Xing and Feng Yuan away, he withdrew the warmth from his demeanor, stating, "I shall return to my room." With his departure, Zhang Wang and Zhang Xiao also took their leave, each retreating to their quarters. Granny he gazed into the distance, where the waves occasionally rolled in, her expression contemplative. The late Master's room was located on the 3rd floor, with a balcony facing the sea. The spacious room boasted bookshelves on 3 sides, filled to the brim with books, and upon entering, one could immediately sense the fragrance of literature. The late Master's body was not within. It had been placed in the cold storage originally meant for preserving fruits. The room had not been tidied, yet Nan Xing noticed some areas had been rummaged through. Had the Zhang siblings been here, searching for a will? The atmosphere in the room was eerily calm, devoid of resentment or signs of foul play. It appeared he had passed away due to natural causes. Knock, knock. The person at the door did not await a response before entering. Feng Yuan glanced towards the door, recognizing Zheng Wang, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who greeted politely. Zheng Wang returned the courtesy, but noticing that Nan Xing had not turned around and was instead surveying the room, he asked, "Miss Nan Xing, have you discerned anything?" Feng Yuan gently shushed him. Zheng Wang fell silent. After a moment, he inquired, "I have prepared a gift for Miss Nan Xing. Earlier, with so many people around, I could not find the right moment." Feng Yuan took the box from Zheng Wang, opening it to reveal a diamond necklace. He was taken aback and held it up for Nan Xing to see. Upon a brief glance at the harshly cut diamonds, which seemed to sting her eyes, she averted her gaze and stated, "I do not require money. I only seek clarity. Regrettably, I possess but a single pair of eyes. Otherwise, I would gladly offer them all to you, Miss Nan Xing." Nan Xing found his interruption bothersome. If she did not firmly decline, he would undoubtedly linger. She directly asked, "What is it you wish to convey, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Wang, confronted with her straightforwardness, refrained from beating around the bush, stating, "As the eldest son, I am my father's favored child. The members of the group acknowledge my capabilities. I believe I am far more suited to inherit the family business than my brother, who flits from flower to flower, or my pampered sister. Therefore, when my father returns, I hope Miss Nan Xing will exert some effort. Whatever you desire, I will provide. The terms of the transaction are determined by you. I can only facilitate his revival and fulfill the conditions you set forth. Beyond that, your father will utter not a single word more." Zhang Wang insisted, "Given your extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, even if only for 10 minutes, how could you not have the means to amend the will? Whatever you desire, I will give." Feng Yuan sensed that if Zhang Wang continued, Nan Xing's temper would compel her to demand, "I want you to leave," and intervened, "Mr. Zhang, your talents are remarkable. Surely Mr. Zhang would be most pleased with you. Thus there is no need to worry about any bias in the distribution of the inheritance upon his revival." Zhang Wang furrowed his brow at the indirect refusal. "What brings you here, brother?" Zhang Hai's voice echoed from the doorway, laced with sarcasm. "I recall you previously claimed this room was inauspicious and refused to enter." Zhang Wang turned to him, his expression frosty. "And what are you doing here?" "I never mentioned it was inauspicious." Zhang Wang cast a cold glance at him before departing. Zheng Hai smiled and addressed Nan Xing, saying, "Miss Nan Xing, you possess an innate beauty, yet you dress so simply. Had I known a great beauty would be present, I would have ensured to bring the finest garments and jewelry, as that would truly befit you." Feng Yuan observed the restrained expression on Nan Xing's face and feared she might be tempted to deliver a punch to this insipid dandy. He felt on the verge of tears. Stepping forward to interpose himself between the two, Feng Yuan presented his unsightly visage to Zheng Hai and remarked, "Miss Nan Xing must not be disturbed during her work, lest it impede her progress. I am certain Mr. Zhang is eager to hear the will directly from the old master's lips, am I not correct?" Zhang Hai paused momentarily before responding. I am not like my elder brother and sister. They are fond of wealth, but I am not. My father was my greatest treasure, and since his passing, I have been inconsolable, unable to sleep soundly each night. I hope Miss Nan Xing will convey my deep regards to my father, expressing how much I miss him. I shall certainly do so. Mr. Zhang, you may leave now, Feng Yuan gently urged, finally managing to escort this dandy out. Nan Xing was nearing the brink of exasperation with the Zhang clan and coldly inquired, I hope that Miss Zhang will not come over next? Feng Yuan reassured her. The eldest daughter of the Zhang family is rather naive, only concerned with her appearance, whether she looks beautiful, if there are any wrinkles, or if she should undergo cosmetic surgery. She will not come, so you need not worry. Just then, Zhang Zhao's voice echoed from the corridor outside. Feng Yuan's heart sank, and he rushed outside to peek, discovering her indeed approaching. As he pondered how to explain to Nan Xing, he turned only to find she had already vanished from the room. The window facing the sea stood wide open, with the ocean breeze flowing in, causing the curtains to billow gently. Feng Yuan was startled. Nan Xing had been forced to leap through the window. Chapter 17. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 4. The seaside view of Sishui Island was pristine and enchanting, with tall, straight palm trees stretching toward the azure sky. Having escaped from the Zhang household, Nan Xing walked along a lengthy forest path. Although the passing tourists were boisterous, their noise was far more bearable than the relentless barrage from the three Zhang siblings. Upon reaching the end of the forest path, she encountered three smaller trails leading to the same main road, and she chose the most secluded one. The narrow path branched into further smaller paths, and after wandering aimlessly, she found herself in a deserted alley. From her backpack, she retrieved a piece of black paper and ignited it. As the flame extinguished, the white paper became visible. Lifting one corner of the paper to the air, she inhaled deeply, pondering for a while before selecting a direction to proceed. Yet, as she walked, she felt uncertain and turned back in the opposite direction. After several indecisive back and forths, frustration took hold of her, and she lay down on the ground, puffing out smoke in a fit of anger, nearly incinerating herself. Despite having completed many tasks, she had rarely encountered such a predicament. Not all ancient artifacts capable of facilitating transactions were deeply buried underground, but those that had previously caused the white paper to combust were typically found in overly deep tombs, rendering the paper incapable of sensing them, thus leading to self-immolation. This small island bore no traces of ancient tombs. Thus, it was unlikely that the artifact associated with the old Master Zhang was sealed within one. The only possibility remained that the item, intimately linked to Zhang Laozi, which could potentially revive him, was somehow encased away. Frustrated with the white paper's elusiveness, Nan Xing rummaged through her backpack and produced a long box, about the length of her arm and no wider than 2 fingers. Upon opening it, she discovered a long brush nestled inside, accompanied by a small box of cinnabar. Dipping the brush into the cinnabar, she gently released her grip. The brush, now imbued with the cinnabar, stood upright, spinning in a circle before finally tilting towards the north, indicating a red virtual line extending northward. After stowing the cinnabar brush back into her backpack, she followed the red line towards the north. The path was bustling with tourists, oblivious to the line's presence. Nan Xing did not venture far. After traversing 2 small alleys and 2 main roads, she entered another narrow alley and emerged before a building. Tourists continuously filtered in and out, revealing it to be a tourist attraction. She looked up at the ancient-style plaque, which boldly proclaimed, Museum. Realizing why the white paper had failed to locate the item and subsequently self-immolated, Nan Xing understood that a museum, filled with a plethora of ancient artifacts, typically sourced from various tombs or private donations, would have differing energies that disrupted the tracking process. Unlike the artifacts found in tombs, which had coexisted for centuries or even millennia, their energies had long since harmonized. Nan Xing purchased a ticket at the entrance, entering as a tourist. The terminus of the red line pointed directly to the ancient artifact she sought, along with the 10 minutes of life she needed to steal. While the island itself lacked significant antiques, the city possessed some, which had been transported to Sishui Island for the convenience of tourists wishing to explore and understand the artifacts. The chaotic energies of the museum's various ancient relics intertwined, creating a cacophony of bickering. That night pot over there, keep your distance from me. Why should you be allowed to stay with my bronze sword? I refuse. I will smother you. In my prime, I could exchange for a wild boar. Pa, now, you're just a pile of broken shells. So many people here. This is nothing. When I commanded an army, 1,000,000 soldiers obeyed my every word. What s with the pride of a tiger talisman from the Warring States period? Shut your mouth. Silence. As Nan Xing walked, she listened to the ancient artifacts bicker like children. She scanned the rows of antiquities, turned a corner around a glass exhibition case, and arrived at a dead end. The red line pointed directly towards the corner. Nan Xing approached the displayed artifact and, upon closer inspection, found it to be unusually silent, devoid of the typical vibrant aura of ancient items, almost as though it were on the brink of death. It was an incense burner, a vessel used by ancient peoples to burn incense. The small bronze burner, about the size of a palm, was exquisitely adorned with carvings of swimming koi fish, a beautifully crafted fish-patterned incense burner. Turning to exit the museum, Nan Xing dialed Feng Yuan. The phone was a gift from him, containing only his number. It felt significantly larger and heavier than her previous phone, resembling a brick in her hand. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan, hiding behind the Zheng villa to evade Zhang Xiao, quickly answered the call, his face a mask of distress. Could you please give me a heads up before you leap through a window next time? Zhang Xiao thought I was hiding you and was furious, hurling insults. When she gets angry, her tongue is sharper than a knife. After sharing his grievances, he inquired, how goes your progress? I have found the artifact linked to Zheng Laozi, but it is housed within the museum. What shall we do? Before nightfall, provide me with the building's layout and blueprints of the museum. I will wait for you at the shop where you pick me up. Feng Yuan paused. Realizing her intent, you're not suggesting you plan to steal from the museum, are you? Beep. The call ended abruptly. Nan Xing glanced at the sky. 3 hours remained until dusk. She needed to return to retrieve the line, lest it linger indefinitely. While it was unlikely anyone would notice it, there was always the potential for complications. She hurried back, swiftly traversing the streets until she returned to the previously deserted alley. However, the alley, which had been nearly empty, now had someone present. Sensing her approach, the person turned to look at Nan Xing. Upon making eye contact, neither was surprised that the other could see the red line. Are you feeling better? Qiu Ci smiled as Nan Xing walked briskly towards him. Seems you are. As she prepared to retract the red line, thoughts of Qiu Ci made her hesitate. Yet, since he had already witnessed her ability to return to the ancient realm, a single red line was inconsequential. Thus, she collected it openly, no longer feeling the need to hide it. However, the fact that Qiu Ci could also see it surprised her. What was his true identity? Why could he perceive everything yet seem to belong to no particular sect? Otherwise, he would not have exhibited confusion both in the tomb and just moments ago. Seeing her deftly winding the line, her demeanor calm and serene, Qiu Ci couldn't help but admire her grace. Such poise was indeed rare. He gazed at her a moment longer, aware that she might soon revert to her usual aloofness. Do not look at me, Nan Xing retorted. If not for his recent kindness in providing her with medicine, she would not wish to linger here under the scrutiny of a man. Qiu Ci chuckled, diverting his gaze. Aren't you the least bit curious about my identity? Would you tell me if I asked? How about this? Let us exchange. You reveal your identity, and I shall disclose mine. It sounded fair, yet Nan Xing remained silent, merely stating, I am a life thief, and you are already aware of this. Are you willing to engage in a disadvantageous trade? Qiu Ci replied, although I know you are a life thief capable of stealing 10 minutes of life from ancient artifacts for the deceased. The methods of stealing, the reasons behind it, and the intentions behind such actions remain a mystery to me. At least, I do not know. Hence, let us make a transaction. Absolutely not, Nan Xing declared resolutely. His anticipated refusal prompted a sigh from Qiu Ci. How can there be individuals devoid of curiosity in this world? At long last, Nan Xing finished gathering the line and stated, I must take my leave. Which way do you intend to go? Qiu Ci replied, wherever you go, I shall take the opposite route. Nodding, Nan Xing proceeded towards the dock. Only after she departed did Qiu Ci turn to walk in the opposite direction. After passing through several alleys, he glanced back at the museum. Aware that stealing life required ancient artifacts, he considered that aside from the Yang family's villa, the museum was likely the island's most significant repository of antiquities. Given that Nan Xing had just traversed this path, He couldn't help but cast another glance. Behind the museum stood the Yang family villa. He pressed the doorbell and a servant answered, bowing slightly as he said, "Mr. Yang and M.R.Li are awaiting your arrival." Feng Yuan worked swiftly, gathering all necessary documentation well before nightfall. He is truly a dedicated individual. Having not taken a single sip of water while researching, and only now, upon sitting down, does he drink a large glass to recover. Nan Xing gazes at the blueprints he handed her and, noticing the construction date, remarks, "Has the museum been established for 30 years? It certainly doesn't appear that old inside." Feng Yuan replies, "Sharp eyes you have. It was renovated 2 years ago, but the architectural structure remains unchanged." Renovated? Feng Yuan explains, there is a private collector on Sui Shui Island, surnamed Yang, who deemed the museum too antiquated and generously sponsored the renovation costs. In addition to donating several invaluable antiques, he is quite a magnanimous collector. Unfortunately, Nan Xing looks up. Unfortunately, he suffered a horse-riding accident in his youth, leaving him paralyzed for 7 or 8 years, so he relies on a wheelchair for mobility. Feng Yuan pauses and adds, his villa is situated just behind the museum, not far at all. Very well. Feng Yuan glances around and whispers, "Are you truly planning to steal from the museum? If caught, the consequences would be dire, and besides, this is a national resource. Such actions are unethical." Nan Xing replies, "You should return to the Zheng family. I will handle this." "But do you really intend to steal?" Nan Xing hesitates, and Feng Yuan suddenly perceives a menacing glint in her eyes, causing him to gulp down water, fearing for his life. Nan Xing takes a moment to calm her agitation. In the past, Boss Tao would never have pressed her with such inquiries. Even if she had claimed she was going to steal an aircraft, he would merely say, "Go ahead." She contemplates changing agents. Feng Yuan knows she dislikes lengthy explanations and cautiously states, "It's all right if you don't elaborate. I will return it in pristine condition, and no one will notice." Nan Xing, with a patient demeanor, inquires, "Are there any other questions?" Feng Yuan quickly shakes his head, too afraid to ask further, fearing she might suddenly draw out a 30-meter blade to dispose of him. He says, "I will await your news. Contact me via phone." All right. The museum closes at 6 in the evening, with 2 security guards patrolling, though most of the time they are stationed in the monitoring room, not roaming about as depicted in television dramas. The museum lacks advanced electronic security systems, but it is replete with cameras, making it virtually impossible for anyone to infiltrate without being recorded. As the night deepens, the clock strikes 2. By then, Sui Shui Island has seen a decline in tourists, and before darkness envelopes the sky, Nan Xing observes a dark cloud above. As the cloud passes, the earth is shrouded in darkness, and she approaches the grass behind the museum, where there are no external cameras. From her backpack, she retrieves a stack of black paper. The black paper flutters, adhering to the back door of the museum, climbing upward to conceal the camera, abruptly blocking its view. Nan Xing swiftly rushes over to unlock the door, and within 5 seconds, she has opened the back entrance. The black paper paves the way, effectively shrouding the cameras as Nan Xing dashes through, each segment of her journey taking mere seconds. Once she passes, the black paper disperses immediately. From the monitoring room's perspective, the camera flickers between black and white, appearing as though it has malfunctioned. The security guard remarks, "It seems the surveillance is broken. Someone will need to come to repair it tomorrow." Another guard suggests, "I'll go take a look around." The camera remains dark for a few seconds before returning to normal, and the guard patrols the area, discovering nothing amiss. Upon reaching the back door, he finds the lock untouched, with no anomalies present. Just 3 seconds after leaving, Nan Xing is still pressed against the wall of the back door courtyard, listening to the sound of the guard's footsteps receding, before glancing down at the fish-patterned incense burner in her hands. Inside the museum, the neighboring artifacts peer curiously at the new arrival. "Little brother. Where did that burner go? Who was that woman? She's not young, even older than I am." A Qing dynasty cloisen piece inquires. "You still call it little brother? That's quite disrespectful," retorts a nearby Song dynasty white porcelain bowl. "You should refer to it as elder brother, as it is of my generation." The chatter continues, while the black paper remains motionless, steadfastly maintaining its position where the incense burner once stood. On the surveillance feed, it still resembles the incense burner. As if nothing has transpired. Chapter 18. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 5. Though it is already 3 in the morning, the 3 Zhang siblings quickly rise upon hearing news of Nan Xing's return. Her arrival signifies that the old master may soon be revived, prompting them to act swiftly, unlike their previous sluggishness. Feng Yuan, who has been attentively monitoring the museum throughout the night, finally breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing her return. However, his heart skips a beat at the sight of the object in her hands. Goodness, she truly has brought something back. The museum will surely be in an uproar by morning. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approaches to ask, "Is this the item that can revive old Master Zhang?" "Yes, but..." Nan Xing frowns, scrutinizing the burner in her grasp, sensing something amiss. It possesses vitality, yet it feels fragile, even somewhat off. Noticing the 3 siblings have come downstairs, her brow furrows deeper. "I need to visit old Master Zhang's room. Tell them not to come." She darts up the staircase, while the 3 siblings, seeing her rush off, attempt to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, Feng Yuan, quick on his feet, intercepts them, stating firmly, "Miss Nan Xing still needs to perform certain rituals. If you disturb her, the process will be thwarted." Zhang Xiao asks, "How long will it take?" Very soon, very soon." Zhang Wang interjects, "It would be best if it could be completed tonight. With Monday approaching, we can consider countermeasures after learning of our father's will tomorrow, minimizing the group's losses." Zhang Hai, overhearing, scoffs, "You certainly have your calculations all figured out, elder brother." Zhang Wang refrains from engaging in banter, deeming it a waste of words. Upon entering old Master Zhang's room, Nan Xing closes the door and swiftly places the fish-patterned incense burner down, beginning to draw symbols around it. However, once the symbols are completed, the burner remains utterly still. Nan Xing's suspicions are confirmed. Moments later, Feng Yuan knocks and enters, finding her crouched on the floor, staring at the burner surrounded by symbols. Seeing her grave expression, he stands there for a moment before asking, "What's wrong?" Nan Xing hands the burner to him, saying, "This burner is a fake." Feng Yuan is taken aback. "Impossible. How could the museum possess a counterfeit?" Nan Xing explains, "The museum certainly can have fakes. They specifically create replicas to protect certain delicate artifacts that are not suitable for display. Though they do not disclose this to the public." Feng Yuan comprehends, considering that visitors only view items through glass, making it difficult for the average person to discern authenticity with the naked eye. He asks, "Does this burner fall under that category?" Nan Xing casts a trusting gaze in his direction. Feng Yuan immediately understands, pulling out his phone, stating, "I'll have my colleagues check right away." The information is quickly relayed, and Feng Yuan hands her his phone, allowing her to view the museum's conservation registry. However, the name of the fish-patterned incense burner is conspicuously absent. Nan Xing furrows her brow. How could an antique that the museum has verified be a replica? One that even the museum staff has been deceived about? Could there truly be a thief who dared to steal a burner? Yet, this burner is not particularly ancient, and the museum boasts far more valuable items. A thief would have no reason to steal such a seemingly insignificant piece. Moreover, the counterfeit is executed with remarkable skill, suggesting it was crafted by a professional. The cost of hiring such an expert might very well exceed the price of 2 genuine burners. If the authentic burner is not stored by the museum, then there is only one possibility: it was swapped. The individual responsible for the swap not only had the means to outwit the museum but also possessed considerable wealth. Connecting the dots, Nan Xing suddenly recalls the direction indicated by the cinnabar brush. She once again confirms with Feng Yuan, asking, "You mentioned this afternoon that the museum was renovated 2 years ago, and the benefactor of that renovation is a collector named Yang?" Feng Yuan nods, "Yes." "And you said his villa is located just behind the museum?" "Correct." Nan Xing ponders. The cinnabar brush likely points to Mr. Yang's residence. She had overlooked it, being preoccupied with the fake fish-patterned burner. She had been careless. Nan Xing resolves to visit Mr. Yang's home, to draw symbols at his doorstep in pursuit of clues. If the genuine burner is indeed there, she will be able to sense its presence. However, if it turns out to be there, the situation may become complicated. Typically, a collector's treasures are housed within a single space, guarded with high security, meaning there is likely but one entrance, and that entrance is not merely monitored by a single camera. If there are dedicated guards, she will need to devise a plan. Solutions will arise. There is no rush, but first, she must ascertain whether the burner is indeed at Mr. Yang's residence. As Feng Yuan observes her heading out without the burner, he chases after her, asking, "What shall we do with this fake burner?" "Leave it for now. If we cannot locate the genuine one, then we will return it." "Understood." The Zhang siblings, who have been waiting outside, become increasingly agitated upon hearing the words fake burner. The most impatient, Zhang Xiao, exclaims, "Fake? So there's no way to steal a life? How are you handling this? You're a fraud as well. Where in the world is there such a thing as a life-stealing master?" Zhang Hai, who had previously endured Nan Xing's cold glares, can no longer maintain his composure. Chuckling derisively, who was the one who suggested hiring a life-stealing master? It would be better to hire a lawyer. Among the trio, only Zhang Wang remains silent, though his expression is not particularly pleasant. Still, he maintains a polite demeanor towards Nan Xing, refraining from any sarcastic remarks. "You are being disrespectful. I invited her here. Every word of your grievances towards her reflects upon me." Just as Grandma he arrives, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Hai fall silent, refraining from further comments. "Grandmother," he remarked, "it has only been half a day. Is it truly so effortless to accomplish a feat that brings the dead back to life? Now, all of you, return to your rooms." The three individuals expressed slight grievances yet complied and retreated indoors. "Grandmother," he inclined her body slightly towards Nan Xing and said, "I apologize. The old gentleman has always indulged them," citing the hardships they endured during their youth by his side. Thus, once he acquired wealth, he has endeavored to fulfill their every desire. Tio put it simply, he has spoiled them. She sighed gently. He understands that this approach is flawed, yet his overwhelming guilt towards them has rendered him incapable of altering their pampered nature. "Miss Nan Xing, do not hold their taunts against them. Take your time, for no one shall rush you." Nan Xing remained indifferent to their mockery, not allowing it to occupy her thoughts. Her mind was singularly focused on one matter, visiting the Yang residence to ascertain whether the furnace was there. Grandmother, he maintained a remarkably regular schedule. Having awakened in the middle of the night, she felt quite energized, fearing that if she returned to bed, sleep would elude her. Noticing Nan Xing's good spirits, perhaps due to her own cold demeanor, she found herself compelled to speak. "If you are not weary, would you accompany me for a stroll in the garden?" Nan Xing glanced at the time. During the night, ancient artifacts were most active. If she ventured there now, the strong aura of antiquities surrounding the Yang villa might overshadow the scent of the furnace, rendering her trip futile. "Let's wait until dawn," she replied. "Very well." The garden at night was tranquil, filled with the muffled sounds of insects. Grandmother, he walked at a leisurely pace. Her steps were not sluggish but deliberate, as if the weight of her thoughts pressed down upon her feet. As she and Nan Xing strolled through the garden, observing the lush trees, she remarked, "These trees were seedlings I purchased years ago, planted by the gardener." Nan Xing looked up at the trees, which had grown for at least a decade, and said, "They are beautiful." Grandmother, he chuckled. "He also appreciates them greatly." She continued, "Everything I arranged brought him joy. I am the one who understands his preferences best. Even if he never awakens, I know how he would wish to allocate his estate. Equally among his 3 children, he never favored one over the others, yet each child believes he is partial to the other 2. With a sigh, she added, "He was once strong-willed, unable to relinquish his business. By the time he finally comprehended the need for reconciliation, it was too late. He perished on this island he so cherished." Nan Xing inquired, "Reconciliation?" "Reconciliation with this family. He often told me that his happiest moments were not during his wealthiest days, but in the past when he started from nothing, sitting under the trees in the yard with his 3 children, lighting incense and sharing stories to cool off." Grandmother, he smiled, "Do not assume that wealthy individuals speak without feeling. Who would long for those days of utter poverty?" Yet, he frequently reminisced about that time. "Initially, I would mock him, but eventually, I ceased." The memory of his expression as he recounted those past days filled her mind, a picture of his despondency. Yet, at that time, he had still not resolved to let go. After realizing the decline of his health, he intended to divide his estate, but with one condition. He wanted the children to come live on Shui Island with him for a while. This villa has stood for 10 years. Yet the family has never lived together here. Had it not been for the need to distribute the estate, they likely would not have come at all. One anticipated that he would die suddenly on the island. leaving no parting words. Grandmother, he spoke without a sigh, her words imbued with profound calm, yet Nan Xing could sense her disappointment. An extended silence hung in the air, steeped in a palpable sense of melancholy. Nan Xing stated, if old Master Zheng awakens and the inheritance is distributed, it is likely to create even more chaos. The sibling relationships will not improve. For now, they merely hope that all of old Master Zheng's assets will be allocated solely to themselves. As long as their desires are unmet, the battle for inheritance will never cease. Grandmother, he regarded her, whose words cut like a sharp blade, and smiled. You are indeed a pragmatic and cold-hearted young lady, bearing a wisdom beyond that of this old woman, yet your words ring true. Nan Xing asked, if you are aware of this, why still seek a life stealer? If not for your intervention, those three would have engaged lawyers long ago, wouldn't they? Indeed, this merely postpones their inevitable fallout. Then why seek me? Grandmother, he paused thoughtfully, lifting her gaze to the verdant trees shrouded in the night, and said, I wish to see him one last time. Her aged visage belied the tone of a young girl. Nan Xing's hardened heart softened at her words. What did wealth amount to? She held no desire for it. She merely yearned for one final encounter with him, fully aware that it would not equate to true resurrection, knowing it would only deepen the sorrow, and that another farewell would be even more agonizing. Yet she too wished to see him once more. Chapter 19. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 6, as dawn broke. The ferry services to Sishui Island resumed, bringing visitors from the mainland to the small island. The shops on the island opened around that time, eager to cater to the influx of tourists. For more visitors meant greater profits, albeit the rent was steep. No one wished to miss a single guest. The Yang family's residence did not occupy a large area, unlike the Zheng family, which had claimed a vast expanse of land. Situated in the heart of the island, near the bustling museum frequented by tourists, it was anything but secluded. In the Yang garden, a man in his 30s sat basking in the sun, his angular face exuding a certain severity. Though his eyes were closed, he appeared to be deep in thought, giving off an impression of burdened contemplation. Breakfast is ready, came a gentle voice, soothing as a spring breeze. Yang Jianghe opened his eyes, rays of sunlight illuminating them, revealing a lively yet soft gaze that seemed at odds with his overall demeanor. The young woman who spoke had approached him, her youthful beauty radiating warmth. She leaned down and said, I had the mill prepare fresh soy milk, fragrant and rich. The kitchen is already boiling it. Yang Jianghe grasped her hand and replied, You've been feeling tired lately. There is no need to rise so early. You should rest a little longer. I awoke and did not see you, and thought you had gone somewhere. Zhao Qian nodded and added, No wonder I saw so few people upon my return. You must have summoned them all to look for me. Haven't you? She leaned closer and placed a gentle kiss on his brow, saying, I won't run away. What are you afraid of? If I did, you would be able to find me easily. Indeed, I would, he said. Zhao Qian paused, extending her hand to shield his view of his own legs, saying, I won't run. There is no need for you to catch me. She moved behind him to push his wheelchair, saying, It's chilly inside. Let us enjoy the sunlight a little longer. Mr. Chiu should be waking up soon. Yang Jianghe responded, Yes, I will discuss the incense burner with Mr. Chiu shortly. Zhao Qian remained silent for a moment before saying, It is fine if you do not mention it. Last night, he examined the burner and expressed confidence that finding the original owner would not pose much difficulty. As long as he can see the incense burner, he will surely identify its origin and the tomb from which it was excavated. He cannot be mistaken. Zhao Qian commented, But the premise for him to locate the original owner is that he must inspect all the items in your collection. She added, Mr. Chiu is quite an odd fellow. He goes to such lengths to find ancient tombs, yet only makes this one request, without taking a single item away, insisting merely on a look. With Li Yuan vouching for him, there should be no issues. If any problems arise, it would be Li Yuan's reputation at stake, Yang Jianghe replied. The room is equipped with cameras, and we will be present while he is inside. So there is no need for concern. Zhao Qian inquired, What is the relationship between Mr. Li and Mr. Chiu? They seem as close as brothers, yet also like friends. Mr. Li is renowned for his caution in the industry. Yet he would hasten to vouch for Mr. Chiu in matters of the supernatural. He rushed in and out just to provide assurance. Yang Jianghe placed his hand on the back of hers, resting on the wheelchair, and said, these details need not concern us. You have often expressed discomfort regarding that fish-pattern incense burner, yet you refuse to let me dispose of it. Let him investigate the reason behind it." Zhao Qian understood that his decision was unchangeable and smiled, saying, "Since you have invited him, I will follow your lead." After basking in the sun for half an hour, a servant approached to inform them that the guest had risen. Zhao Qian pushed him back inside. Preparing to have breakfast with their guest, Mr. Chiu descended the stairs and exchanged morning greetings with both of them. After breakfast, Yang Zheng stated, "Regarding the incense burner I showed Mr. Chiu last night, does he feel confident in locating the original owner?" "Yes, but I cannot guarantee the time frame. Furthermore, that burner has appeared throughout various dynasties. The likelihood of finding accompanying burial items is high, so it may require more time," Mr. Chiu replied. "If Mr. Yang decides to commission me for this task, I have only one request, no pressure." Yang Zhenghe affirmed, "Of course, my only requirement is that the task be executed well. I will not rush you." He added, "I will have someone bring over the identification materials for the incense burner shortly." Mr. Chiu remarked, "I prefer to conduct my own appraisal, as I fear the materials may contain inaccuracies, wasting time." Yang Zhenghe observed the young man, refraining from calling him impolite, recognizing that he found the expert he sought lacking, and said, "Caution is wise." After breakfast, Zhao Qian had already taken the key to retrieve the incense burner from the designated storage room. However, after an extended period, she had yet to return. Yang Zhenghe waited for a while. Sensing something amiss, his wife was never slow in her tasks and would always inform him if delayed. He asked Mr. Chiu to wait and went to search for her. Upon entering the room, he found her standing in the center, holding the fish-pattern incense burner, completely still. "Qian." Zhao Qian turned at the sound, snapping back to reality. The wheelchair rolled to a stop before her. Yang Zhenghe asked, "What is the matter?" "Something feels amiss," remarked Zhao Qian. "Normally, when I handle the incense burner, it feels like needles pricking at my heart, causing me discomfort. Yet today, there is no reaction at all." Yang Zhenghe took the burner to inspect it closely, but he discerned nothing unusual. It appeared to be just the same burner. He surveyed the room filled with treasures once more, finding no apparent issues. Chiu Ci, having finished his breakfast, was savoring the soy milk, which was perfectly sweet and richly flavored, crafted from hand-ground beans, as it was filtered so finely that hardly any residue remained. Upon seeing Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Qian emerge, he noticed their expressions were somewhat grave. He set down his cup, refraining from asking questions immediately. "Mr. Chiu," Yang Zhenghe approached the table and stated, "I told you last night that my wife has a connection with this burner. Since the day she saw it in the museum, a bond was formed. After I replaced it, every time Qian touched it, she felt uneasy. Thus, I would like to ask you to investigate the cause. However, just now, she felt nothing at all. Can you discern anything?" Chiu Ci's gaze fell upon the small burner on the table, and he certainly perceived something. A red thread, was entwined with the burner. He pressed his hand against the burner and could even feel it quivering slightly. That red thread resembled a crimson sword, weaving around it, causing it to hold its breath in trepidation. Was it the thread that Nan Xing had retrieved from the alley yesterday, now released again? Why? Suddenly, Chiu Ci recalled that Nan Xing was a life thief. Could it be that this time she intended to steal the life of the incense burner? No wonder it trembled so. It was indeed its fate hanging by a thread. Seeing his silence, Yang Zhenghe inquired, "Has Mr. Chiu discerned something?" I need to step out for a moment. You all should handle the burner for now," Chiu Ci replied. He wanted to caution them against the possibility of theft, but he realized that if he alerted them, they might catch Nan Xing, so he held his tongue. Although Nan Xing was aloof and indifferent, she harbored no ill intentions. Chiu Ci rose and followed the red thread, which pierced through the museum, pointing steadily toward the alley. Before he reached the alley he had traversed yesterday, he spotted Nan Xing approaching. The two encountered each other once more. Nan Xing was not the least bit surprised to see Chiu Ci anywhere. She walked past him, saying, "What a coincidence," and then added coldly, "Goodbye." Her frigid greeting and equally icy farewell amused Chiu Ci, who turned and asked, "Nan Xing, are you planning to steal the life of the fish-patterned incense burner?" Nan Xing halted, turned back to look at him, and asked, "How did you know?" "Because I just came from Mr. Yang's home, and that burner is tethered by your red thread." Nearly frightened to death, Qiu Ci replied. Mr. Yang enjoys lively company, so he doesn't mind the bustling museum. Likewise, the Yang family garden is filled with gardeners, and the house is attended by numerous servants. There are always people outside the door collecting private treasures. Nan Xing frowned slightly and Qiu Ci continued. I believe you can get inside, but I recall the commotion caused by the gluttonous wine cup. Thus, it seems unlikely that you could steal the burner without alerting Mr. Yang. The genuine burner is indeed with Yang Jianghe, Nan Xing remarked. He painstakingly swapped it out from the museum, so even if I were to steal it, there would be no wrongdoing. Qiu Ci countered. Of course, there would be no wrongdoing, but if it causes a stir, given Mr. Yang's regard for the incense burner, he would not let it slide. Once he launches a thorough investigation, even the slightest clue could lead back to you. His words sounded as though he wished to avoid any trouble befalling her. Nan Xing found it surprising that Qiu Ci had no intention of informing Mr. Yang. Noticing her silence, Qiu Ci realized he was acting as her protector, unwilling for her to take risks. After a moment, he said, that burner is very important to Mrs. Yang, and it is not out of greed that she wishes to steal it. Suddenly, he felt that the matter Yang Jianghe mentioned, and the task Nan Xing aimed to accomplish might intersect harmoniously. Nan Xing, would you be interested in making a deal with Mr. Yang? What sort of deal? Mrs. Yang has a connection with that burner. They wish to understand the nature of this bond. If you could unravel it, perhaps Mr. Yang would temporarily lend you the burner. This proposal sounded promising. But Nan Xing was reluctant to engage in this transaction through Qiu Ci. She lowered her gaze, pondering, and suddenly realized, your work is not about stealing ancient relics from tombs, but rather assisting people in resolving their issues. This time, it is about helping Mrs. Yang uncover her connection with the incense burner. Qiu Ci had not anticipated her astuteness. It seemed that if he spoke further, she would deduce everything. He smiled. Just as you perceive value in both the priceless he sure buy and a bamboo skewer from the Warring States period, I value them equally. The essence of his pursuits was not driven by the worth of antiques, but rather to address specific matters that required engagement with them. Nan Xing queried, then why are you shifting this transaction onto me? How will you fulfill your task? Qiu Ci replied, I will have Mr. Yang agree to 2 requests, one for you and one for me. So, you need not do anything? Qiu Ci considered her remark and realized it did seem advantageous for him. Nan Xing pursed her lips and remarked, you should consider joining a brokerage. Finally, she added, I refuse to cooperate. After saying this, Nan Xing walked toward the Yang residence, no longer granting Qiu Ci the opportunity to persuade her. Watching Nan Xing retreat further away, Qiu Ci pondered the heavily guarded Yang estate, curious about how she would execute her theft while also concerned about the trouble she might attract. With these thoughts in mind, he followed her, intending to observe the situation at the Yang residence, hoping he would not witness Nan Xing being apprehended. Chapter 20. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 7. The patterns on the burner were faint, depicting several swimming carp in the past. When Zhao Qian gazed upon them, she always felt as if they were truly swimming, circling the burner repeatedly. Yet now, the carp were motionless and no longer pricked at her as before. Yang Jianghe observed her from morning till now, fixated on the incense burner, his gaze deep and filled with concern, as if he were watching over his own child. He could not quite comprehend why she held such aversion to everything yet was inexplicably drawn to this burner, which, each time she cradled it, felt as sharp as a thorn. She had expressed on more than one occasion that the burner despised her, and every time she beheld it, an inexplicable discomfort would wash over her. When they first met at the museum, he had looked up to see tears brimming in her eyes. The unknown unsettled him, and thus, he was determined to unravel this mystery at any cost. Qianqian, Zhao Qian, who had been leaning over the table, suddenly straightened up and gently leaned against him, saying, There's no response. It feels as though it has perished. Yang Jianghe caressed her hair and replied, Qiu Ci has already gone to investigate. Is Mr. Qiu reliable? I have not heard of him ever failing. Yang Jianghe added, Let us wait and see. If he truly cannot uncover anything, I will continue to have someone investigate. Zhao Qian felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She whispered, Let it come back to life. Come back to life, and I would do anything. Do not speak such foolishness. Yang Jianghe frowned. wanting to tell her it was merely a burner, but such words would only deepen her sorrow. He changed his tone, saying, "No one is more important than you. It cannot be." Zhao Qian lifted her gaze to meet his, saying, "Yes, there is you." Yang Jianghe faltered. Even the heart of an iron man could be warmed. He reached out to embrace her. Though his legs could not move, his arms remained strong and firm. Held so tightly, Zhao Qian felt somewhat better. She softly asked, "Will you be going out this afternoon? Are any guests coming?" "No need." "Then don't move. I'll take a nap." "Sleep well." She rested her head against him, and within half a minute, she had fallen asleep. Exhausted from the day's labor, she had risen early to oversee the mill, and now fatigue overwhelmed her. Yang Jianghe leaned down to kiss her softly and remained still, allowing her to treat him as a large sofa. Meanwhile, Nan Xing, having stood outside in the garden for quite some time, had yet to find an opportunity to act. Generally, people have superstitions regarding antiques, viewing them as items unearthed from tombs, heavy with an aura of death. Thus, even if one cherished such objects, it was rare to encounter someone who would sleep with an antique in their embrace. Yet now, she had encountered just such a person. Even if a tomb had no door, she could enter, for it belonged to the realm of the dead. However, a living person's home was different. One must enter through the door or window compliantly. Moreover, since the item was being held closely, there was no chance to act. Nan Xing decided to wait until the person relinquished their hold. At this moment, she stood at the side of the Yang residence, perfectly positioned to avoid the surveillance cameras. Yet, after waiting for half an hour, then an hour, all the way until dusk, the individual still did not release their grip. Still no luck? Voices emerged from the garden, and the red thread appeared even more vibrant. As Nan Xing observed the thread, she realized the burner was drawing nearer. She peered through a small gap in the fence and saw that the red thread led forward, moving with the wheelchair. The red thread was in the delicate, fair hands of a young girl who was cradling the fish-patterned incense burner. Following the hand upward, she spotted a young woman. Nan Xing's pupils flickered, and the burner trembled in response. Sensing the movement of the burner in her grasp, Zhao Qian hurriedly looked down, but in that fleeting moment, it fell silent once more. She sighed softly. It has ceased moving again. Yang Jianghe, who came to the garden every morning and afternoon to bask in the sun, noticed her sudden start and turned to say, "Hand me the burner." Zhao Qian smiled wryly and handed it to him, feeling somewhat neurotic. Leaning against the wall, Nan Xing remained silent for a considerable time, listening as they circled to the other side of the garden. She took out her phone and dialed Xiuxi's number. Although she hadn't intended to memorize it, her remarkable memory allowed her to recall it after just one repetition. The phone rang, echoing from the room above her. She looked up towards the room above the garden, where the call was answered. "Hello? It's me, Nan Xing." She replied, "I promise you." "A proposal?" Xiuxi chuckled softly, his voice coming through the phone, slightly husky. "Where are you? I'll come find you." From the position of the window, I jumped down. The window of the upstairs room soon opened, and Xiuxi leaned out to look down. Indeed, spotting the starry girl, he smiled and said, "I'll come down right now. Wait for me." Xiuxi hurried downstairs, and by the time he reached the entrance, Nan Xing was already waiting at the door. He opened it and immediately remarked, "You actually changed your mind. Why?" Nan Xing remained silent and replied, "Take me to meet Yang Jianghe." As Xiuxi led her inside, he questioned, "Given your cautious nature, are you not afraid that I might fail to persuade him and thus expose your intentions? Surely, you do not possess enough trust in me to approach him directly." "He will agree," Nan Xing asserted. "This is his karmic bond." Xiuxi paused slightly. "Karmic bond?" Nan Xing fell silent again, and Xiuxi had never encountered a girl less inclined to speak than her. He continued, "But you mentioned that ancient artifacts thrive on the memories most deeply etched in them. So even if Mr. Yang is fated to be connected with it, he may not necessarily uncover that history. Right? Oh wait, why is it Mr. Yang's karmic bond and not Mrs. Yang's? It is Mrs. Yang who would feel the sting. Mr. Yang seems unaffected." Nan Xing stifled a moment, paused her steps, and looked at him. "Are you a curious little one?" Xiuxi was immediately at a loss for words. "Certainly not. Fine, fine. No more questions." Finally, Nan Xing enjoyed a moment of peace. Upon hearing Xiuxi mention the possibility of unraveling the mystery of the incense burner, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Qian hurried to the hall. A girl accompanied Qiu Ci, her demeanor indifferent and distant, offering no greeting. Qiu Ci introduced, Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, this is my assistant, Nan Xing. She can help you with what you wish to know. However, we require an additional condition. Speak. Once the matter is resolved, we need to borrow the incense burner, just for 1 hour. Yang Zhenghe frowned. Borrow? Yes, borrow. Yang Zhenghe fell silent, and Zhao Qian also remained quiet for a long while before finally saying, no. Qiu Ci replied, I will act as guarantor. Zhao Qian frowned but shook her head once more. This is not a matter of trust. Please understand, Mr. Qiu. Why must it be borrowed? Qiu Ci sighed. It is necessary. Zhao Qian continued to shake her head. Without a suitable reason, she could not allow the item to be borrowed, even with Li Yuan as a guarantor. She understood that her husband had business dealings with the Li family and did not want him to be accused of disrespecting them in the future. After a moment's thought, she said, anything else can be borrowed. But this cannot. Her stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Nan Xing interjected, have you ever heard the rumors of the soul thief? Yang Zhenghe frowned, scrutinizing her. Are you a soul thief? Yes, this burner is the item I need for my mission. Without it, I cannot complete my task. Zhao Qian asked, why is it specifically this one? I do not know. It simply resonates with my energy. It is the one. Nan Xing continued. Perhaps it is due to the similarity in their properties. Or perhaps it is merely a shared effect, or they may have experienced similar circumstances. Which it is, depends on the memories during the act of thievery. For the first time, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Qian heard such things and struggled to comprehend. Even Qiu Ci, who had once ventured into an alternate realm, could not fully grasp the meaning. Stealing lives is indeed a technical endeavor. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, Nan Xing said, I do not need to take the burner right now. If you could provide me a room for just half an hour, I can help you unravel the bond between the burner and yourselves. This burner holds a heart knot. Once it is untied, Mrs. Yang will never feel cold upon seeing it again. Yang Zhenghe looked at Qiu Ci, asking, did you tell her everything? No. Qiu Ci was also curious about how Nan Xing had come to know this, including Zhao Qian's connection to the burner. From the earlier encounter, it appeared to be their first meeting. How could she know so much? Yang Zhenghe did not make decisions for his wife, and after much contemplation, Zhao Qian finally said, if what you say is true and it can resolve the doubts in my heart, then you may borrow the burner. Nan Xing nodded. Please. Mrs. Yang, arrange a room immediately, and no one is to enter. Even if there are sounds, no one is to come in. The Yang family was not large, yet there were many vacant rooms. Nan Xing chose the quietest one and was about to close the door when Qiu Ci reached out to stop her. Smiling at her, I want to see too. What if I refuse? Then I would be very upset. Nan Xing chuckled lightly and closed the door tighter. Just as Qiu Ci's hand was about to be caught, he hurriedly slipped inside, exclaiming, so cold-hearted. He laughed, after all, I've already accompanied you to the ancient tomb once during the Warring States period. It shouldn't matter this time. It does, Nan Xing replied. Entering once costs a little life. Are you not afraid? Qiu Ci paused. Looking at her, how many times have you been? Has your life been greatly depleted? Nan Xing had intended to frighten him, but to her surprise, he bypassed that point and instead expressed concern for her life. Shouldn't a normal person feel alarmed, worrying about their own life being at stake? I was lying. Nan Xing retracted her gaze and walked towards the table with the burner. Qiu Ci, half believing, hoped she was indeed jesting. Otherwise, merely the incidents he knew that might relate to life-stealing numbered over 100, and the cumulative loss of time was staggering. The fragrance began to permeate the room, subtly entering his nostrils, forcibly pulling his thoughts back. Qiu Ci looked ahead and saw the burner, which had not been lit, emitting wisps of white smoke. The smoke thickened like the morning mist in a valley, gently rising. A girl swiftly approached him, seemingly clad in a long dress, with her black hair cascading down to her waist. As she hurried, her garments and dark locks fluttered. Qiu Ci regained his focus and was momentarily surprised to see Nan Xing. The fragrance intensified, and the sound of iron hooves echoed in his ears. The scent abruptly transformed into the acrid smoke of battle, casting him into a war zone filled with the chaos of rising flames. After the fall of the Tang dynasty, 5 regimes succeeded one another, with over 10 factions seizing territories, marking a period of great fragmentation in Chinese history, collectively known as the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. Chapter 21. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 8, 2 urgent letters, hastily delivered over 800 miles, reached both the court and the general's residence. When the servant handed the letter to Hongya, she was inside preparing spices, intending to light them upon Chu Li's return. He was not particularly fond of incense, but she cherished it, thus he always indulged her. Yet every time he left, he had to wash himself inside and out at least 3 times, changing his clothes to thoroughly rid himself of the scent. Though it was troublesome, he never voiced any dislike for the fragrance, never asked her to remove it, for it brought her joy. Hongya set down the spices and opened the red wax seal on the envelope, extracting the letter within. Just a few terse words, yet they pierced her eyes like a sharp blade. With a sigh, her heart felt as if bound by a 1,000-pound shackle. Chu Li was brought back from the border town by his subordinates, the carriage arriving at their doorstep, where he was carried inside. His legs had been rendered useless by the enemy general, and he would never stand again. Hongya did not go to the door to greet him. She waited until he returned to his room. And when everyone else had left, she stood outside for a while before entering, forcing a smile as she said, "The general has returned. I made your favorite dishes." Chu Li sat on a small couch by the window, lost in thought. Upon seeing her enter and the strained smile on her face, his heart ached. He reached out to pull her close, embracing her tightly, and whispered, "I'm fine, don't cry." Hongya buried her face in his embrace, wanting to say something, but her throat tightened, and no words came out. After a long silence, she finally rose from his arms, quickly wiping away the tears that threatened to spill, looking up to say, "I want to cry. You always say you have no time to accompany me, always leaving me at home. Now you have time." Chu Li sighed within, both of them afraid to confront the truth, both pretending to comfort one another. He had originally planned to marry her after this battle, to avoid the gossip that circulated both inside and outside the residence. But now, given his condition, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Hongya was exceptionally beautiful, delicate and tender. While she could not find another general, she could at least find a healthy man. The times were ever-changing, and he was uncertain if his current state could provide her with steady peace. Spring brought much rain, and the persistent drops falling from the eaves had carved small holes in the ground, collecting water. Hongya wished to light the incense, but with the burner in her hands, she glanced at Chu Li on the small couch and set it down again. "Light it," Chu Li urged, putting down his book. "Isn't it true that without some soothing incense, you won't be able to sleep? So go ahead and light it." Hongya replied, "But you don't like it. You always think it's embarrassing for a man to smell of incense." Chu Li remained silent, attempting to move his legs. But he felt no sensation. Even the slightest movement was impossible. He lowered his brows and murmured, "Now that I can no longer step outside, why bother with such matters?" Hongya paused momentarily, placing the incense she held aside, and approached him to kneel beside the window seat, saying, "General, do not think this way. You will still lead troops into battle in the future." Chu Li was aware that his legs were utterly useless. When the enemy had struck him down from his horse, he had anticipated a swift death, but instead, the opponent had merely severed the tendons in his legs and departed. He would have preferred a clean death. Yet that man had chosen to leave him with this profound humiliation instead. He longed to perish on the battlefield but was instead rescued. Upon regaining consciousness, the thought of Hongya still waiting for his return caused him to abandon his suicidal thoughts. Hongya had no family. If he were to die, she would be left utterly alone, not knowing what wretched fate awaited her. Much like before their fateful encounter, he fought to survive, for at the very least, his past merits would be remembered by the court, ensuring him a stipend. "General," Hongya said, casting her gaze upon his hands, her words caught in her throat. Chu Li inquired, "What do you wish to say?" "General," she called him once more, taking a deep breath before saying, "Marry me. I wish to remain by your side to care for you in a rightful manner." Chu Li was momentarily taken aback. Since the day of his return, Hongya had been devotedly looking after him. Even with servants assisting, he could not help but notice her waning figure. He averted his gaze, returning his attention to the book before him, stating, "I will not marry you." Hongya was taken aback. "Why?" Chu Li remained silent. After a brief pause, Hongya was left wondering whether he feared burdening her, or if he deemed her origins too humble. She was but a solitary girl who had fled from another place. Nearly starving along the way, he had rescued her, taken her in as a maid, provided her with food, and sheltered her. That should have sufficed. Yet she dared to aspire for the role of a wife. Troubled, Hongya found it increasingly difficult to sleep at night, and within a few days, her frailness had worsened. Meanwhile, Chuli had resolved to send her away. The message was relayed by the steward. The general wished for her to leave the general's residence. No longer needing to remain there, Hongya refused to depart, kneeling before his door throughout the night, saying not a word. Chuli, equally sleepless, opened the door in the morning to find her still on her knees. He wished to lift her, but he could not stand. I am a broken man now, and my military authority will inevitably be stripped away, and when that time comes, I will not be able to provide you with wealth, let alone sustenance. You must care for me for the rest of your life. Leave now, and I will not hold it against you. So the general fears burdening me, hence he will not marry me? Hongya raised her gaze to meet his. A smile gracing her lips. It is not that you disdain my humble origins. Chuli was momentarily stunned. Seasons changed, and Chuli's military power had been entirely revoked. The court, acknowledging his past contributions, continued to provide a generous stipend. Now transformed into Madame Chu, Hongya meticulously managed these funds. Maintaining the general's residence was no small feat. She reduced the number of staff, determined to save some silver for the future. Yet, Chu Li's health deteriorated further, his chronic illness unyielding, and with the loss of his military power, he became increasingly averse to leaving his quarters, even reluctant to exit his room. One morning, awakening to find Hongya absent from his side. He contemplated summoning a servant, but what good would it do? So he remained in bed, awaiting her return. Hongya had not ventured outside the city. The chaos of war made even the imperial city feel unsafe, and the populace was in a state of panic, preoccupied with their own survival. Clad in a loose robe, Hongya traversed the alleys with her head bowed, her eyes darting warily from side to side. When she finally paused, she was quite far from the general's residence. She spotted someone standing there, recognizing the figure, and hurried toward them. Upon hearing her footsteps, the man turned to face her. His gaze was sharp, sending a chill through Hongya's body. She fought to maintain her composure and asked, "Are my parents well?" "Yes," the man replied, handing her a letter. Hongya immediately seized it, confirming her parents' handwriting, and let out a sigh of relief. Yet, her heart soon tightened again. Every time he appeared, it was never for good tidings. The emperor's orders are clear. It is time to eliminate Chuli. Hongya froze. He is already crippled, stripped of his military power. Why can you not let him be? Do you truly believe you can remain his wife? The man's tone was cold and laced with derision. Have you forgotten who had long been poisoning him, causing him to faint on the battlefield and have his tendons severed? Hongya's body trembled. She had forgotten, deliberately so. Everything, including her guise as a fleeing orphan and the route Chuli had taken that fateful day, had been meticulously planned by her. The small, fish-patterned incense burner had been continuously burning the toxic incense. The scent would corrode the body, yet the poisoned remained blissfully unaware. The man continued, "Eliminate him, and you may return, as per our original agreement, to reunite with your family." Chu Li's injury had already sent shockwaves through the court. Now, should he be killed along with the other three esteemed generals, it would scatter the hearts of the people and leave them vulnerable, like a house of cards. He placed the poison in her hand, saying, "Now, go carry out your task." Hongya was stunned, staring at the toxic incense in her palm. Slowly closing her fist as if she had severed Chu Li's life with her own hands. She took a long time to return to the general's residence. He had treated her well, and she was fully aware of his feelings. She too held affection for him. Yet, she could not trade her parents' lives for his. "Chu Li, to kill you and reclaim my parents, I would gladly return my life to you." Lost in thought, she failed to notice the significant reduction of servants in the residence. Upon reaching her room, she overheard Chu Li speaking with the deputy general and chose not to knock, preparing to leave when suddenly she heard her name. People are always sensitive to their own names, and Hongya was no exception. She instinctively halted. The voices within were soft yet distinct. "General, are you truly going to proceed with this? Madam has done nothing wrong." Indeed, Hongya has committed no wrong, but she cannot be allowed to remain. Chu Li's tone was resolute as he reiterated, I am aware of my condition. I shall not live much longer. Yet she remains a young and beautiful flower. I cannot allow her to tarnish the Chu family's reputation. Therefore, after my death, you must kill her, ensuring she accompanies me in death, preserving the family's honor. Leaning against the wall, Hongya's eyes widened, nearly gasping for breath. Her body trembled, her hands shaking, tears spilling from her eyes and falling to the ground. She fought to suppress her voice, step by step supporting herself against the wall as she left the room. Chu Li wished to kill her. How could he desire her death? Hongya escaped through the back door, finally breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. Days passed, and Chu Li could no longer step outside, confined to his bed. One morning, he awoke to see Hongya at the dressing table, her long hair cascading down to her waist, yet still unkempt. Uncertain where he found the strength, he sat up and called, Hongya. She turned to look at him, rushing to assist him, adjusting the blanket to support his back. Your hair has grown quite long, Chu Li remarked, taking hold of a strand. When you entered the residence 2 years ago, your hair was nearly all tangled. I was truly pitiable then. Was I not? Hongya replied, lowering her gaze. Had you not rescued me, I would have perished. What do you mean rescued? Chu Li paused, ultimately choosing not to elaborate. Realizing his feelings were deepening, he shook his head. Releasing the strand of hair. I am tired. You may leave. Hongya had no wish to linger, preparing to tie up her hair as she said, I shall prepare breakfast. Before leaving, she, as on the previous days, lit the incense. The remaining incense in the burner was nearly gone. She stared at the dwindling supply for a moment, her fingers trembling as she reached out. Once the toxic incense burned away, he would truly perish. Hongya loved him, but she felt betrayed by him even more. Resolving herself, she took the incense, placed it in the burner, and ignited it. The fragrant smoke wafted through the room. A strong wind blew outside, rushing through the window and dispersing the fragrance within. Chu Li had begun to enjoy the scent, for it was also the scent that lingered on Hongya. She often busied herself with affairs of the residence, rarely staying indoors. When she was absent but the fragrance remained, it felt as though she was always by his side. He lost himself in thought, gradually being consumed by the toxic smoke, slowly slipping into dreams and eventually never to awaken again. Chu Li had died. That night, Hongya took the Chu family's money and left, unwilling even to perform the mourning rites. She was afraid to witness the scene of Chu Li's burial. He had betrayed her, been indifferent, yet she still loved him and could not bear to see him completely gone. She intended to take this money and her parents to live a stable life, vowing never to return to such a sordid existence. Madam, wait. Just as she had exited the city gates, she encountered Chu Li's deputy general. She regarded him, one hand behind her back, gripping the dagger concealed within her sleeve. The deputy general inquired, Does Madam not wish to attend the general's burial? Are you so eager to leave? Hongya bit her lip fiercely, declaring, I know you wish to kill me, to ensure I accompany Chu Li in death. The deputy general fell silent, witnessing the hatred in her eyes, and felt a pang of sympathy. Unwilling to see her suffer, he raised his voice, The general has never wished to harm you. I heard everything. I heard it all. Chu Li fears I will tarnish the Chu family's name and wishes to kill me. No, that is a deception by the general. The deputy general's voice caught in his throat. The general deliberately allowed you to hear that. He knows you do not wish to leave, but he is gravely ill and can no longer protect you. He fears you might do something foolish, that you would remain loyal to the Chu family. He would rather you hate him and leave with the money. Hongya was taken aback, shaking her head. That is impossible. The deputy general countered. Why is it impossible? Have you not noticed how many servants have disappeared from the residence recently? That was a command given specifically by the general. While you lingered in the alley, he sent someone away, all to ensure that you could overhear our conversation outside. With the general's exceptional martial prowess, could he possibly be unaware of your presence outside? Impossible. As Hongya recalled the events of the past, she came to understand that it was not a mere fabrication. Yet, she was reluctant to admit it, for once she did, what would she become? She had slain Chu Lit, was she who had taken Chu Li's life with her own hands. The general warned me repeatedly not to utter these words to you. Yet how could I bear to keep silent, knowing how deeply the general loves the one who has harbored hatred for him all her life? Silence, Hongye retorted sharply. I refuse to believe it. The deputy commander, gazing at her in profound anguish, recognized that such words were too cruel for her to bear, and with a soft, "Take care," he departed. Hongye, utterly drained of strength, slumped against the wall, her thoughts drifting to the past 2 years spent with Chu Li, tears cascading down her cheeks. It seems you truly cherished Chu Li, poisoning him with your own hands, and now here you are, weeping in sorrow. A cold voice echoed from behind her, causing Hongye to pause momentarily before turning to look. Yet even in your grief, you have not forgotten to take his money. The man pointed to the large bundle beside her, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. You have plundered all his wealth. Tell me, do you intend to return it to your parents? Yes, they endured great hardship as hostages these past 2 years. I hope to sever all ties with you henceforth. Hongye felt a raging fury and profound loathing within her. The man, taken aback, inquired, 2 years? What do you mean by 2 years? He began to count on his fingers, and upon reaching the 3rd, he suddenly laughed. They have only suffered for 3 days. How could it be 2 years? Hongye froze. What are you saying? Impossible. It cannot be. The handwriting, it was undoubtedly my parents' handwriting. They have been writing to me all along, the letters you brought. Suddenly, she comprehended the truth. It was all a deception, a mere fabrication. They had merely imitated a specific handwriting. How difficult could that be? She wept uncontrollably, both heartbroken and regretful. Heartbroken over her parents' murder, regretful for having killed Chu Li. The man, witnessing her bent in sorrow, quietly approached, intent on ending her life. Suddenly, Hongye lunged forward, plunging a dagger deeply into his heart. He was astonished. The blade pierced further, nearly tearing his heart apart. He had underestimated her. Filled with immense rage, Hongye felt no fear as she killed the eye. In the moment she withdrew the dagger, a short knife was thrust into her abdomen. Pain surged through her, and as she pushed him away, the man who had perished wavered. Finally succumbing to death, she pressed her bleeding abdomen, leaning against the cold wall, reminiscing about the warmth of Chu Li's body that she once relied upon. She wished to return to the general's residence. But the image of Chu Li's lifeless body lying cold in the hall extinguished that thought. She could not bear to face him. Let him return to life. Let him live again. I would do anything. Yet, no matter how many times she pleaded, he would not come back. He was gone. Until his last breath, he had sought ways to ensure her happiness, while she had believed he truly intended to kill her. Outside the city, the clamor of blades and weapons resounded. As if war were at hand, Hongye's breath grew fainter as she glimpsed her parents, saw Chu Li. Yet an unfamiliar fragrance wafted through the air, causing those apparitions to vanish in an instant. She stared at the incense burner that had rolled from the bundle beside her. Fish frolicked in the water, smoke swirling around them, drawing strength from an unknown source. She grasped the incense burner tightly with her bloodied hands and hurled it with force. The burner crashed to the ground, the remnants of its contents scattering and returning to dust. Until her dying breath, Hongye gazed upon that furnace of betrayal, unable to close her eyes. Chapter 22. The Fish Pattern Incense Burner, Part 9. As the smoke that filled the room gradually dissipated, the chaotic sounds of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms faded away. When the last wisp of smoke cleared, the clamor subsided. Qiu Ci suddenly grasped why Nan Xing had consented to his bargain. Hongye was now Zhao Qian, and Chu Li was now Yang Zhonghe. A fateful entanglement. Qiu Ci observed the incense burner that had, unbeknownst to him, been cleansed of its bloodstains, and remarked, when Hongye died, her resentment was too profound. Even after so many lifetimes, her bitterness remains. Nan Xing once more touched the fish-patterned incense burner, now steady in her grasp. As if it understood that she meant it no harm, Qiu Ci inquired, do you think Zhao Qian might be a corporate spy sent by the company, reenacting the events of years past? Unable to help herself, Nan Xing cast him a sidelong glance, filled with disdain. Noticing her expression, Qiu Ci chuckled. You traverse the ages and comprehend the past, but I am unskilled in such matters. I only excel at finding things. Having lived for so long, if anyone could grasp even a fraction of her essence, it would be a remarkable talent. Qiu Ci possessed far more than a mere understanding. If the Nan family still existed, they would likely take Qiu Ci as a disciple. For his talent was evident, even if he spoke too much. Why the look of regret? Qiu Ci pressed his hand against the incense burner, sensing its unusual tranquility. After a moment's thought, he said, "It has absorbed Hongye's blood, thus carrying her resentment. It has been restless in Zhao Qian's hands because Hongye's emotional turmoil remained unresolved. Now that it is at peace, it signifies that Hongye's turmoil has been laid to rest." In other words, if Zhao Qian were indeed a corporate spy intent on destroying Chuli, the burner would undoubtedly remain agitated. Therefore, this incarnation of Zhao Qian truly came to repay debts and rekindle connections. The cycle of life ultimately returns to its origins. Noticing that Nan Xing had stowed away the burner, seemingly preparing to descend, Qiu Ci mused that she would likely not disclose the tragic entanglement of the past. Though he felt sympathy for Hongye's plight, the events should not have unfolded in such a manner. As the saying goes, past matters should remain in the past, especially those from a previous life. Moreover, young Jianghe in this life still held affection for her. It remained uncertain whether Zhao Qian would again embody Hongye from the previous generation. Only time would reveal the truth. Zhao Qian, having heeded Nan Xing's advice and remaining downstairs alongside young Jianghe, heard movement from above and suddenly sensed an unfamiliar fragrance wafting through the air, which set her heart in turmoil. She nearly succumbed to the urge to ascend. But young Jianghe held her back, urging her to be patient. Finally, when Nan Xing and Qiu Ci descended, she hurried forward, and upon seeing the incense burner, felt a momentary daze. Yet, like a gentle breeze, it scattered her anxious thoughts, inexplicably calming her. "It is resolved." Nan Xing placed the burner in her hands and said, "The burner has come alive. It will no longer cause you pain, for its emotional turmoil has been resolved." Young Jianghe approached and asked, "What emotional turmoil?" Embracing the burner, Zhao Qian indeed felt its vibrant essence, devoid of the sharp pain that had once pierced her heart. Even the sorrow that had often brought her to tears when holding it had vanished. She too inquired, "What emotional turmoil?" "You and Mr. Yang," Nan Xing replied, "were a couple in a past life, yet fate conspired against you, leading to a regrettable separation. What does that have to do with it?" "This was the burner you used for incense, Mr. Yang was quite fond of it. But why does the burner only recognize me?" "Because you used it daily, while Mr. Yang was often away leading troops and had little contact with it." Zhao Qian paused, gazing down at him with a faint smile. "So you are a general after all." Yang Jianghe did not dwell on the matters of their past lives. Whether as a general or a brash warrior, they were but remnants of history. He grasped her hand and said, "Regardless of our former identities, or how we may have missed our chances, that is no longer the case." Zhao Qian nodded gently. Indeed. The burner rested quietly in her hands, exuding a faint fragrance that instilled a sense of tranquility, free of the burning pain that had once tormented her. She returned the burner to Nan Xing, stating, "As per our agreement, we shall lend it to you." She then addressed Qiu Ci, similarly, "According to our agreement, you may examine the antiques in our collection." "Thank you." As Nan Xing received the burner, she caught a glimpse of Qiu Ci from the corner of her eye. He had gone to such lengths merely to inspect someone else's collection? What was he truly searching for? Nan Xing remained contemplative and advised Zhao Qian, "You should visit the hospital when you have the chance." Zhao Qian was slightly taken aback, asking, "Am I unwell?" Nan Xing glanced at her abdomen, then averted her gaze, saying nothing. Young Jianghe suddenly realized, his heart racing. He knew of the saying among mystics that one must not divulge secrets of fate, lest it bring misfortune. Thus, he refrained from pressing further and quietly told his wife, "You've been excessively drowsy lately, haven't you? That has not occurred in 2 months, has it?" Zhao Qian understood, placing her hand over her abdomen, her fingertips trembling in disbelief. When Nan Xing and Qiu Ci emerged, young Jianghe had already summoned a driver to take Zhao Qian to the hospital. The pair walked along a narrow path, witnessing their vehicle depart down the main road. Nan Xing reflected silently. If Hongye had been more vigilant, recognizing sooner that her parents were no longer present, if she had trusted Chuli a little more, believing he could never bring himself to harm her, she would not have stumbled into one mistake after another. Ultimately, she became a pitiable figure, both lamentable and contemptible. Qiu Ci asked, "Then why assist them?" Nan Xing remained silent for a moment before lowering her gaze to the burner in her hands, stating, "Go now, be reborn." Reborn? Xiao Ci was slightly taken aback, only to witness the burner tremble as a wisp of soul departed. That burner contains, Xiao Ci realized. What lay within the burner was not merely Hongya's resentment, but rather the essence of the child that Chu Li and Hongya had conceived. Neither Chu Li nor Hongya were aware, and now, Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian remained oblivious as well. The child, who had never been born and whose existence had been shrouded in ignorance, sought to protect both parents with its minuscule soul, yearning for its mother to perceive it, striving to assert its presence. He waited for thousands of years, and at last, he awaited their rebirth. Quietly displayed in the museum, he was longing for their return, yearning for the opportunity to once again be their child. Nan Xing harbored no fondness for this pair of resentful lovers. Yet she could not help but notice the child who had been perpetually waiting. Xiao Ci discovered that Nan Xing was far kinder and warmer than he had imagined. As Nan Xing paused, tilting her head, she commanded, "Do not follow me." Her tone was as cold as steel, and the frozen Xiao Ci had no choice but to halt and gaze at her, feeling an absence of warmth. "Goodbye." "Yes, farewell." Xiao Ci smiled faintly. Refraining from teasing her further, China is vast, yet perhaps fate would allow their paths to cross once more. Having waited impatiently, the Zhang siblings could hardly endure another moment without enlisting Feng Yuan to find another soul-stealer. Feng Yuan absorbed all the blame, exhausting every flattering word at his disposal, yet failed to appease them. Change the person. How could you bring back a counterfeit antique? As a soul-stealer, you should at least possess the ability to authenticate antiques. Feng Yuan, feeling like a cat on a hot tin roof, wiped his sweat and stammered, "It was a slip-up. An occasional mishap should not be surprising. Replace him. Find someone else. If this does not work out, we shall not pay you a single penny, and we will lodge a complaint against your superior." The mere mention of complaint sent chills down Feng Yuan's spine. A single complaint would cost him his bonus, and two would mean the loss of his entire year's earnings. He had no choice but to say, "The only soul stealer I know is Nan Xing. Aside from her, there is no one else." The Zhang siblings were highly dissatisfied. Their faith in Nan Xing's abilities greatly diminished, so much so that when a servant announced Nan Xing's return, none of them rose to greet her. Grandmother He, wearied by their incessant bickering throughout the day, felt a throbbing headache. After all, she was advanced in years and the noise was unbearable. Yet, upon hearing that Nan Xing had arrived, she mustered her spirits to stand, realizing that she held hope as Nan Xing entered with a furnace in hand. In the courtyard, Nan Xing overheard their clamorous voices. Upon entering the room and receiving their cold reception, she offered no further explanation and directly stated, "We can resurrect Master Zhang now." The three siblings nearly leapt to their feet simultaneously. Inside the room were 5 individuals, the Zhang siblings, Nan Xing, and Grandmother He. Initially, Grandmother He believed this to be a family matter, wishing to remain discreet, but she thought she might steal a glance at Master Zhang once their discussion concluded. However, Zhang Wang believed that Grandmother He, as a senior figure in the group and the Zhang family, would lend authority to any will she validated. Thus he fervently encouraged her to stay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao and Zheng Hai understood his intentions. The 3 siblings had always felt their father's affections lean towards them, so they unitedly urged Grandmother He to remain. Noting that they disregarded her status as an outsider and eager to see Master Zheng once more, she decided against leaving. The ordinary fish-patterned incense burner exuded wisps of smoke, wafting through every corner of the room. "It has a fragrance," Zhang Xiao remarked, wrinkling her nose, "but it is not the scent of perfume. It is a rather inferior aroma." Grandmother He also caught the scent and murmured, "It resembles that of mosquito coils." This might be the very scent Master Zhang had often reminisced about, the fragrance of mosquito coils lit beneath a tree while he shared stories with his young children. "I said it is truly inferior," Zhang Xiao retorted. "Who would use antiques to light mosquito coils? It lacks taste." "Shu," Zhang Wang snapped, unable to tolerate his sister's incessant chatter, shooting her a glare. Unfazed, Zhang Xiao glared back, infuriating Zhang Wang to the brink of reprimanding her. Suddenly, Zheng Hai recoiled in terror, losing the ability to utter a sound. As Zhang Wang and Zhang Xiao exchanged bewildered looks, they, too, fell silent in shock. Amidst the mist, the long-deceased Master Zheng appeared to float as if still alive. Only grandmother he dared approach, staring in awe at his lifelike form. Trembling as she whispered, "You have returned." It was a final encounter. The words he wished to convey were not meant for her. "Father." Zhang Wang was the first to regain his composure, suppressing his fear as he stepped forward. "Father, you have always believed in me, right? I will manage everything for you. You can rest easy." Zhang Hai also snapped back to reality, rushing over to say, "Father, you cared for me the most when you were alive. Eldest brother squandered public funds and has a love child he never told you about. You get lost. You squandered your money on those women. Don't think I am unaware." The two hurled accusations at one another, while Zhang Xiao, trembling with fear, wished to approach and demand her inheritance but found her legs shaking uncontrollably. The mist thickened, obscuring all clarity. Nan Xing interjected, "Speak. How do you wish to distribute your inheritance?" The quarreling brothers fell silent instantly, their gazes riveted on their deceased father, eagerly anticipating his declaration of the rightful heir to the estate. Master Zheng's eyes slowly scanned the room, eventually settling on the face of his longtime confidant, Lily. "The estate shall all be yours." Grandmother, he was momentarily stunned, tears cascading down her cheeks. The Zhang siblings, equally shocked, erupted in protest. "Impossible! How could father do this? You are not one of us. What right do you have to claim the inheritance?" Grandmother, he, stung by their words, lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp and piercing, rendering them instinctively silent. Yet, in the next moment, they turned on her, united in an unprecedented display of solidarity, recalling for the first time that they were indeed family. "I will not accept this inheritance," grandmother, he declared. "Not a single cent." The three were momentarily taken aback, their newfound alliance shattered, swiftly dismantled by her words. "Father favored me the most. What right do you have to claim it?" "Favor? Have you ever truly cared for father? And you? Get lost." The incessant bickering filled the Zhang residence with a palpable tension. Nan Xing had already exited. If she lingered any longer, she might resort to jumping out the window. Grandmother, he continued to gaze at the figure shrouded in mist until he vanished completely, the fragrance dissipating, and only then did she cease her tears. He had departed, never to return. Outside, Feng Yuan murmured, "It is truly noisy inside." He quietly inquired, "Did you retrieve the eyes?" "Yes. I thought you might engage in a losing venture again." Nan Xing replied, "They do not deserve it." Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and concurred. Such individuals were unworthy of Nan Xing's efforts. If it were him, he would have taken their eyes for generations to come to feel satisfied. Soon, grandmother, he emerged, having dried her tears, if not for the traces of sorrow etched on her face. One might hardly guess she had wept. Her resilience astonished Nan Xing. Nan Xing asked, "Do you truly not want Master Zheng's inheritance?" "I do not." Feng Yuan, surprised, remarked, "If you refuse, the three siblings will surely engage in a fierce battle over it." "Indeed." Grandmother Hie's brow was cold, her voice even more so, as if speaking of someone unrelated. "That is precisely why I must act this way. Let them fight amongst themselves, squandering all their wealth." She lacked for nothing. She remained with her beloved master Zheng only because of her affection for him, staying within the Wang Hai group and the Zheng family. Yet, until his death, his affections were always directed towards his three children. He had invited her into the Zheng household, but never once mentioned matters of inheritance. Now that he was gone, she did not desire the inheritance, nor did she wish to be embroiled in a battle over it. Deep down, she harbored resentment towards him. Grandmother, he sighed, her heart heavy with no joy at her decision. "Do you know why he fell ill?" "Because during the island visit, the three of them were obedient and filial, merrily leading him to believe they had reconciled as a family. However, that evening, when I returned from a walk with him, I overheard them arguing fiercely, hurling accusations at one another. It was all a facade," were his last words to me. After ascending the stairs, he never awakened again. Her tone was frigid as she continued, "So, why should I allow them to prosper?" Nan Xing seemed to understand, yet also remained perplexed. Humanity is inherently contradictory. Chapter 23. The Fish-Patterned Incense Burner, Part 10. After Nan Xing departed from the Zheng residence, the clamor of the Zheng siblings showed no signs of abating. Next, they would likely seek legal counsel to embark on their inheritance battle. Feng Yuan completed his task, his payment secured, and intended to return with Nan Xing. I still need to return the furnace to young Jianghe. You may go ahead, she stated. Then I shall take my leave, Feng Yuan replied. Upon returning, the first thing I must do is cleanse my ears. They have been subjected to a barrage of incessant chatter these past few days. Curiosity piqued within Nan Xing, and she asked, if such a customer were to come again, would you entertain them? Of course, Feng Yuan replied without hesitation, as long as it is profitable. Indeed, this was her principle as well. As long as she could acquire the eyes, she was willing to do anything and partner with anyone. Suddenly, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Nan Xing and mused, oh, you too are asking unrelated questions now. Nan Xing paused briefly, likely influenced by Qiu Si's incessant inquiries. I am leaving now. See you later. Just as Feng Yuan felt she had warmed up, she reverted to her frigid demeanor. Upon her arrival at the Yang residence, Qiu Si had already prepared to leave, but remained behind, waiting for young Jianghe and Nan Xing to arrive, first, to vouch for the incense burner, and second, to engage in conversation with Nan Xing. The more they spoke, the better he could understand the soul stealer. Who could have anticipated that goodbye might truly signify a final farewell? The servant ushered Nan Xing into the living room before proceeding to brew tea. Upon noticing Qiu Si's presence, Nan Xing inquired, have they not returned yet? No, they are still at the hospital, Qiu Si replied. Did you leave the stove behind before departing? Yes. Nan Xing recalled that she could entrust the stove to him since he was not leaving, and it was through his assurance that Zhao Qian had agreed to lend it to her, making its return quite fitting. Qiu Si seemed to have discerned her intention, and just as she was about to reach out, he asked, do you have something urgent? No. Are you intending to hand over the stove to me? Yes. Then I must decline. Nan Xing furrowed her brows and asked, are you busy? Qiu Si responded with a smile, not at all. But I simply do not wish to transfer it. The moment I take possession, you will leave, correct? Of course. Thus, I refuse. Why? Qiu Si stated, because I wish to converse with you a while longer. Nan Xing fixed her gaze on Qiu Si, who sat casually on the sofa across from her, and after a moment, she asked, do you think I cannot overpower you? Just as she nearly assumed he would question whether he had feelings for her. Qiu Si was taken aback by her unexpected remark, pausing before breaking into a soft laugh. Leaning back on the sofa with an air of ease, he continued their conversation as if they were merely engaging in casual banter, devoid of any pretense. I merely wish to know you better, or rather, to understand the soul thief. Naturally, I will not go to great lengths to pry. Perhaps through idle chatter, I might glean a bit more insight into you. Hence my desire for more conversation. Nan Xing was uncertain whether his curiosity lay in the soul thiefer in learning how to master such arts. Qiu Si appeared quite intrigued by ancient artifacts and metaphysics, and she believed he genuinely wished to learn. She then asked, and you? Why are you interested in young Jianghe's private collection? When you entered the underground palace, you did not take any valuables with you, which does not suggest tomb raiding. Were you perhaps engaging in some sort of transaction, and upon completion, you could view his collection? Qiu Si had known from Zhao Qian's mention of showing him the private collection that Nan Xing would not overlook such a detail. Her direct inquiry took him slightly by surprise. It seemed Nan Xing could be curious about others too. Her usual demeanor was so aloof that it led one to believe she possessed no curiosity, or rather, lacked the thoughts one would expect of a normal individual. It is often said that curiosity killed the cat, yet having no curiosity at all is equally unnatural. Indeed, Qiu Si admitted unabashedly, your payment is your eyes, while mine is the opportunity to view their treasures. Nan Xing fell silent, and Qiu Si too refrained from speaking. They both held equal knowledge of each other's circumstances, leaving only one unknown, what she intended to do with her eyes and what he sought from the private collection. Upon young Jianghe and Zhao Qian's return from the hospital, they hastily entered and, upon hearing of Nan Xing's presence, Zhao Qian quickened her pace, prompting young Jianghe to urgently pull her back, urging her to slow down. Upon seeing the couple, Nan Xing said, I came to return the stove. It is placed on the table. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Wait, Zhao Qian interjected. Thank you. I just had an examination and discovered I am expecting a little one. Had it not been for your reminder, given my temperament, I might not have realized it for quite some time, which would not be good for the baby. Nan Xing nodded, refraining from seeking recognition. Zhao Qian continued, my husband and I have discussed it, and we will find an appropriate time to replace the incense burner. It is never right to take someone else's belongings. Nan Xing nodded again, unable to suppress her curiosity, asking, is there anything else? Zhao Qian wished to express her gratitude further, but upon observing Nan Xing's demeanor, which did not suggest a desire for monetary compensation, she felt that discussing a reward would be rather impolite. Thus, she held her tongue and said, let us escort you out. No need, Nan Xing replied, farewell. She took a few steps towards the exit, but suddenly recalled something. Turning back to Qiu Ci and earnestly saying, goodbye. Qiu Ci smiled, until next time. Nan Xing paused momentarily, choosing not to say more, and continued on her way. Watching her hurried departure, Qiu Ci reflected on how she had scarcely rested since emerging from Baozhu Mountain to Sisui Island. Such relentless effort. What was her ultimate goal? Yang Jianghe then said, Mr. Qiu, allow me to show you my collection. Qiu Ci withdrew from his thoughts, replying, very well. As Nan Xing departed the small island, she returned to the original dock to await the boat. Traversing the path bustling with tourists, she spotted a lush tree in the distance by the dock. She had seen this tree upon her arrival, and now, viewed from afar, it resembled a wide-open umbrella. For reasons unknown, it reminded her of Grandma He's description of the tree in Old Master Zheng's tales. That tree, planted in the Zheng family's courtyard, always attracted mosquitoes, yet they could never bring themselves to cut it down. In those years of poverty, the family remained content, spending hot summer nights lighting incense to ward off pests, while gathering in the courtyard to listen to stories told by the patriarch. Nan Xing mused that Old Master Zheng treated Sisui Island as a family vacation spot. Perhaps it was the memory of that tree that evoked the days when 3 innocent children would gather at his knees. Or perhaps not. The fish-patterned incense burner consumed the betrayal of Hongya from years past, incinerating her conscience. Nan Xing vaguely understood why it was that the stove could resurrect Old Master Zheng. It was perhaps because it too had burned his conscience. Old Master Zheng, who had risen from destitution to wealth, did so through dubious means. Regret came too late in life. Likewise, when Hongya perished, she too had regrets, but it was also too late. The only difference lay in the fact that Hongya's child had protected her, whereas Old Master Zheng's children had brought about his ruin. Though both scenarios involved the bond between parents and children, the outcomes were starkly different. The ferry, laden with tourists, departed the small island, gliding across the waves toward the bustling shore, gradually distancing itself from the island floating upon the water's surface. That grand tree also dwindled into a mirrored, vanishing from view. Nan Xing disembarked from the ferry and crossed the threshold onto land. She heard someone calling out loudly. All the acquaintances she knew were still on the island, so she was certain the shout was not directed at her and did not turn to look. Yet, that very person was indeed searching for her. I say, young lady. The person directly blocked her path, exclaiming, you have finally made it ashore. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else and that you had already left. Nan Xing recognized the rotund driver from that day, who had ferried her over. The chubby driver extended his hand toward her, his plump palm cradling a mobile phone. I only found my phone when I returned home to wash the car. It had already shut down. After charging it, I discovered it was locked and couldn't check the many missed calls, so I had no choice but to wait for you on the shore. Oh, I am so glad to see you. Nan Xing hesitated for a moment, observing the driver, who was now sweating profusely, and recalled his earlier haphazard remarks, juxtaposed with the words of the Zheng siblings. Some individuals may have a sharp tongue, yet their hearts are kind. Others may speak sweetly while harboring rotten intentions. Thank you, Nan Xing said as she accepted the phone and unlocked it. Discovering a myriad of calls from Feng Yuan, she stowed the phone away and inquired, do you have time now? I need to go to the airport. Of course. During the drive, the driver engaged in casual conversation, covering a wide range of topics. You see, I didn't take up driving for the money. I just found it too dull otherwise, so I became a driver. Every day, I transport dozens of passengers from all walks of life. They keep me company and pay me for it. How delightful. Don't let my cheerful demeanor fool you. I used to suffer from depression, but I am much better now. One must live positively, stay happy, and maintain an optimistic outlook. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. After I drop you off at the airport, I'll head home. My mother's cooking is delicious, as is my wife's. I can't bear to eat out. Nan Xing listened in silence, his voice brimming with vigor, spreading joy to all who heard it. Once he finished sharing about himself, he noted her swift departure from the island, surmising that she likely found little enjoyment left. This island is nothing remarkable. It has become overly commercialized. Indeed. Did you see anything you liked? Nan Xing gazed out the window at the rapidly passing island. The sea shimmering under the autumn sun, reflecting Sisui Island. After a long pause, she remarked, "The scenery here is quite beautiful. Had it not been for this driver, her experience here would have been utterly miserable." The island was alive with the comings and goings of travelers, bustling with activity. Author's note. In the second volume, I noticed comments suggesting that the Zheng family and the stove seem unrelated. However, the antiques in each volume do not necessarily share identical attributes. The greedy characteristics of the gluttonous wine cup are distinct from the familial bonds represented by the fish-patterned stove. Additionally, it has been repeatedly mentioned that they share a similar function of burning incense, painful memories for Hongye and cherished times for Old Master Zheng. If the attributes were entirely the same, the revelations from the first volume would lose their impact, and by the time we reach the second volume and beyond, it would be tedious to return to the past, as readers would have already gleaned the historical narratives from the modern sections. Hence, the ancient and modern do not always align perfectly, yet there will be subtle similarities intertwined. Chapter 24. The Human Lantern, Part 1. The mountain roads at night pose some challenges. Yet with autumn upon them, the weather had grown considerably cooler, and the grasslands were devoid of lurking mosquitoes, sparing them from excessive discomfort. Though difficult, the path remained traversable. A group of 6 individuals, united through a certain travel enthusiast platform, had gathered together for an adventurous weekend trek. Naturally, as it was an adventure, they sought out paths less traveled by the common populace. The leader of the group was a young man in his 20s, who quietly forged ahead, clearing the path. As he walked, he noticed a trail beneath his feet, likely worn down by the passage of previous travelers. This place had been desolate for a long time, making the path indistinct. After a considerable journey, he guided 5 companions through the narrow trail, and under the luminous moonlight, they spotted a stretch of flat land ahead, where the remnants of dilapidated walls faintly outlined a large area. "Let us rest here for the night," he called back to his companions. Exhausted from their trek, the 5 were more than willing to accept the opportunity for respite. As they approached and peered through the crumbled walls, they discovered that the interior was more spacious than anticipated. The structure consisted of only one level, with fragments of tiles scattered atop, suggesting it had long been abandoned and was in a state of disrepair. Old buildings suffer most from neglect. Once uninhabited, they become a haven for mice. These rodents are adept at gnawing through wood and shingles. Upon entering through the dilapidated gate, they could hear the scurrying of mice within. Among the 6, 2 were young women. The younger one, frightened by the incessant squeaks, cast a wary glance around, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. She clung closely to the group, trembling as she said, "This place is too terrifying. Let us leave and find somewhere outside to spend the night." One of the others retorted, "It's said that having a roof over our heads is better. The outside is likely even more frightening. With us here, what is there to fear? If you are so timid, who would dare invite you on another adventure?" The group, weary from their exertions, had little patience for the young woman's dramatics, aware that her fears were unreasonable. She bit her tongue, suppressing her terror in silence. Inside, they found a vast hall, devoid of furniture save for a deep, dark corridor on the left side. Someone muttered, "They've cleaned this place out thoroughly. Not even a stool remains." Another chimed in, "If there were any, they would surely be antiques by now." Observing the walls, which were marked with scars and imperfections, and the plain columns that lacked carvings or paint, they noted that only a few wooden beams supported the structure. Having walked all day, they were too fatigued to notice such details. After a cursory sweep of the floor, they prepared to light a fire. Several ventured outside to gather firewood. The mountain winds were sharp and cold, and the distant landscape was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beyond, which sent a shiver down their spines. The bolder among them scoured the area for wood, while the more timid remained in the courtyard, collecting what they could find. Fortunately, Being in the mountains meant an abundance of firewood, and they soon returned to the hall. Once the fire crackled to life, the atmosphere lightened, and their fears began to dissipate. The logs popped and sizzled in the flames. However, someone had brought back damp wood, which soon produced a thick cloud of smoke that made those seated in the path of the wind cough uncontrollably. Move that log aside. It's suffocating. The log in question was notably the largest, thicker than an arm. Once pushed aside, it continued to emit smoke that lingered in the air above them. After a brief tidying up, they retrieved some provisions to eat. Once their hunger was satiated, one finally spoke up. Wasn't this once a summer retreat for wealthy families? We walked for so long without seeing a single house. It's possible. There was a path leading here that looked as if it had been trodden before. But who knows how many years it has lain neglected, with grass overtaking it. Yet, there is indeed a trail. One pondered aloud, his eyes brightening. Do you think there might be valuable items left behind? Let us search the walls and cellar. Perhaps we can discover something worthwhile. His suggestion ignited enthusiasm among the others. The thrill of treasure hunting was a beloved pursuit. Two of the timid ones opted to stay behind and tend the fire, while the four braver souls ventured outside to explore. They scoured the area but found nothing but overgrown weeds, not a single coin in sight. This is hardly a summer retreat. It's likely just a ramshackle hut built by a miser. One, with dirt-stained hands, complained, "Let us stop searching and return. We can warm ourselves by the fire and sleep. By the way, isn't there a path beside the hall? It probably leads to the back courtyard. Let us check it out." The three hesitated, but he insisted, "We've come this far. Such an opportunity is rare." With the inevitability of their decision, they returned to the hall, where the two who remained by the fire inquired, "Where have you been?" "To the back courtyard," they replied. "You shouldn't go. It's too dark outside. What is there to fear? The moon is shining, after all." The speaker led the way, and the five reluctantly followed. The corridor was spacious enough for a vehicle to pass through. However, the supporting columns were still in a state of decay, lacking embellishments or paint, presenting a stark simplicity that suggested it was uninhabited. Something feels off here. How can such a large space contain no rooms at all? Indeed, it doesn't seem fit for habitation. Was it constructed by hunters? Why would hunters build something so grand? They whispered amongst themselves, unease creeping into their thoughts. Once such feelings take root, paranoia can easily flourish, amplifying their fears. "Wait a moment," a man in his 40s suddenly called out, causing the group to tense up and ask, "What is it? What is the name of this mountain?" "Tushan." The man struggled to recall, grasping at fragments of memory but unable to grasp the full picture. After a moment of frustration, he conceded, "I think I've seen news about Tushan online, but I can't remember the details." The others grew increasingly anxious, questioning, could it be some terrifying ghost story? His silence only heightened their anxiety, suggesting a connection to something sinister. "Let us go back. We should return to the fire. It will ward off our fears." The one who had been leading the group felt a bit ashamed to retreat. Fearing it would appear cowardly, he composed himself and stated, "What era are we in? Ghosts are mere myths. We've come this far. Let us take a look at the back courtyard." As the de facto leader, his words carried weight, and the group reluctantly followed, none wishing to be left behind. The corridor extended long, seemingly winding around to the back. They walked on, and at last, under the moonlight, they reached the end, which indeed led to the rear courtyard. The leader quickened his pace, eager to catch a glimpse and return. Thus maintaining his dignity, he dashed out of the corridor, only to be met with the bizarre sight of the courtyard, which was lined with coffins. He was instantly horrified, and those behind could only see his back, unaware of his shocked expression. They hurried over, and upon seeing what lay in the yard, nearly fainted. The black wooden coffins were arranged neatly in the spacious courtyard, bathed in the ghostly glow of the moonlight, which seemed to cast an eerie luminescence upon the coffin lids. Suddenly, a chilling mountain breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines, prompting them to scream and flee. They raced back to the hall, desperate to escape, feeling the cold wind at their backs, which made their legs tremble with fear. They burst from the corridor, hoping the campfire would provide solace, only to find someone already seated by it. "Run. There are ghosts!" one shouted at the figure by the fire, but in the next instant, someone gripped his clothing tightly, on the verge of tears, exclaiming, We are all here. He paused, quickly turning to count his companions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 of them, all accounted for. Yet, the figure at the fire, the person by the fire stood up, holding a burning stick, and suddenly thrust it into its chest. The flames illuminated its form, revealing a half-human, half-doll figure. It slowly turned to face the horrified six. Its feet lifted off the ground, drifting towards them, as its featureless face loomed larger. The group screamed and fled, the timid among them collapsing in terror, while the remaining four bolted for the door. Some, overcome with fear, dashed outside, only to feel a chilling breeze on their necks. They turned to see if the doll-like figure was pursuing them, only to catch sight of a tattered sign above the entrance, which read, Yizhuang. Chapter 25. The Lantern of Human Form, Part 2. Tushan is a notoriously eerie place. It has long been associated with hauntings. I've heard it was once a mass grave, which is why it's so cursed. Don't be ridiculous. During the Republic era, there was a mortuary there. My great-grandfather encountered a ghost while hunting nearby. Is that truly possible? How can ghosts exist? They perished long ago, my friend. I don't believe it. Doubt it all you like, and you'll lose, huh? Feng Yuan sat with his phone, scrolling through posts on a domestic forum, occasionally scoffing at what he read. He was particularly fond of the supernatural threads, chuckling at those who claimed disbelief in ghosts, viewing their responses as mere jokes from his omniscient vantage point. Woof! A dog barked at the door. But the bell did not ring. Feng Yuan recognized who had entered and quickly tucked away his phone, standing to greet, Good morning, Miss Nan Xing. Nan Xing still found it unusual to see Feng Yuan instead of Mr. Tao upon entering. After sitting down, she noticed him occasionally glancing at his phone screen and inquired, Are you busy? Not at all, not at all. Feng Yuan chuckled. I was perusing some supernatural posts on the X forum, shared by a group of adventurous souls. They claimed they encountered a ghost while visiting Tushan, a humanoid specter that stabbed itself in the chest with a firebrand, glowing like a firefly. Ha ha ha, isn't that rather amusing? He could hardly contain his laughter. But the person seated across from him remained utterly indifferent, instantly freezing his amusement to an icy stillness. The subsequent ha 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 escaped his lips one by one, until he could no longer muster a smile. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is there something on your mind? Nan Xing directly asked, No tasks? Not at the moment, Feng Yuan replied. You've only just returned a day ago. One might presume she had been resting for a month. Feng Yuan kindly advised, This work is physically and mentally taxing. You ought to take care of yourself. Don't rush to take on tasks. Perhaps you should rest for a few days. Nan Xing pulled out his business card, examining it, and pointed to a number, asking, Is this the phone number for your office? Feng Yuan glanced at it and confirmed, Yes. Noticing her dialing the number on her phone, Feng Yuan curiously asked, What are you doing? Oh, nothing. I want to switch to a more diligent agent, one like myself. Wait a moment. Feng Yuan leaned forward, snatching back the business card and hiding it behind his back, asserting, Actually, I found a job that might interest you. But I thought you wouldn't want to get involved since you dislike crowds. Nan Xing leaned back in her chair, her brows instinctively arching slightly as she replied, Speak. Feng Yuan resumed his seat and retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase, saying, An elderly gentleman named Xiao wishes to find his mother, who he has been unable to locate for years. Upon hearing about the services of a soul rescuer, he wants you to determine whether she is still among the living. If she has passed, he hopes you can revive her to inquire about her well-being. Nan Xing frowned and questioned, This matter seems rather ordinary. Why didn't you mention it to me earlier? Feng Yuan explained, There are 2 points to consider. Firstly, they have been estranged for 73 years. He has moved several times and possesses no items related to his mother. However, I recall you require something connected to the individual in question. Nan Xing interjected, Even a drop of blood from a relative would suffice. Feng Yuan realized the truth in her words. Nothing could be closer than blood ties. For lineage remains unchanged, he continued. The second point is likely to pique your interest. Go on. The elderly Mr. Qiao is over 90 years old and has been in poor health lately. Time is of the essence. as his descendants wish to fulfill his desires swiftly, fearing he may leave this world with regrets. Consequently, they have summoned several renowned mediums, Feng Yuan stated, including you. There are likely 5 individuals. Given your aversion to crowds, I assumed you would not participate. Feng Yuan added, moreover, the compensation varies among the participants. The first to complete the task receives the reward. You may not be the first to finish, which would render your efforts in vain. Nan Xing cast a glance at him, and Feng Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension, clarifying, of course, the final decision rests with you. Who will pay my fee? Mr. Qiao himself. His numerous descendants are eager to engage in this transaction, but Mr. Qiao insists that if he is not the one to broker the deal, he will not seek your assistance. It seems your reputation for reliability and prominence ultimately secured your inclusion on the list. Their family is entirely different from the Zheng siblings. Upon recalling the Zheng siblings, who had recently made headlines with their public disputes, Nan Xing felt a wave of nausea. Mr. Qiao has endured considerable hardship on their behalf, Feng Yuan remarked. Furthermore, Mr. Qiao is blind himself. He says that if he must be blind in his next life, it is of no consequence, as he has grown accustomed to it. At this, Nan Xing lifted her brows in contemplation, pondering the plight of the blind. Feng Yuan chuckled bitterly. Yet how can a blind person truly say they are accustomed to such a condition? In the next life, they would still have to start anew and readjust. Nevertheless, the old man remains steadfast in his resolve, and his descendants are powerless to change his mind. I will undertake this transaction. Nan Xing decisively rose and stated, you prepare the arrangements. I shall take the dog for a walk. It was evident she intended to visit Boss Tao. Feng Yuan silently scoffed at her intention before proceeding to discuss matters with the Qiao family. Nan Xing brought De Huang to the hospital, as was her custom, leaving him in the duty room before heading to Boss Tao's hospital room. Boss Tao, a prominent figure in the industry, had kept his hospitalization a secret, ensuring that few were aware of his condition. However, when he was absent from the shop, inquiries led to the revelation of his illness and surgery. Secrets often work in such a manner. If one person remains unaware, the rest remain oblivious. But when one person learns, it is as if the whole world knows. Upon arriving, Nan Xing found the room overflowing with flowers and fruit, with a stack of red envelopes inscribed with good fortune beside the pillow. Observing that Boss Tao seemed much improved since her last visit, she refrained from asking if he was feeling better, instead inquiring whether he would like an apple. After he declined, he smiled faintly, saying, why don't you ask me if I'm feeling better? You appear to be much improved, Nan Xing replied. I can see it. Boss Tao was well aware that others could see his progress, but it was customary for everyone to ask such questions. He had never paid much mind to this, accustomed as he was to his interactions with Nan Xing, believing there were no issues. However, having faced a brush with death, he found himself unable to release her, unable to let go of the girl he had watched grow up, who he felt should learn from his wisdom to navigate her interactions with others more kindly. He feared she might encounter difficulties along the way. Nan Xing, how do you get along with Feng Yuan? What is he like? Noisy, greasy, verbose, Nan Xing summarized, then added, but tolerable. Boss Tao chuckled, the last 2 words redeeming everything. He continued, once I recover, I shall return to the shop and let Feng Yuan go back. Nan Xing paused. You won't be managing Tao David anymore? No, I've lain here long enough to realize my heart still lingers on the matters of the shop. I wish to return, to see those antiques daily, waiting for you to come back from your tasks, as one would await the return of a granddaughter. Nan Xing set aside the apple she had been peeling and looked up at him. Granddaughter? Yes, Boss Tao replied. Do you believe your age grants you the right to assume the role of an elder? That is not the case if you do not forget the past. You will forever remain trapped in that pit. If you cannot escape, you will always be the girl you were back then. Hiss! The sharp knife sliced through the thin apple skin, grazing her finger and drawing blood. Nan Xing dropped the bloodied apple, hastily grabbing a tissue to cover the wound as she stood, stating, verbose. Nan Xing. Boss Tao called after her, knowing that mentioning this subject would cause her to leave. As it always did, he felt powerless to rescue her from that pit. The one who would save her would not be him. With a heavy sigh, he was engulfed in worry. Nan Xing emerged with a stern expression, walking to the duty room to retrieve her dog before heading home. She recognized that Boss Tao cared for her, but he had seldom brought up such topics in the past. Recently, however, His gaze had grown increasingly filled with concern. It felt as though he believed his time was short, striving to address all the matters he had neglected to care for before he could leave in peace. Nan Xing despised this feeling, as if she sensed Boss Tao's days were numbered. Upon returning to the shop, she found Feng Yuan absent, though the documents were already on the table. She picked them up and examined them. The Qiao family spanned 4 generations, and Mr. Qiao had numerous descendants, dabbling in various fields with modest success. They were not a family of immense wealth, but they were comfortable. Though maintain harmony across 4 generations is no small feat. Mr. Qiao, though blind, possessed a keen mind and was likely a benevolent and dignified elder, earning the respect and affection of his family. Nan Xing put away the documents, pondering why Feng Yuan had yet to book her tickets when her phone buzzed with a message. The meeting date has been confirmed. I will pick you up in 2 days, Feng Yuan. 2 days? Nan Xing frowned, but realizing the Qiao family would be meeting all 5 so-called mediums together and would not arrange a special time for her, she refrained from pressing Feng Yuan further. After stowing her phone, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Woof. Nan Xing glanced outside, spotting the scruffy De Huang Dog as her eyes met his. An idea suddenly struck her. She could take him for a walk. For the past 2 days, Nan Xing had either been walking the dog or taking him to the hospital, and she even made a trip to the pet store to have De Huang's fur trimmed and his nails groomed. The days passed swiftly. 2 days later, Feng Yuan arrived to pick her up, stating, "No need to bring anything. We're heading to a nearby nursing home. Be there by 10 o'clock sharp." The old man likely lacks the strength to speak much, so he will say everything only once. If we arrive late, he may not have the energy to repeat himself. Has he become that weak? Nan Xing inquired. Why did he not seek out his mother sooner? As Feng Yuan opened the car door for her, he explained, Mr. Qiao's father passed away early on, and his mother raised him alone. He is blind, and the family lived in poverty, often going days without a meal. Later, his mother mentioned that the fruits on the mountain were ripe, and she went to gather wild berries. She never returned, and villagers reported seeing her in town with a man, suggesting she may have left with someone. Nan Xing replied softly, and Feng Yuan continued, Back in the day, Mr. Qiao searched high and low for Qiao Mu, but in vain. Eventually, he gave up, fearing that if he found her, it would only bring her hardship, burdening her for a lifetime. Yet, as time passed, he could never let go of this matter. He wished to see, before his death, whether his mother had fared well after her departure and what kind of family she had joined. Feng Yuan added, Ultimately, it's about being unable to let go. A son cannot forget his mother. Could the mother who left behind a blind son ever forget him? Nan Xing pondered, but she was unaware of the conversations from 73 years ago, back in the Republic of China, a time when the nation was engulfed in turmoil and strife. Chapter 26, The Human Lantern, Part 3. A mere half-hour drive would take them to the sanatorium where Mr. Qiao resided. While in the car, Feng Yuan received a call. After hanging up, he told Nan Xing, the old gentleman is critically ill and has just been sent for emergency treatment. He is stable, but visitors are not allowed just yet. Once we arrive, please wait a moment. I will check the situation. Understood. Nan Xing thought of the ailing boss Tao, feeling the fragility of life. Even in such a state, he still yearned to find his mother, who had vanished 73 years ago. Upon reaching the sanatorium, Feng Yuan entered to meet the descendants of the Qiao family while she strolled through the premises. Her gaze fell upon elderly individuals, all above 60. To her surprise, they appeared to be enjoying themselves, playing chess and cards, practicing Tai Chi, and dancing, seemingly content, contrary to her expectations of despondency. Sitting quietly in a pavilion, she began to understand why Yang Jianghe and Zhao Qian had chosen to build their villa behind the bustling museum, a place filled with lively chatter that could ease one's loneliness. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone approaching until it was too late. Her heart sank as she turned, only to be met with an exceedingly familiar face. Nan Xing paused, her tranquility shattered. Very well. I admit it, Qiao Ci stated earnestly. I have been harboring feelings for you and even following you. Nan Xing glanced behind him, seeing no one. She remained seated, raising her eyebrows at him. You're quite the creep. Qiao Ci chuckled, replying, I suspected you might come here. I wasn't actually following you. Suddenly, Nan Xing understood and asked, Is this about the Qiao family? Indeed. Qiao Ci settled beside her, but before he could get comfortable, She shifted away. He leaned against the railing, propping his cheek with his hand, displaying an ease that intrigued Nan Xing. How could he appear so at home in any setting, as if the world were his abode? I recall the Chow family is not particularly affluent. They likely lack any antique collections. So, what brings you here? Chiu Ci's eyes shimmered with a hint of curiosity at her question. The aloof and distant Miss Nan Xing was curious. His spirits inexplicably lifted. He refrained from directly addressing the matter, saying, Mr. Chiao's grandson, Chao Lang, is the personal physician of the Li family. So it's a matter of friendship? Indeed, Chiu Ci replied. While I guess they might invite you, I didn't expect you to actually come. Considering the uncertainty of compensation, he smirked, adding, how about I assist you? You can keep the reward, and I'll offer my help as a friend. No need. Her predictable refusal was something Chiu Ci had grown accustomed to. He continued, however, I can inform you that the individuals invited by the Chow family are renowned practitioners in the field. Nan Xing inquired, such as? For instance, the self-proclaimed spirit medium, Granny Han, and the fortune teller, Master Gu, who uses tortoise shells for divination. One is missing. That individual is known as Shiba Lu, but his identity remains obscure. It seems he specifically requested confidentiality from the Chow family, so my brother is also unaware. Nan Xing regarded him and asked, your brother? Chiu Ci did not withhold, replying, he is not my biological brother. Nor do we share blood ties, but we are as close as siblings. Nan Xing recalled a phone call from Shuisu Island, where the displayed number was Li Yuan, Mr. Li from Yang Zhengha's circle. After a moment's thought, she remarked, Li Yuan. Chiu Ci looked slightly surprised and asked with a smile, you know him? I saw it in your call log. Very observant, Miss Nan Xing. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, please don't call me Miss Nan Xing. Chiu Ci ignored her plea, continuing to use the name as if to bridge the gap between them. After several encounters, they seemed to have grown closer, at least to the extent that he no longer appeared a cold, heartless figure capable of freezing one's spirit. Just then, someone from the Chow side approached, announcing that Mr. Chow had regained some strength and could now receive guests. The two of them walked over, and as they reached the door, Feng Yuan, who had been waiting for Nan Xing, noticed her approaching with a man, casting a curious glance. It was unusual for Nan Xing to allow anyone to walk beside her. Let alone at such proximity. If it were him, she would have likely kicked him away. Feng Yuan scrutinized Chiu Ci a bit more, ultimately concluding one thing. He was quite handsome. Feeling his own less than appealing visage, Feng Yuan swiftly resolved his internal doubts. Let us wait here. Everyone will arrive shortly. He checked his watch, adding, we are still missing someone named Chiu Ci. Nan Xing promptly moved inside, and though Feng Yuan attempted to stop her, Chiu Ci had already followed her in, smiling at him. I am Chiu Ci. Feng Yuan paused, recognizing him as the mysterious young man connected to the Li family. Wait, when did they become acquainted? Boss Tao hadn't mentioned anything about this. Inside, several people had already gathered, and a heavy, ominous atmosphere lingered in the room, a harbinger of impending death. The air was thick with a sense of resignation, devoid of malice, emanating from the frail figure on the hospital bed. The elderly man lay there, emaciated, his eyes barely open, clouded and unseeing. He was blind, connected to and for, utterly weak. You must be Miss Nan Xing, Chao Lang. Mr. Chow's grandson, who appeared to be in his 30s, said as he approached, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a refined demeanor. He extended a hand towards Nan Xing, introducing himself. I am Chao Lang. I assume Manager Feng has briefed you on the relevant details. Nan Xing nodded. He has. Please bear with us for a moment. Once my grandfather has finished his oxygen treatment, we can begin. After exchanging polite greetings with her, he acknowledged Chiu Ci as well. As Nan Xing approached, 3 individuals stood waiting. Feng Yuan stepped closer, introducing each one. The man dressed in a long black coat, sporting a pair of small mustaches and appearing to be around 40, was Master Gu, who wielded tortoise shells for divination. Beside him stood an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, her hair a mix of white and gray, known as Granny Han, a renowned spirit medium with an almost omniscient reputation. Lastly, at the window stood a tall, handsome man in his late 20s, resembling Chao Lang in appearance, but with a more enigmatic gleam in his eyes. This was Shiba Lu, whose name she suspected was likely a facade. After Feng Yuan introduced everyone, he presented Nan Xing. omitting any mention of Chiu Si. Once introductions concluded, a nurse entered, temporarily removing the oxygen mask, cautioning, "He must be put back on in 10 minutes. Xiao Lang acknowledged her. And Master Gu remarked, "The old gentleman is so frail. If you have inquiries, it would be better to ask Mr. Qiao directly instead of troubling him." Xiao Lang remained silent for a moment before responding, "My grandfather is determined to meet all of you." Master Gu seemed to grasp the situation and fell silent. Once the nurse left, Xiao Lang closed the door and leaned close to Mr. Qiao, whispering, "Grandfather, everyone is here." Mr. Qiao slowly opened his eyelids, but his eyes remained shut tight and unseeing, clouded and vacant. He parted his lips. His voice barely audible. "What do you require?" Master Gu replied. "We need your mother's birth date and time. It must be precise." Granny Han added, "We need the place of your birth, your mother's name, and the year she went missing." Chiu Si declared, "Nothing else is needed." Following the order of introductions, it was now Shiba Lu and Nan Xing's turn. Neither spoke immediately, waiting for the other to break the silence. Almost simultaneously, they spoke, "A drop of blood." Shiba Lu paused, as did Nan Xing. The others seemed unfazed, yet only Chiu Si noticed the unusual tension between Nan Xing and Shiba Lu. Their identical requests appeared to surprise him. Was it possible their methods were also the same? Xiao Lang stated, "I will ensure everything is arranged for all of you," before stepping outside to instruct his brothers to prepare. After confirming there were no further questions, he ushered them out as they were about to exit. "Mr. Xiao's faint voice called out, "Thank you, all of you." Before leaving, Nan Xing cast a glance at Mr. Qiao. His complexion was poor, an aura of dark energy swirling around his forehead, suggesting he could not last much longer. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Lang invited them to the sanatorium's tea room for a brief respite before he too departed. Seated beside Nan Xing, Shiba Lu, noticing her silence, finally asked with a polite smile, "May I inquire what method Miss Nan Xing intends to employ to locate Xiao Mu?" The elderly woman, Han, interjected with a question, "Indeed, what does Miss Nan Xing do?" "I inquired of Mr. Qiao and Manager Feng, yet they claimed your information is confidential, revealing not a word. Young and beautiful, yet so formidable, truly impressive." The esteemed Master Gu responded languidly, "If the young lady wishes to keep her information private, then questioning her directly serves no purpose. Moreover, does not Mr. Shi's information remain confidential as well?" Shiba Lu, taken aback by the impolite remarks from a fortune teller, deemed it a regrettable display of rudeness within the realm of divination. He smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with mischief, and though his countenance was handsome, this smile lent him a distinctive charm. "Master Gu is indeed correct. I have not disclosed my identity and thus have no right to pry into others' affairs." Shiba Lu conceded to Nan Xing, "I beg your pardon." However, throughout their time in the tea house, Nan Xing did not cast a single glance in his direction. Chiu Si understood her thoughts. She was indifferent to what others said and generally unconcerned with common matters. But the matter of the blood drop weighed heavily on her mind. He turned to the trio engaged in light-hearted banter and remarked, "Speaking of the blood drop, Mr. Qiao and his mother have been missing for 73 years. Locating them is no easy task. However, tracing their lineage may prove fruitful, for blood runs thicker than water, and perhaps we can uncover some clues." As he spoke, Shiba Lu's perpetual smile faltered slightly, as if he had not anticipated such words. The subtle shift in his expression did not escape Chiu Si's observant gaze. He had surmised correctly. Though Nan Xing appeared focused on the wall, her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Shiba Lu. The moment Chiu Si mentioned the phrase blood drop, she had restrained her expression, for she had anticipated his intention. The target was not her, but Shiba Lu. Now she was certain that Shiba Lu, like herself, sought to find someone through blood. The specifics of his method, however, remained a mystery. Yet, the practice of tracing individuals through blood was one the Nan family had employed, and no one else would possess such knowledge. At least not to her awareness. If his approach mirrored her own, it would indeed be intriguing. Half an hour later, Xiao Lang entered with the necessary documents, stating, "I implore you all to fulfill my grandfather's wishes at your earliest convenience. I would be immensely grateful." Chapter 27. The Human Lantern, Part 4, Among the group. Only Han left with the documents, while the others chose to remain at the sanatorium. Xiao Lang had reserved rooms at a nearby hotel, arranging for each person to have their own space. Ensuring no one would disturb the others, Chiu Si did not depart with Nan Xing, as he wished to avoid revealing their connection to Sherbaloo, which might lead to speculation regarding his inquiry about the blood drop being for Nan Xing's sake. He retreated to his room, filled a cup with water, and sat cross-legged on the floor, moistening his fingers to draw the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. As he completed the final stroke, the yin and yang fish danced, morphing into the realms of light and dark. Qian, Kurin, Jian, Sun, Qin. The two fish circled, the white fish coming to a halt, while the black eye, dark as a swamp, seemed poised to unveil a path. The black eye led to the underworld. The opening of the black eye signified that Xiao's mother had departed from this world. Qiu Ci was not surprised, given Mr. Qiao's advanced age. If Qiao's mother were still living, she would be over 110 years old. Yet the black eye did not lead to the underworld. It merely hinted at chaos akin to a swamp, devoid of any path to the afterlife. Qiu Ci furrowed his brow. Qiao's mother had died, yet remained in this realm, not reincarnated. The accommodations for several individuals were arranged on the same floor, with Nan Xing residing in a guest room at the very end of the corridor. As she emerged, she happened upon Sherbaloo, who was engaged in a phone call. After a few mms, he remarked, "You can't just call me back like that. At the very least, you must prepare a feast of my favorite dishes." His voice carried a light-hearted tone, as if conversing with someone dear, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Upon hearing the sound of a door closing behind him, he glanced back, his expression momentarily faltering, and softly said, "We'll discuss it when I get home," before ending the call. He awaited Nan Xing at the doorway, falling in step behind her as they traversed the winding corridor, halting before the elevator, both remaining silent. The floor was permeated with the scent of cheap detergent, and the air in the poorly ventilated corridor felt stifling. The elevator displayed the ascending numbers, occasionally pausing. "This hotel seems to be quite popular," Sherbaloo commented. "The elevator is remarkably slow." Nan Xing's gaze remained fixed on the elevator doors, where she could see Sherbaloo's reflection. She raised her eyebrows slightly, sensing no extraordinary aura emanating from him. "Miss Nan Xing," Sherbaloo continued, "do you think our paths might align?" Ding! The elevator arrived. Nan Xing stepped inside, leaving Sherbaloo momentarily taken aback by her frosty demeanor. In that fleeting moment, she reached out to press the button, and the elevator doors slowly began to close. He quickly extended his hand to prevent them from shutting, and only then did he enter. Observing her icy expression, he felt a sudden aversion to engaging her in conversation. Upon reaching the first floor, Nan Xing exited the elevator first. Sherbaloo watched her depart, noting their divergent paths. Only then did he dismiss his thoughts. She had taken the wrong route. If she were indeed following the blood trail, she would not have erred, thus indicating her method differed from his. Sherbaloo lingered for a moment before summoning a taxi to his intended destination. Having already walked some distance, Nan Xing abruptly halted and turned back, heading in the same direction as Sherbaloo. The hotel entrance was bustling with taxis, and she returned to the hotel's main door, hailing a cab to leave. The hotel attendant, noticing her departure, dialed a number, stating, "Mr. Sher, Miss Nan Xing just returned, but she did not head in the same direction as you. She went northwest." "All right. I understand," Sherbaloo replied, hanging up the phone, his brow furrowed. He had assumed she intentionally took a different route, prompting him to have the attendant keep an eye on her. However, he had not anticipated that she would ultimately diverge from his path. He headed southeast, while she proceeded northwest. Did this imply he could dismiss his suspicions regarding the blood drop? Surely, it could not be another of her deceptions. Her wariness seemed excessively heightened. Meanwhile, seated in a taxi, Nan Xing checked her destination and said to the driver, "To Tushan." The driver, surprised, replied, "Tushan? Miss, you've taken the wrong cab." "I am aware," Nan Xing stated, "double the fare." "Sure." The driver readily agreed, and upon reaching the next intersection, he altered their course, heading southeast. Tushan lay some distance from the city, requiring a drive of over 4 hours. With the afternoon rush hour in full swing, traffic was somewhat congested. As the driver waited, he engaged in conversation, saying, "I've had a few passengers headed to Tushan lately. They claim they are going there for an adventure." At his words, Nan Xing recalled hearing about Tushan. It was the place Feng Yuan had mentioned, which had recently become a hot topic in a supernatural forum. A group of young people had trekked to Tushan only to encounter a ghost that resembled a human but glowed entirely. They described the entity poking its heart with a torch eerily laughing Kiki at them. The post was vividly written, drawing readers in, far more popular than typical supernatural tales. However, the quality of writing also led some to suspect it was merely a ploy for clicks, resulting in polarized reviews. Recalling Feng Yuan's account, Nan Xing asked, "What sort of place is Tushan?" The driver replied, "Tushan? There used to be a village nearby, quite impoverished. After the economic reforms, everyone gradually moved away. It was a matter of the 1990s. He chuckled lightly, adding, "Why don't you ask how I know all this?" Before Nan Xing could respond, the driver continued, "Hey, my great-aunt hails from there." Ah? Nan Xing struggled to continue the conversation, wishing she could applaud to ease the awkwardness. However, the driver was quite talkative, leaving her no room for discomfort as he continued. "Those youngsters are quite rambunctious, saying there's a ghost in Tushan. They want to catch it. My great-aunt was furious when she heard, declaring that there are no ghosts there, only the mountain god who protects the villagers." He rambled on, eager to share all he knew, whether true or false. Regardless, Nan Xing had gleaned a general understanding of Tushan. They were now about half a mile from the abandoned village. By the time they reached the muddy road outside Tushan, evening had descended. The driver halted the vehicle, surprised to see no one waiting. "No one to greet you. Miss, you should have mentioned you were coming alone. I wouldn't have driven you here. It's almost dark. You shouldn't go in by yourself. You might scare yourself to death. If you were to die of fright, the police would investigate, and they would discover you took my cab." "Someone is waiting," Nan Xing replied. "How much is it?" She pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. The driver had locked it. "Go back. Go back. This is foolishness. Are you trying to harm someone?" He refused to open the door, even preparing to leave. Just as Nan Xing was about to force her way out, she noticed a car stopping behind them. She paused momentarily. Was it Sherbaloo? The driver claimed this was a shortcut, known only to a few, estimating it could save half an hour compared to outsiders. Was he lying? Upon seeing someone approach, the driver finally unlocked the door, saying, "So there truly is someone coming for you." Nan Xing exited the vehicle and immediately recognized the person who had stepped out. It was not Sherbaloo, but rather Master Gu. Master Gu also spotted Nan Xing standing in front and, momentarily taken aback, turned to question the driver. "Didn't you say you were taking a shortcut that only a few know?" The driver chuckled awkwardly. "That means this driver is not just anyone." The driver who had brought Nan Xing hurriedly added, "You, my friend, are no ordinary person either." The two individuals exchanged awkward compliments, as if there truly existed a shortcut that could allow them to arrive half an hour earlier than others. Before their flattery could conclude, two vehicles approached from behind. Alighting from the vehicles were two figures, Sherbaloo and Qiu Ci. Upon catching sight of them, Gu Daxian, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "What nonsense! There's no such shortcut." Had he known that no shortcuts existed, he would not have ridden in the driver's vehicle. He could have arrived much quicker on his own. He held up his tortoise shell and clasped his fists in salute, stating, "I shall take my leave first." As Gu Daxian departed, Sherbaloo approached and remarked, "Miss Nan Xing, you seem to be quite the enigma, wandering east and west, seemingly unaware of your own destination." Nan Xing had no intention of confronting him directly. They both understood each other's tactics well enough that there was no need to expose them. As Qiu Ci passed by, he overheard the remark and casually remarked, "She's probably directionally challenged." Nan Xing cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Ci, for she was certainly not directionally challenged. Sherbaloo chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously like that of a cunning fox, and said, "After you." The four of them gradually made their way along the path leading to Tushan, unaware if they were all headed to the same destination. In recent days, the number of visitors to Tushan had increased, and with the weeds cleared from the path, they walked swiftly before darkness fully enveloped the sky. Nan Xing trailed at the back, uncomfortable with the presence of others behind her. Particularly Sherbaloo. His mysterious demeanor unnerved her. Qiu Ci walked closely behind her, occasionally glancing back to ensure she was not lagging behind. After a few such glances, Nan Xing finally said, "Mind your own business." "Oh," Qiu Ci replied, retracting his gaze just as they reached a fork in the road. Daxian and Sherbaloo paused, pondering briefly before one veered left and the other right. Nan Xing looked to the left and faintly discerned a village in the distance. It was likely the abandoned settlement near Tushan. To the right lay a modestly elevated, lush green hill, presumably Tushan itself. Yet, both locations seemed to harbor a connection to Qiao Mu in some mysterious way. Qiao Ci opened his palm, where two Inyang fish swam restlessly. Never ceasing their movements, furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is there any clue?" "My fish seem rather disoriented." Nan Xing replied, "Perhaps you should stew the fish for soup." Qiao Ci let out a laugh. Nan Xing then produced a slip of paper. Flicking a drop of blood extracted from old Xiao onto the black paper, igniting it in a blaze that turned to ashes before transforming into white paper. The white paper fluttered, meandering to the left before returning. Then to the right, before returning again to the center, equally perplexed. Qiao Ci promptly suggested, "Let us burn it again." Nan Xing, disinclined to entertain him further, ignored his proposal. The small white paper, hearing the conversation, scampered over to playfully stomp on Qiao Ci's feet twice before hastily retreating to Nan Xing's side. Making Qiao Ci chuckle, she crouched to observe the petulant white paper, deciding to retrieve it before it could incite her further ire. Taking out her vermilion brush, she dipped the tip into the powder, drawing a red line that pointed directly to the village. Qiao Ci's fish continued to swim about, and after a moment, he heard distant thunder and remarked, "It's about to rain." Nan Xing glanced up at the gloomy sky. Indeed, rain was imminent. "Let us head left, towards the village," she instructed. Qiao Ci, observing the direction indicated by the red line, deduced that it was this guiding force that had influenced Nan Xing's decision. Nevertheless, he still queried, "Why?" "To avoid the rain, da." Qiao Ci finally recognized that Nan Xing was also just an ordinary person, wary of getting caught in the rain. Suddenly, he recalled that Gu Daxian was heading to the village, while Shirbalu was bound for Tushan. This implied that Shirbalu was likely to be drenched. He began to piece together that Nan Xing's avoidance of Tushan might stem from her desire to evade the rain, but also perhaps from wishing to avoid the company of Shirbalu. Yet, it could also be due to the influence of the red line. The thoughts of a young lady were indeed difficult to fathom. Chapter 28. The Human Lantern, Part 5. At the entrance of the village stood a weathered stone tablet, worn by decades of wind and sun, rendering the inscription barely legible. The original red paint had dripped through the cracks, resembling a river that had diverted its course, staining the stone tablet, leaving only the character for village vaguely visible. Now streaked with red lines that appeared rather eerie under the overcast sky, Daxian moved swiftly. By the time Qiao Ci and Nan Xing arrived at the village entrance, he had already vanished from sight. With his tortoise shell in hand, he walked faster than even the tortoise immortal. The abandoned village was small, easily traversed in its entirety. Houses that had stood uninhabited for 2 to 3 decades were now completely overtaken by ivy. Their original forms nearly indistinguishable, except for the gaping doors that resembled yawning maws, dark and unfathomable, seemingly harboring countless dangers. Qiao Ci gazed at the house that appeared to wear a large green hat. Finding it particularly amusing, if developed into a quaint tourist attraction or a photography spot, it could indeed hold potential. The previously sulking paper began to move again, and even Qiao Ci's fish swam purposefully in a singular direction, no longer exhibiting the confusion they had shown at the fork in the road. Observing that Qiao Ci was still captivated by the houses, Nan Xing took a couple of steps and called out, "Hey!" Qiao Ci snapped back to reality, noticing Nan Xing glance at him before averting her gaze and continuing onward. Realizing that Nan Xing was hinting for him to hurry along, he quickened his pace to follow her and the white paper and fish. When they all finally came to a stop, they found themselves at the far end of the village. The houses here were already sparsely situated, making the solitary little house at the end appear even more isolated. It too was entwined with verdant vines, with only a narrow entrance at the door, while the low, narrow windows had been completely covered by the creeping ivy, resembling a creature gasping for breath. Unable to sustain itself. Thump, thump, a faint stirring could be heard from within. Qiao Ci and Nan Xing peered inside. Moments later, a disheveled figure emerged, exclaiming, "It's turned into a rat's nest." Gu Daxian, always the first to arrive, was taken aback upon seeing the two standing outside. After recovering from his shock, he bluntly asked, "Do you two possess any skills, or are you merely following me, Gu Daxian?" Nan Xing replied, "My vehicle arrived earlier than yours." Gu Daxian paused, momentarily speechless, before realizing she had a point. He could not dismiss or question her further, and thus remarked, "Indeed, we are all of the same sect, except for that old hag Han. Everyone else has some skills." In this manner, he complimented himself as well, before departing with his tortoise shell, retracing his steps as if heading towards Tushan. Nan Xing intended to go to Tushan as well, but not just yet. Rain was about to fall, and taking an umbrella in the mountains would be futile, as the rainwater rebounding off the waist-high weeds would suffice to drench one completely. The door to the house was unknown, whether it had originally been so low or if the rampant ivy had pressed it down. She struck a match and leaned inside, with Qiu Ci following suit. Upon entering, he expressed relief. Thank goodness Gudaxian went in first to clear away the cobwebs and scare off the mice. Nan Xing, with dust caked on her shoes, looked at him, wondering how someone could maintain such optimism. The interior was not overly spacious, yet everything was pushed against the walls. In a typical square hall, one would expect the table to be in the center. Yet this dilapidated table was affixed to the wall. Not only the table, but the stools, wooden racks, and even the incense burner were all positioned to one side. The center was completely vacant, with no marks left on the ground by any tables or chairs, indicating that these pieces had never been placed in the middle. A thought struck Nan Xing, prompting her to pull out the materials given to her by Qiao Lang. This was once the residence of old Qiao, she stated. 50 years ago, he left the village with his children to settle elsewhere, returning occasionally. However, after the village was entirely abandoned, he never returned, at least not in 30 years. Qiu Ci mused, no wonder everything is pushed to the sides. If not for the walls, it would have been quite unfriendly for a blind person. His fish had not gone astray, nor had Nan Xing's paper figure misplaced its position. However, curiously, there was nothing here that could trace the whereabouts of Qiao Mu. Thunder rumbled as rain poured down, drumming against the abandoned village. Water leaked into the house from the lush green leaves, splattering against the dusty floor and forming numerous muddy puddles. Nan Xing had already opened her umbrella and walked around the small hall. She ventured further inside, discovering two narrow, dusty rooms devoid of furniture, merely a few wooden planks leaning against the walls. There were no clues to be found, yet she could not fathom why her white paper had led her here. As she pondered, a sudden light flickered outside the house, not from lightning. Qiu Ci also noticed the sudden glow and immediately stepped out the door, with Nan Xing closely following, running to the opposite side. They circled around to the back, but found nothing there. Not a glimmer of light, nor even a single firefly. A flash of lightning illuminated the nearby woods, revealing a sudden burst of fire. The two hastened towards it, entering the forest, yet the light vanished once more. From deep within the woods, someone stumbled out, their long gown tattered and torn, likely from rolling in the mud several times, leaving them in a disheveled state. Gudaxian had not yet seen the two, tripping over his own feet and nearly falling flat on his face. When he finally looked up to see them standing before him, he could hardly catch his breath. Upon realizing it was them, as if they were his saviors, he gasped, "There's a ghost inside. A glowing ghost hiding behind the leaves, staring right at me." "You moved quickly. It's already gone inside," Qiu Ci said, helping him to his feet, his own hands now muddied. He couldn't help but find Gudaxian's disheveled state amusing. "You should be accustomed to dealing with these things. Why are you so frightened?" "I usually just tell fortunes for people, providing peace for their homes," Gudaxian replied awkwardly. "How was I to know that thing would actually dare to come out and stare at me? It had some nerve." "The ghost is far too perilous. I shall cease my participation," Qiu Ci inquired. "Are you withdrawing?" "Of course," Gudaxian replied, recalling the ghostly figure that glimmered ominously, its eyes radiating a sinister green light, which filled him with trepidation. He waved his hand, preparing to exit. Clutching his long coat, he turned back and remarked, "You two are rather commendable. Allow me to share a piece of information. This ghost has a connection to Qiao Mu. I can foresee that if this continues, you both will be ensnared in the realm of the underworld. Do exercise caution." Gudaxian departed amidst the rain, contemplating the considerable distance he had yet to traverse before he could hail a vehicle, a thought that filled him with dread. Yet, no matter how discomforting, he felt compelled to proceed. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. Nan Xing, observing his departure, reflected on his words, a vague realization dawning upon her. she suddenly became aware of an additional presence beneath her umbrella. Qiu Xi had somehow positioned himself under it. He was tall, slightly bowing his head. Qiu Xi remarked, Gu Daxian possesses certain abilities. What he said may not be unfounded. Perhaps, this time, you shall lead me to visit the underworld, he foretold. Changing the subject proved futile for Nan Xing. Her tone stiffening as she replied, step aside. Qiu Xi sighed. He would rather stand beside a block of ice than be drenched by the rain. Emboldened, he declared, I fear catching a cold. Nan Xing anticipated that she might push him away. Yet to her surprise, she extended her hand, thrusting the umbrella into his grasp while she ventured into the downpour. Qiu Xi paused momentarily, hastening to follow her, using the umbrella to shield against the incessantly falling raindrops from the leaves above. Nan Xing halted, frowning at him, stating, I do not fear catching a cold. I require no umbrella. Were it anyone else, Nan Xing would surely have pushed them aside. But in a certain sense, Qiu Xi belonged to the category of individuals who had aided her. Furthermore, should she dismiss him, he would undoubtedly remain by the side. Thus, she opted to relinquish the umbrella to him and face the rain herself. Very well, Qiu Xi grasped her hand, returning the umbrella to her, stating, I shall cease my jesting. His tone was earnest, devoid of previous levity. After returning the umbrella, he departed, wishing to avoid her feeling compelled to turn back. Yet, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart, akin to a persistent itch that could not be alleviated. Nan Xing was averse to his frivolity, yet his sudden seriousness left her unsettled. Some individuals, when earnest, appeared to be irate. The atmosphere between them grew palpably tense, the only sound being the relentless patter of rain. As the rain intensified, thunder rumbled in the distance, echoing through the valley, resembling the roar of a wild beast, shaking the dilapidated remnants of a village. Exiting the forest, Qiu Xi found himself nearly drenched. His wet clothes clinging to his back, behind him, Nan Xing observed him closely and swiftly approached, sharing the umbrella. Dripping with rainwater, Qiu Xi turned to her, and Nan Xing hesitated before saying, I understand. It is late. Not too late, Qiu Xi replied with a smile. Wringing his clothes, droplets splattering, seemed perhaps a tad late. He reached for the umbrella, casually remarking, It was also raining when we first met, and my dog splashed you with water. Nan Xing's expression momentarily faltered as she responded, I know that was not your dog. So, why did you claim it was? Qiu Xi was taken aback that she was aware. When had she figured it out? He replied, You were rather fierce back then. I feared you would make it into a soup. Nan Xing fell silent. Only after a moment did she say, Boss Tao is caring for that dog. Qiu Xi was once again surprised. He had thought he would never see it again, yet here they were. He chuckled. If Boss Tao is looking after it, then I am relieved. Their conversation flowed occasionally, dispelling the earlier awkwardness. As they neared the village, they had grown indifferent to the elusive entity that often appeared and disappeared without a trace. However, with a flash of lightning, they glimpsed it once more in the distance. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished again. Upon returning indoors, Nan Xing recalled the supernatural thread about Chushan and retrieved her phone to call Feng Yuan. The call connected immediately, and Nan Xing directly inquired, Please send me the link to that supernatural thread you mentioned a few days ago. Feng Yuan was both astonished and delighted, surprised that Nan Xing had an interest in such matters, and pleased to discover a shared enthusiasm. He promptly responded, I will send it to you right away. By the way, how are things on your end? Gu Daxian has informed me he will not participate, claiming there are ghosts. I never imagined he would be so timid. Feng Yuan continued to chatter as usual, prompting Nan Xing to hastily press end call. Moments later, Feng Yuan sent her the link. Nan Xing opened the thread, having already scrolled through 7 pages. She frowned as she rapidly skimmed through the content, while Qiu Xi, wringing out water beside her, began to read as well. After perusing the 7 pages, Nan Xing organized the information, stating, Chushan, funeral home, abandoned village, humanoid glowing creature. Qiu Xi added, It emerges at night, leaving no trace. There are witnesses, yet no one has ever captured it on film. He paused for a moment before grinning, suggesting, Shall we set a trap to capture it? The peculiar being seemed to have an unspoken connection to Qiao Mu and Qiao Laoxian. Capturing it might lead them to Qiao Mu's whereabouts. Chapter 29. The Humanoid Lantern, Part 6. The rain ceased in the middle of the night, and Qiu Si's clothing was nearly dry. As he toasted the last of his shirts, occasionally glancing at Nan Xing, who leaned against the wall with the umbrella. The umbrella was held low, obscuring her face, revealing only her hands gripping the handle. The canopy remained still, indicating that its owner seemed to be in deep slumber. Qiu Si refrained from draping a garment over her. The weather was warm, and having only donned a shirt, he would be left nearly bare, risking being perceived as a lecher. Suddenly, the umbrella shifted, offering Qiu Si scarcely any time to react as Nan Xing lowered it, immediately revealing the bare-chested Qiu Si. Their eyes met, and he quipped, "Lecher." Nan Xing froze, promptly lowering the umbrella. Qiu Si chuckled, brushing his damp clothing before putting it on. Just as he was about to finish dressing, the umbrella was abruptly lifted again. Nan Xing turned to glance into the room, her pupils quivering. Sensing something amiss, Qiu Si followed her gaze, spotting a red thread piercing through from outside. Landing on the dusty table within the hall, he recognized the red thread, pondering for a moment before asking, "Is that your red thread?" "It is not mine. I have already put mine away." Nan Xing approached, passing through the red thread and gazing incredulously at the vibrant particles dancing upon it. "Impossible. There cannot possibly be another vermilion brush in existence." Qiu Si, rising and buttoning his shirt, inquired, "Vermilion brush? Do you recall the red thread I collected on Sishui Island?" "I do." That red thread was marked with a specially crafted vermilion brush. Noticing her brow furrowing deeper, Qiu Si asked, "Is it impossible for a similar brush to exist?" "It is impossible," Nan Xing affirmed, her expression serious. "This is a unique technique passed down through my family, meaning the brush was developed by my grandfather. There are only two in existence." Qiu Si was puzzled. "You have one? So isn't there still another?" "No, the other brush was consumed in flames." After a moment of silence, Nan Xing added, "It was burned along with my cousin." Qiu Si paused. The tension in Nan Xing's brow intensified. The vermilion brush crafted by her family could trace anything. Years ago, her family had bestowed one upon her and another upon her cousin. Her cousin had perished in the fire, and the brush she carried would have been destroyed as well, but why? Suddenly, Qiu Si had an epiphany, exclaiming, "We could trace it back to the source and see who is using it." Just as during their previous encounter on Sishui Island, when he had stumbled upon Nan Xing retrieving the red thread. If that were the case, the red thread must have a source. Before they could exit, someone approached, and moments later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a tall man who stooped to enter, immediately spotting the two of them inside. He scanned them briefly, appearing somewhat disheveled, and remarked with a knowing smile, "It seems you two are acquainted, able to share a room for the night." Ba Lu's smile held a deeper significance. Yet Nan Xing was too preoccupied to engage in banter. Her attention was drawn to the brush in his hand, which was unmistakably the vermilion brush crafted by her grandfather. Her grandfather was a master in their family, and the esoteric arts of the Nan family not only thrived under his guidance, but also underwent numerous innovations. The vermilion brush was his pride, gifted to both her and her cousin at their respective full moons. Accompanying them as they grew, through blood, they could trace their path, using the brush to seek the truth. The first instance was a coincidence, yet the second could not be. Noticing Nan Xing's unwavering gaze, Ba Lu slightly suppressed his smile, explaining, "I am quite open-minded. I harbor no intentions of mockery. I do not subscribe to the notion that men and women should only hold hands before marriage." The atmosphere remained tense, and Ba Lu felt a hint of awkwardness. It was Qiu Si who broke the silence, stating, "We are merely taking refuge from the rain. By the way, how is it that you have not turned into a drenched chicken?" "I have, but I brought a change of clothes." From the outset, Ba Lu had presented himself as exceptionally neat and tidy, a person who paid great attention to his appearance. However, it was indeed quite leisurely of him to bring a change of clothes into the situation. Nan Xing queried, "What brings you here from the direction of Chushan?" Ba Lu, initially thinking she was still upset and harboring a grudge, was surprised by her calm demeanor, as if she had entirely let go of any anger. Women's emotions truly changed like the weather. He pondered quietly before replying, "After all, this is where Qiao Mu once resided. There may be some clues to uncover, so I decided to come." As he spoke, The red thread suddenly changed direction, twisting and turning. Upon witnessing this, Baloo turned and stepped outside, making his way around to the back of the wall. The red thread emerged from the wall, pointing towards the woods, twisting and changing all the while. Xiao lowered his head and remarked to Nan Xing, "The entity drawn by the red thread is likely that flicker of light and spirit that lingered near us last night." "Indeed." Nan Xing pondered for a moment before asking, "What can you do with your fish?" Xiao considered her question and replied, "Aside from making soup." Nan Xing pressed her lips together. Protective of her kin, she inquired, "Can we locate it?" "We can only search for it. Capturing it is another matter," Xiao explained. "While you were asleep last night, I had them seek it out." Nan Xing lifted her gaze to him and stated, "I was not asleep." "Then why were you holding onto the umbrella so tightly?" Surely, she was not using the umbrella to shield herself from his bare form. Nan Xing chose not to respond, instead shifting the topic to, "I also sent Xiaobai and Xiaohei to search." Xiaobai and Xiaohei? Xiao thought for a moment, unable to recall when she had acquired 2 little spirit soldiers. After a while, Baloo returned, and upon seeing the 2 of them standing at the door, proposed, "Shall we engage in information sharing? The reward can be entirely yours." Suddenly, he grasped the implication. "Have you 2 already formed an alliance?" He speculated that they must have joined forces only after disembarking. Otherwise, they would not have arrived in a taxi alone. However, it was surprising that someone as aloof as Nan Xing would agree to collaborate. Xiao chuckled, "Yes, we have indeed allied, but we do not intend to cooperate with you. Miss Nan Xing has informed me of how to use blood to locate individuals, yet you have withheld your methods from us, making it difficult to trust your intentions." Nan Xing recognized that Baloo was in a quandary. He lacked the means to accurately pinpoint Xiao Mu's whereabouts, and his clues had likely run dry. He possessed knowledge of blood and brushwork, showing some talent, yet it seemed his skills were rudimentary, as if he had not received proper instruction, leaving him unable to progress further. Nan Xing felt an uncanny resemblance between him and her cousin. Whatever her cousin could do, Baloo could as well die in her cousin's youth. She had been playful and not as devoted to studying the mysticism of the Nan family. Lacking the talent to keep pace with her, the present Baloo stirred emotions within her that had long been tranquil, reminiscent of her deceased sister. After contemplating a moment, Baloo could not ascertain whether they were merely probing for information or genuinely seeking collaboration. Ultimately, their mutual distrust led to a decision to abandon the idea. He stated, "You do not trust me, and I do not trust you." With that, he departed, a hint of regret lingering in the air. Nan Xing frowned. Baloo had not come for the reward but seemed to be here for amusement. Suddenly, a thought struck her, practicing. Xiao inquired, "Practicing?" Baloo did not come for the reward. Otherwise, he would demand an equal share rather than offering the entire bounty to us. Nan Xing continued, "He intentionally concealed his methods, yet appears reluctant, as if he is using Xiao Mu's case to hone his skills. The vermilion brush is not easily manipulated, as evidenced by the winding red thread." Xiao asked in surprise, "Isn't it because the object is changing positions?" "Not at all," Nan Xing replied. "The red thread produced by the vermilion brush is essentially a shackle that binds objects. Although it poses no danger, its formidable aura instills fear in most spiritual entities, causing them to remain still. Even if they dared to move, the shackles would restrict their agility. The reason the red thread is so convoluted is due to the user's lack of finesse, making it difficult to control. Baloo is likely a novice, only grasping the rudiments." Xiao understood, saying, "That brush is quite impressive." Nan Xing recalled her grandfather, a revered figure in an era rich with talents in the art of Qimen Duanjia. He was someone she had admired since childhood and aspired to surpass. Yet, no matter how fantastical the skills, they could not rival a sharp, bloodthirsty blade. Blood, gunpowder, and flames were her last memories of her grandfather. If what you say is accurate, then Baloo would not leave. He does not strike me as someone who easily gives up. Indeed, Nan Xing felt a tingling sensation in her fingers and pressed them down, just as she was about to mention that her Xiaobai and Xiaohei had found traces of the white light. When Xiao interjected, "My fish has located it." "Oh." Feeling somewhat irked at having her line stolen, it seemed her Xiaohei and Xiaobai paled in comparison to his 2 fish. Nan Xing retraced the trail into the woods and asked, Who did you learn your skills from? Qiu Si replied, the person who adopted me. A kind old lady. Nan Xing paused. An orphan? She refrained from questioning further, but if he had been adopted, it stood to reason that she must have recognized his talent in this area. As they entered the forest, the trail vanished once more, and the fish and paper fragments resumed their search, severing their connection. For the first time, Qiu Si encountered something that could evade capture so swiftly that even the fish could not intercept it. Nan Xing had no intention of pursuing it any longer. She called to Qiu Si, set a trap. Qiu Si concurred that setting a trap would be necessary. Otherwise, there would be no way to capture that flicker of light. Swish! The paper emerged from Nan Xing's backpack. Scattering throughout the woods, clinging to the trees, and in a short while, it camouflaged itself to blend seamlessly with the bark, rendering it virtually invisible even upon close inspection. She drew out the vermilion brush, dipped it in the cinnabar, and let the ink spread. The red thread darted forth, weaving an intricate net. Qiu Si felt that he had no role to play here, as he truly lacked skill in capturing entities. He squatted beside Nan Xing, who was diligently laying out the formation, and thought to himself how fortunate it was to follow this starry maiden and enjoy a feast, as the vermilion ink ran dry. The red thread nearly enveloped the entire forest. Should that flicker of light reappear, it would undoubtedly be ensnared here. Ding, ding! The sound of a phone ringing shattered the tranquility of the woods. Nan Xing took out her phone and saw it was a call from Feng Yuan. She answered, and on the other end, the voice stated, "Hurry back. Han Posey has already located Xiao Mu and is currently taking Qiao Xiancheng to confirm." Oh. Nan Xing paid it little mind and continued to gather her brush. The voice continued, "It seems to be true. Han Posey has never failed. Not only has she found Xiao Mu's tablet, but also her children from her second marriage." Nan Xing hung up the phone. Sensing something was amiss, she furrowed her brow, gazing at the trap before her. Taking a short trip would not be a hindrance. Feng Yuan mentioned that Han Posey found Xiao Mu. I will go and see if the tablet is genuine. After a moment's thought, Qiu Si said, I will stay here and keep watch. You go ahead. Nan Xing nodded, departing from the village to see if Han Posey had indeed found Xiao Mu. Chapter 30. Human-Shaped Lantern, Part 7, While en route. Nan Xing received a call from Feng Yuan, discovering that Xiao Lang had already left with Han Posey. Consequently, she instructed the driver to take a detour, heading directly to Han Posey's location. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Nan Xing did not see Feng Yuan, who had not waited for her. Another car parked nearby, and Shirbelu stepped out. He too had received a call and, driven by curiosity, came to take a look. The two merely nodded in acknowledgement upon meeting, forgoing any further pleasantries as they entered together. As they walked, Shirbelu remarked, I don't believe Xiao Mu should be there. That's my assumption. What do you think? Miss Nan Xing? Although her response was brief, Shirbelu felt satisfied. After all, Nan Xing's demeanor was notoriously icy and rather unappealing. He could hardly fathom how Qiu Si managed to endure her and become her partner. The alleyway appeared somewhat dilapidated, starkly contrasting with the bustling metropolis outside, resembling a quaint, ancient street. As they proceeded, the houses on either side bore the marks of age. High-rise buildings loomed nearby, while this area remained forlorn and devoid of pedestrians. Upon reaching number 171, the two paused. This was the location where Han Posey claimed Xiao Mu had remarried and given birth to a son. They remained outside for a moment, listening to the cacophony within, predominantly filled with cries, amidst which Feng Yuan's voice could be faintly heard, filled with joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful! Xiao Laozhong will no longer be alone. Shirbelu pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, someone came to open the iron gate. A middle-aged woman emerged, her eyes glistening with tears as she scrutinized the two of them and asked, Who are you looking for? Feng Yuan sent us. We also know Xiao Lang. The woman pondered briefly before suddenly grasping Shirbelu's sleeve. Her voice thick with emotion. You are also a member of the Qiao family, aren't you? Qiao Laozhong's grandson? I am your aunt. Shirbelu gazed at this unexpected revelation of an aunt, suddenly comprehending the situation unfolding inside. This was a reunion of kin. The woman still held onto his sleeve as Nan Xing slipped away, cunningly entering the premises. Once inside, Nan Xing was met with a chorus of cries, chaotic and overlapping, at least a dozen voices mingling together. She swiftly spotted Feng Yuan and hurried over, grasping his arm, demanding, "What is happening?" Feng Yuan, moved to tears by the sight of the two families reunited, sniffled and responded, "It's a family reunion. After Xiaomu left the village years ago, she encountered the current Feng family, married the male head, and bore 4 children, who in turn had over a dozen offspring. Now, Han Pozi has informed them of Qiao Laozhang's situation, and those who work locally have returned to reconnect with Qiaolang." Nan Xing frowned slightly. "So soon?" "Han Pozi is renowned in the industry for her prowess," Feng Yuan praised. "In just one night, she found Xiaomu. It's merely a tablet. Xiaomu passed away 30 years ago, and Mr. Feng has also departed. The family currently residing here is that of their eldest son." "Where is the ancestral tablet?" "There it is." Nan Xing pushed through the crowd of excited onlookers and reached the end of the hall. Where she beheld the tablet, it appeared somewhat worn, resting on a small table, with the incense beside it still smoldering, wisps of smoke curling into the air. "I can tell Grandpa that we've found great-grandmother," Xiaolang exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he grasped the hand of an elderly man. "Grandpa can finally rest easy. He has told me stories about great-grandmother since I was a child. If he knew that she had lived peacefully for 50 years after her departure, he would surely be overjoyed." The old man nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, after my mother married my father, she mentioned wanting to bring my elder brother to live with us. But you know how tumultuous those times were. It was simply impossible to return. By the time we could, my brother was no longer in Xiao family village." Listening to his account, Nan Xing deduced that the elder brother he referred to must be Mr. Qiao, which means he was a child born after Qiao's mother remarried. Xiaolang continued, "Grandpa's health is deteriorating. He wishes to meet you all as soon as possible. Can uncle and aunt come to the nursing home?" "Of course. Of course," the uncle replied. "I too wish to see my brother and discuss matters concerning our mother. Yet, my brother bore no resentment towards her. It's just, sigh." Xiaolang interjected, "Grandpa has never held any animosity towards great-grandmother." The uncle expressed, "As long as there is no resentment, that is good. In such chaotic times, one often finds themselves powerless." "Wait a moment," Shiba Lu suddenly interjected amidst the raucous reunion, his voice jarringly distinct, causing the entire hall to fall silent, all eyes turning towards him. Shiba Lu queried, "Are you truly the children born after Mother Qiao's remarriage?" The uncle retorted, "What kind of question is that? Who would casually claim kinship? This is a significant matter." Shiba Lu replied, "It's nothing but a mere suspicion. Mr. Qiao entrusted us to find Mother Qiao, and less than a day later, you all appeared. That is due to my influence," Han Pozi coldly interjected, her gaze fixed on the audacious young man. "The reputation of Han Pozi is not something you can easily tarnish. Those I have sought in this world, I have accurately foretold their fates, never once failing." Shiba Lu provocatively remarked, "Oh, then tell me, who am I, and where do I come from?" Han Pozi scoffed, "Why would I stoop so low as to prove your doubts? If you do not believe me, you may verify with a blood test." Shiba Lu chuckled lightly. Doctors can also be bribed. The two engaged in a sharp exchange, casting the situation into turmoil. Xiaolang initially felt that things were progressing too smoothly. Yet he realized that such matters could not be mere fabrications. Moreover, he had meticulously verified this family tree, and everything matched up. However, with Shiba Lu's mention, he hesitated. Even if he were deceived, he would not regret compensating Han Pozi. Yet he was acutely aware of his grandfather's condition. If it turned out that these were false relatives, his grandfather might not endure the shock. He dared not take chances, stating, "Let us proceed with the blood test." Han Pozi readily agreed. "No problem." "There is a problem," Nan Xing interjected calmly. "As Shiba Lu mentioned, the doctor could have been bribed in advance." Han Pozi, noticing yet another meddler, retorted, "With so many hospitals in Shanghai, any one of them will suffice." Nan Xing regarded her, asking, "Is that truly the case?" Han Pozi paused slightly before affirming, "Yes." "Yet there is no need for that," Nan Xing asserted. "The tablet does not exude the aura of departed souls," indicating that this is a hastily made false tablet, not that of Mother Qiao. Han Pozi appeared unfazed, instead smirking, "You say it is not, so it is not?" "Indeed, I assert it is not, therefore it is not. Han Posey turned to Qiao Lang, saying, let us conduct an identification, Mr. Qiao. You cannot simply doubt me based on their words. Very well, Qiao Lang responded. Let us proceed with the identification. If the results indicate a blood relationship, Miss Nan Xing, you must apologize to Grandma Han. However, should the results reveal no such connection, then Grandma Han, you owe Miss Nan Xing an apology and must provide me with an explanation. Ding, ding, ding. Someone began pressing a phone, dialing only 3 digits. Han Posey glared at Nan Xing, who was already on the call, frowning. What are you doing? Nan Xing glanced at her, stating, I am calling the police. The uncle appeared taken aback, inquiring, what are you reporting? Nan Xing replied, fraud. If the police verify your identities and declare them true, then I have nothing further to say. Han Posey immediately glared at Nan Xing, exclaiming, why are you targeting me? What a coincidence, Shiba Lu interjected. I just remembered. I have a friend at the police station. I'll ask him to check, which will be quicker than a blood test. How about it? You all, with your numbers, are you truly unafraid of scrutiny? A sudden silence enveloped the hall. The stillness felt unnaturally heavy, causing even Qiao Lang to harbor doubts. Han Posey declared, fine, let them investigate. Go ahead. The crowd grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at Han Posey. Observing this, Qiao Lang coldly stated, I offer you one last chance. If you do not wish to be imprisoned for fraud, you may leave now. You should know that our Qiao family has 3 lawyers who are rather well known in the field. It would be no challenge to see you incarcerated. As his words fell, the onlookers exchanged glances with Han Posey, then turned to the entirely serious Qiao Lang, and soon, some began to flee. One ran, and it was as though a dam had burst. People began to escape in droves. In the end, only Han Posey remained, appearing to age a decade in those 5 minutes. She did not run, instead fixing a cold stare on Nan Xing, asking, can you truly discern that there are no departed souls here? Nan Xing replied coolly, yes. Han Posey laughed coldly, true. I may not know how to find people, but I possess certain skills. Miss Nan Xing, you are nothing but a departed soul yourself. Nan Xing's expression remained unchanged, as if she were impervious to the remark. Qiao Lang frowned, stating, Han Posey, in just one night, you summoned so many individuals to stage such a grand performance. Your actions are swift and well-rehearsed. You must employ such deceitful tactics regularly. Han Posey did not refute, instead cursing, as long as your grandfather can pass away without regrets, what does it matter if it is a fraud? Qiao Lang had initially intended to grant her a chance, but upon hearing her venomous words, his expression darkened, coldly stating, you shall not escape. With that, he proceeded to call the police. Han Posey suddenly shoved past him, attempting to flee, but Shiba Lu swiftly blocked her path, preventing her escape. Despite her strength and desperate antics, she was unable to break free as he restrained Han Posey and pushed her further inside. He noticed Nan Xing re-emerging from the doorway, cunningly using him as bait. He left the matter for Qiao Lang to resolve. As it was no longer his concern, he hurried to catch up with Nan Xing, asking, can you truly perceive departed souls? Nan Xing countered, if you cannot see them, how can you be certain this is not the place where Mother Qiao passed? Shiba Lu hesitated momentarily before responding, because all clues point to Tushan and Qiao family village. Who taught you that? Shiba Lu remained silent, furrowing his brow as Feng Yuan emerged, looking rather anxious. Seeing the two of them, Feng Yuan approached and remarked, that Han Posey is truly excessive. Does she think this is some reality show? Please inform Qiao Lang that I am withdrawing, Shiba Lu stated. Turning to Nan Xing, while I am quite curious about your methods, you are unwilling to share or collaborate. I acknowledge your superior skills, while I find myself lacking. It would be pointless to continue like this. So I am withdrawing. Perhaps we shall meet again under more favorable circumstances. Nan Xing finally recognized a merit in Shiba Lu, his nonchalance. Before she could utter goodbye, her phone rang. Upon checking, it was Qiu Si's number. She answered, and on the other end, he said, it has appeared. Chapter 31. The Human Lantern, Part 8. By the time Nan Xing arrived at the woods of Qiao family village, dusk was approaching. The sky was dim, remnants of a heavy rain from the previous day rendering the forest floor soft and muddy. As she traversed through the grass, leaves fluttered down, dampening half of her sleeve. She frowned as she walked forward. The gloomy post-rain weather and lingering droplets were equally disconcerting. It seemed there was no weather she favored. She returned to the trap-laden spot from yesterday, but found no sign of Qiu Si. Neither the fish nor the paper scraps were present, and even the red threads used for the arrangement had been severely torn apart. Where could Qiu Si have gone? Nan Xing did not exert herself to call out for him. In modern society, there are many conveniences that surpass those of the past, such as locating someone. She dialed his number, and as the ringtone echoed amidst the towering, lush grass, she suddenly spotted a glowing entity resembling a human darting away from a grass pile outside the formation. The figure was humanoid yet faceless. Someone emerged from the foliage, gazing at Nan Xing. She paused briefly, stating, "I did not know you were hiding there." Qiu Si, who had been crouching in the grass, stepped forward, covered in blades of grass. He brushed off the remnants from his clothing and approached her, saying, "It is quite cunning. It has refused to come near, yet it is evident that it wishes to approach us, for some reason. It dashes away as soon as it gets close. I crouched for 3 hours. My legs are numb." After finishing his complaint, he added, "It seems that Han Pozi has not found the descendants of Mother Qiao." Nan Xing replied, "Those are false. All those people were actors hired by Han Pozi to deceive Qiaolang for monetary gain." Qiu Si couldn't help but chuckle. This old woman Han is truly remarkable, to orchestrate such a play in such a short span of time. It seems she has engaged in such dealings before. In a wonder she sought detailed information about the Qiao family. It appears she has put in considerable effort. Nan Xing recalled his earlier words and inquired, "You mean it desires to approach us? Yet it dares not?" "Precisely." Nan Xing furrowed her brows, locating a post shared by Feng Yuan on her phone. The post indicated that the original poster had made recent updates, and she clicked on it, revealing 6 responses. "That creature is genuinely terrifying. Do not dismiss it. I swear on the 30 pounds of flesh on my body that I saw it with my own eyes. It resembles a human. Yet it is quite short, likely a dwarf. It has no face, nor any features, resembling a firefly, glowing in the dark. It even prods its own heart with a torch. It relentlessly pursued us, only stopping once we reached outside Qiu Mountain. Extremely ferocious. The replies multiplied, refreshing to 100. I believe the original poster's words. 3 years ago, I visited Qiao family village near Qiu Mountain to pay respects to my great-aunt. I returned late that night and also encountered that creature. Although it didn't resemble a firefly as the original poster described, it certainly looked like a dwarf ghost. It sought to approach me. I, being bold, stood still, and it did not move either, but it was evident it yearned to come closer. I noticed its flames seemed to flicker out, and I even built a fire for it. Since then, I have never seen it again. I wish it well." The comments on the 99th floor were rife with mockery towards this post. "Come off it. This is definitely the original poster's alternate account." "Exactly, standing still. Must have been scared silly. Ghosts are always afraid of fire. Why would it approach the flames? Nonsense." The original poster faced harsh criticism, yet Nan Xing felt the description was indeed from someone who had witnessed it firsthand. She glanced at the myriad of red threads, surmising that the entity would likely not return here again. After reading the post, Qiu Si contemplated, "I do believe it genuinely wished to approach us. Yet perhaps it was uncertain whether we would harm it, hence it came cautiously, even aware of the traps here. Indeed, but it appears it will not return." Qiu Si did not argue. During the first 2 encounters, they could still sense its presence nearby, but now it had vanished. Nan Xing gazed toward Qiu Mountain and said, "To Qiu Mountain, to the charity house." The journey from Qiao family village to the charity house at Qiu Mountain would take half an hour. The path, rarely traversed by pedestrians over the years, had become indistinguishable, yet an influx of recent hikers had reshaped the trail. Had it not been for the poor weather these past few days, they might have encountered others on the road. The charity house at Qiu Mountain was built during the Republican era, amidst the chaos and calamities of war, where many fleeing souls from the north perished nearby. A benevolent individual donated land and funds to establish a charity house, accommodating the deceased from Qiao family village or unclaimed corpses of wanderers returning home. After the war ceased, the number of passers-by dwindled, and those who had continuously supported the charity house eventually passed away, leading to its abandonment. Now, it lay in ruins, with crumbling outer walls and the sign reading "Charity House," largely gnawed away by rodents. Upon entering, they found desolation. Small creatures scurried away, leaving behind an eerie silence. Nan Xing and Qiu Ci frequently visited ancient tombs, finding the atmosphere there far more unsettling, yet they felt no discomfort here. The sound of the wind was merely the wind, and the rustling noises were nothing more than small animals. Even if there were true spirits, they had nothing to fear. The strange ambience before them entirely dissipated. Proving ineffective as they entered the main hall, they observed a pile of firewood still smoldering on the ground, indicating it had been burning for quite some time, as a significant amount of ash lay beside it. She recalled the original poster's account and deduced that this bonfire must have been kindled by those individuals, yet several days had passed since then, and it could not possibly be what remained from that time. After their departure, someone had continued to feed the fire. She turned and walked toward the back courtyard, following the route described by the hikers. Upon reaching the backyard, she indeed discovered several coffins placed among the overgrown weeds. In the absence of moonlight, the nearly dark sky added an air of mystery to the black coffins. The presence of nails on the coffins indicated they contained remains. Perhaps they belonged to unclaimed wanderers, or to those who had always been homeless. During such tumultuous times, people of all identities could be found among the deceased. Suddenly, Qiu Ci lowered his head and whispered, "It has appeared again." Nan Xing sensed it too, but she did not turn immediately. She observed the coffins for a while, realizing it had lingered in the corridor for some time, before abruptly spinning around and sprinting in that direction. Upon entering the corridor, she was taken aback to see a faceless, yellowish paper figure. The figure seemed startled by her presence and turned to flee. However, as it attempted to escape, a stack of black and white paper swiftly formed a wall, blocking its retreat. When it tried to climb over the railing, two large fish suddenly swept their tails, one striking it back into the corridor. As it attempted to flee again, Nan Xing and Qiu Ci had already caught up, ensnaring it in red threads, wrapping it into a dumpling. Just as Nan Xing believed they had subdued it, she suddenly felt the hand pressing down on it was searing hot, as if scalded by fire. Qiu Ci, equally sensing the sudden heat, quickly grasped her wrist and pulled her away, revealing that the paper figure's heart was ablaze, and Nan Xing's hand had been burned. Seizing the opportunity, the paper figure sprang to its feet and darted outside. Before the yin-yang fish could intercept, a turtle shell came crashing down, striking its heart forcefully. The paper figure was struck hard, nearly collapsing. "Ha, got it." A familiar voice emerged from the thicket, and the person who jumped out was even more recognizable, Gudaxian. He had never left, instead concealing his presence, hoping to catch the unsuspecting like a yellow bird preying on cicadas and mantises. Gudaxian swiftly approached, capturing the paper figure, and raised a hand to stop the advancing Qiu Ci and Nan Xing, saying, "Hey, I caught it. You can't take it from me." Qiu Ci sighed. "How can there be such shameless people?" Gudaxian chuckled lightly. "All's fair in love and war, young one. Take notes?" He believed he had succeeded, feeling quite pleased, when suddenly he noticed Nan Xing rushing toward him, seemingly intent on stealing it. He was taken aback, but Nan Xing moved with such speed, like a wraith, striking him on the head with one hand, causing him immense pain and nearly knocking him out, making him involuntarily loosen his grip. Before Gudaxian could fully react, he saw Nan Xing pick up the turtle shell he had dropped and throw it at him again, striking him on the head once more. You. Before he could hurl further accusations, he saw her grab a handful of stones from the ground, which terrified him into fleeing. If he did not run, he feared he might be beaten to death. Nan Xing chased him to the entrance, watching as Gudaxian fled, clutching his head, not daring to look back even from afar. Only then did she set down the stones, dusting off her hands as she returned. Qiu Ci looked at her with newfound respect. Nan Xing was no ordinary person. She was likely a supernova. He observed her hands, which had been burned earlier and should have pained her. Yet there was not a hint of discomfort on her face. However, she must have felt it, as her complexion appeared slightly pale, suggesting she was merely enduring the pain. Qiu Ci had not brought any ointment for injuries, as he too was someone capable of enduring. The paper figure, suppressed by the two fish and a pile of paper, had no chance of escape, and as Nan Xing and Qiu Ci approached, the flickering light in its chest diminished, and its breath weakened considerably. "Is it about to vanish?" Qiu Ci observed its appearance, noticing a thread above its head. No, not a hair, but a string, if the string were to be pulled. He suddenly likened it to something, a lantern? A lantern? Nan Xing looked over at his words, and indeed it resembled a lantern, specifically a humanoid lantern. The lantern swayed in Qiu Ci's hand, and the light from its chest shone through the now yellowed paper, illuminating the ground below. Nan Xing suddenly recalled the ever-burning bonfire and that supernatural post. She hurried back to the hall, picked up a torch, and approached the lantern, searching until she discovered a small opening on one side. Cautiously, she inserted the flame, uncovering 2 sticks supporting an oil dish. The wick's flame was faint, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. She ignited the wick, and as the fire blazed to life, the lantern's aura grew vibrant. Akin to sprouting vegetation after rain, full of vitality. Nan Xing withdrew her torch and asked, "Do you recognize Qiaoyan?" Qiaoyan was the name of old M or Dak Qiao. As the lantern swayed gently in the wind, it paused mid-air. Nan Xing reached out to grasp the string atop it, and a burst of flame surged forth. This time, the fire was not scorching, devoid of any burning sensation. The flames quickly enveloped both of them. The green moss that cloaked Qiao family village rapidly shed its verdant covering. The dilapidated houses reclaimed their earthen hues, and the once murky well, filled with floating duckweed, became crystal clear. Cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks all clamored together. It was the bustling Qiao family village of 1925. Chapter 32. The Humanoid Lantern, 9. In 1925, the 14th year of the Republic, China faced enemies on all sides, with foreign powers lurking ominously. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood in a remote village on the outskirts of Shanghai. News was scarce, and the overwhelming scent of blood was obstructed by the mountains. However, the villagers here were not faring well either. In times of turmoil, even if they could not see or touch firearms and ammunition, life was still arduous. The villagers toiled on their small plots of land, occasionally hunting mountain chickens or wild rabbits, yet they lacked sufficient oil for cooking, leading to a life of poverty. Furthermore, the village's able-bodied men had either been conscripted into the army or had voluntarily enlisted, leaving behind primarily the elderly, women, and children. Li Chui was among the women, carrying the child. Li Chui had only been married to her husband for a year. The matchmaker's thread had been drawn, and after 2 brief encounters, with the approval of the elders in the family, she was wed. In the early days of their marriage, her husband treated her well. He was robust and earnest, never shirking from the agricultural toil at home. Li Chui felt she had chosen wisely. The question of affection seemed trivial to her. As long as she could live a stable life, that was sufficient. However, it soon became apparent that her husband yearned for something beyond mere stability. One night, he sat silently by the bedside, and as dawn approached, he finally spoke. "Chui, I wish to enlist." Li Chui's heart jolted. Although she had never ventured far beyond her home, she had heard tales from those who returned. Nowadays, returning from war often meant returning in a state of dismemberment, if one returned at all. She lowered her gaze in silence, reluctant to acquiesce. He continued, "Chui, our country is in peril. Without it, our home is lost." Li Chui was momentarily taken aback. She understood that he had attended a private school for a brief period and possessed knowledge beyond her own. As she was illiterate and only aspired to tend to their meager fields, surviving on 2 bowls of thin porridge daily, he sat in contemplation for the entire night, while she pondered for the whole day. When he returned home, Li Chui had already packed his belongings and prepared 2 flatbreads. Upon his arrival, she said, "You may go. I will take care of your parents." With that, she turned away, unable to stifle her tears. The absence of a strong man in the household would only render their future more arduous. She could not fathom why she had consented. His words echoed in her mind. "Chui, our country is in peril. Without it, our home is lost." She vividly recalled the moment before he departed, when he embraced her tightly. It was the only instance in which her heart fluttered, and she realized that she had developed feelings for him. Rather than merely settling for a life together, following her husband's enlistment, Li Chui exerted herself fiercely, managing both the interior and exterior of their home with meticulous care. Within a month, she discovered she was pregnant. Her in-laws were elated. They had mentally prepared themselves for their son's potential absence when he decided to join the army, accepting that he might never return. With their only son leaving, they could neither retain him nor prevent his departure, but now, with a grandchild on the way, the Qiao family lineage would continue. Li Chui was delighted as well. However, rumors soon began to circulate in the village, alleging that the child in Li Chui's womb belonged to another man. Whispers suggested that having been married for a year without conceiving, it was suspicious that she was expecting just a month after her husband left. Her in-laws bore the weight of unspoken anguish. Without a strong man in the house, they were vulnerable to such slander. Li Chui initially dismissed the gossip, but as it proliferated, she could no longer ignore it. Unable to contain her frustration, she sought out the source of the rumors, brandishing a chopping knife as she confronted the person at their doorstep, demanding, "Which eye of yours witnessed my infidelity? Name the man, and I shall perish before you, shedding blood to redeem my honor." The gossipmonger, initially taken aback by her ferocity, stammered in defense, but the villagers, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pointing fingers amidst the gathering crowd. The instigator faltered, cursing Li Chui in a feeble attempt to save face. But Li Chui, fueled by righteous indignation, charged at him with the knife. Had it not been for the villagers' intervention, he might have genuinely feared for his life. Ultimately, he begged for mercy, confessing that he had fabricated the tale, and only then did Li Chui relent. As she returned home, knife in hand, her spirit was resolute, and the villagers took note of her defiance. Once inside, she closed the door, and the knife clattered to the ground as she sank to her knees, weeping. If only there had been a man in the family capable of standing up for them, she would not have had to endure such humiliation. After a good cry, she steeled herself. Before her husband returned, she would be strong, the pillar of her household. Yet, as a result of her fierce stand, the villagers ceased to spread rumors and bully the Qiao family. As her pregnancy progressed, when she ventured out to work with her burgeoning belly, other women, unable to bear the sight of her toil, would come to assist her. Life, though difficult, was manageable. Yet, news of her husband remained elusive. By the 6th month, winter had set in, bringing with it the harshest of conditions for the frail elderly. The village experienced a spate of deaths, likely due to the year's end. As people returned with tidings from afar, Li Chui awaited any news of her husband. Even if it were bad, anything was better than silence. With a month to go before her delivery, her in-laws had nearly resigned themselves to their son's fate, focusing solely on preparations for the future child of the Qiao family. In a twist of fate, news arrived that the man who had left with her husband, Guzi, had returned, but her husband had not. She hurried to Guzi's home, only to find him with a broken leg and an ear missing. The once sturdy man now appeared gaunt and frail. Evoking tears in her eyes, upon seeing her, Guzi broke down in sobs. His tears sent a jolt of anxiety through Li Chui. Without waiting for him to speak, she fled, fearing the worst. As she trembled on her way home, dread gnawed at her heart. No, her husband must still be alive. Guzi's tears could only mean, but what? Suppressing her tears, she pushed open the door upon her return, only to be met with the sight of her mother-in-law hanging lifeless from the beam. Her son was gone, and she wished to follow him. Her mother-in-law had already visited Guzi's home and learned of her son's demise. Li Chui struggled to forget the news, but the reality of her son's death was insurmountable. She thought she was prepared for such a tragedy, yet no amount of time could truly ready one for such a loss. Li Chui went into premature labor, giving birth to Qiao Yin before the due date. The newborn was frail, delivered by the village women who provided the first drops of milk. For days, Li Chui could think of nothing, fearing that dwelling on her grief would prevent her from producing milk. Following her mother-in-law's funeral, her already fragile father-in-law succumbed shortly after. During the day, the village women kept her company, but at night, the emptiness of the home overwhelmed her, and she could not help but weep. Cradling her newborn, as half a month passed, her family from the other valley heard of her plight and hurried over, urging, "You are still young, and with no one left in the family, abandon the child. We will find you another husband." Li Chui shook her head, unwilling to part with her child. She had not witnessed her husband's body, and thus could not accept that he was truly gone. She would wait for his return. Her family, exasperated, could not sway her. Ultimately, they offered her their meager savings, embracing the child before departing, sensing something was amiss. "How long has the child been born?" "1 month. Why hasn't he opened his eyes?" As they prodded Xiao Yin's eyelids, they discovered his eyes lacked pupils, and they exclaimed, "He is blind." Li Chui froze. "Abandon him, or you will be burdened for a lifetime." Li Chui clutched her child, refusing to let go. With no other option, they left, urging her to take care of herself. Her family, too poor, could not provide further assistance. Thus, Li Chui toiled in the fields with her child, day and night, growing thinner with each passing day. The harvest from her own labor was insufficient. So she would glean grains from others' fields, collecting each grain one by one, saving every morsel to feed Xiao Yin. By her sheer determination, she managed to raise him. As Xiao Yin turned 3, he became both obedient and sensible, alleviating Li Chui's burden somewhat. Yet, he remained unaware of his blindness, and when playing with other children, he often heard the taunts of "blind boy," gradually coming to understand that he was different. Li Chui, unwilling to see her son succumb to despair, sought ways to uplift him, though she was unsure how to teach him. After much contemplation, she exchanged some rice for sugar in town, returning to share it with a group of village children, encouraging them to play with Xiao Yin. When the village children came to invite him, Xiao Yin was both surprised and delighted, and thus, he spent his childhood in this manner. Li Chui aspired to find a tutor for Xiao Yin. But funds were scarce. The outside world grew increasingly chaotic, with the threat of war encroaching upon their valley, and the villagers faced their own struggles. With a sense of desperation, Li Chui approached an elderly man in the village rumored to be a scholar, requesting him to take Xiao Yin as a student. The old man, his sight failing and his hands trembling as he held a brush, was elated that someone still believed in his knowledge, and he accepted Xiao Yin as his pupil. Whenever she had spare moments, Li Chui would venture to the river to catch fish and prepare meals for him, even foregoing her own share. She also gathered wild fruits from the mountains to bring to the old man. Xiao Yin began recognizing characters at the age of 10. Though late, Li Chui felt she had not let the Qiao family down. 5 years later, the old man passed away. Xiao Yin's education was interrupted, and due to his eyesight, he could not attend the school in town. As a result of his blindness, the knowledge he had gained seemed to bear little fruit. Villagers mocked him, deriding that a blind boy had no business studying, and they scorned Li Chui for her lofty aspirations. Some even claimed that Xiao Yin was a harbinger of misfortune, responsible for the deaths of his father and grandparents. And now he would be a burden to Li Chui. Xiao Yin heard the rumors and withdrew from the world. Li Chui, too, caught wind of the slander and once again armed herself with a chopping knife, confronting the household that spread the lies. The family in question was known as bullies in the village, their numbers intimidating. They were not deterred by Li Chui's fierce demeanor and threatened to retaliate against her. Yet, she stood her ground, knowing that retreat would mean her son's ruin. Li Chui endured their blows, emerging bruised and battered. But the bullies gained nothing, for the village chief intervened to mediate. The malicious gossip eventually subsided. No one dared to speak ill of them again, for they understood that Li Chui was a woman of fierce resolve. Upon learning of her mother's confrontation, Xiao Yin reached out to touch her face, noting the swelling on her gaunt cheek. Unable to contain his emotions, he wept. When does one realize they have matured? Perhaps it is when they perceive the aging of their elders. The following day, Xiao Yin said to his mother, "Mother, I want to find work. Anything will do." Finding work for a blind boy proved challenging, even as an apprentice. Others looked down upon him. Li Chui was also troubled. It was commendable that her son wished to work. However, she could not care for him for a lifetime. Acquiring a skill was the best option, reliable and steadfast. Yet, no one was willing to take him in, not a single soul. Upon hearing of this situation, someone in the village took notice and made a special trip to Li Chui's home, saying, "I believe there is a job suitable for Xiao Yin, though I am unsure if he possesses the courage for it." Xiao Yin inquired, "What job?" "A relative of mine has established a charitable temple not too far from here, and they are in need of a night guard." Upon hearing this, Li Chui quickly shook her head. "That job has no future, and being alone there at night is far too perilous." The man chuckled. "It is not dangerous, really. Who would steal from the dead? Right? It is just that the location is a bit remote, and the previous workers could not endure more than half a year before fleeing in fright. I do not mean to offend, but Xiao Yin, being blind, is perhaps the most suited for this role. He cannot see and thus has no fear." Li Chui furrowed her brow and corrected him. "It is visually impaired." The man laughed. Yes, visually impaired. I will do it, Xiaoyan declared. As long as there is food to eat, my mother will not have to suffer so much. Where is this temple? Not far. It is at Chu Mountain. Although the distance was not great, for one who could not see, the journey from home felt interminable. Li Chui took it upon herself to move large stones off the path and fill in any holes she could find. Each evening, after finishing her work in the fields, she would guide Xiaoyan to the temple. Once she delivered him, she hurried back to complete the remaining tasks in the fields before preparing dinner. At the break of dawn, she would again go to the temple to fetch her son home. Understanding the hardships his mother endured, Xiaoyan did not want her to accompany him any longer. One evening, he said, "Mother, I can go by myself?" Li Chui, just returning from the fields, did not take it to heart and replied, "Wait until I finish washing my hands, and I will take you." "Mother, I truly can walk on my own," Xiaoyan insisted. "In the past few days, I have counted my steps. After walking a few steps, I turn. After walking a few more, I go uphill. After walking a few more, I enter the main gate. I have memorized the steps for the past 3 days. And as long as I take the same size steps, I will not go wrong." Li Chui remained concerned, but hearing her son's resolute tone, she relented. Xiaoyan took his cane and set out, with Li Chui quietly following behind. He walked slowly but, as he had said, remembered where to turn, where to ascend, and where to descend. He even recalled to take longer strides when encountering puddles. Li Chui felt a sense of pride. Her son was striving hard for their livelihood and to care for her. The following morning, Li Chui awoke early and went to the temple, once again quietly trailing behind him. Her son continued to walk slowly, yet steadily. By the third evening, when she intended to follow him again, Xiaoyan said, "Mother, you have followed me for 2 days now. You know I can walk on my own, right? Please do not follow me anymore. You need to sleep well and not worry." Li Chui was taken aback and asked, "You knew I was following you?" Xiaoyan replied, "I did." The ears of the visually impaired are always particularly sensitive. He certainly knew his mother was concerned and was following him. Even when he could not see, he understood she would be there. Li Chui hesitated for a long time but eventually agreed. For half a month, Xiaoyan returned and forth each day without any issues, and Li Chui finally felt reassured. However, it was not long before Xiaoyan bore some bruises on his face. When Li Chui inquired, he explained that he had slipped on a wet path. After 3 or 4 such incidents, Li Chui could no longer restrain herself and followed him at a distance. Once they left the village, Xiaoyan's pace noticeably slowed. He walked with great caution and vigilance, as if on guard against something. As night fell, Li Chui, under the moonlight, watched her son's cautious silhouette with a heavy heart. Halfway through, a group of children suddenly leapt from the bushes, hurling objects at Xiaoyan while shouting, "Blind man! Blind man! Dead blind man!" Xiaoyan swung his wooden stick, but he could not hit any of them or defend himself. He stood there, pelted by their projectiles. He dared not move for fear of losing his way and miscounting his steps, risking not being able to reach the temple and subsequently losing his wages, not to mention missing dinner. "Get lost!" Li Chui burst forth, grabbing a stick from the ground to chase them off. The children fled swiftly, disappearing in no time. Looking at the bruises on her son's face, she grasped his hand, choking back tears, and said, "Let us not do this anymore. Let us go home. I will take care of you." "Mother," Xiaoyan replied, "it is the same wherever we go. It is not easy to find this work, and it is already a blessing that someone is willing to take me. I may not earn a fortune, but at the very least, I can sustain myself. They provide me with 2 meals a day, rice, not porridge, and vegetables, with a bit of meat during the holidays." Li Chui fought back her tears and agreed. Upon returning home, she did not cry. Crying was futile. She had long understood this truth. Li Chui spent a sleepless night. The next morning, upon Xiaoyan's return, he heard his mother chopping bamboo in the yard, creating lanterns one after another. He approached her and asked, "Mother, what are you doing?" "I am making you a lantern." Xiaoyan laughed, but the wounds on his face hurt when he did so. "Do blind men make lanterns?" "It is visually impaired," Li Chui corrected him. Yes. Xiaoyan was tired and went inside to sleep. When Li Chui entered the house to fetch some rope, she saw a bowl of rice on the table. Her son had not eaten breakfast again, always leaving food for her, not even tasting a bite of the vegetables. The temple provided 2 meals a day, at night and in the morning. How could one sleep on an empty stomach? She paused for a moment before gathering rope and lantern oil. When night fell and Xiaoyan was ready to leave, Li Chui handed him the lantern. He hesitated to take it, fearing ridicule. He was sensible, but still a youth. At the peak of his pride, Li Chui said, "It is dark. I fear someone might bump into you. Take it." Xiaoyan had no choice but to accept the lantern and proceeded to the temple. Upon leaving the village and walking partway, anxiety crept in, fearing the children might ambush him again. Surprisingly, they did not appear that night. He could clearly hear them hiding in the bushes, yet they did not show themselves. Xiaoyan was astonished, wondering how they had become so well behaved. Upon arriving at the temple, he found someone carrying a stretcher inside. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, they were startled, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, you nearly scared us to death. We thought we saw a ghost." "What ghost?" Xiaoyan asked. "Do I look like one?" The person replied, "You do not, but the lantern you are holding resembles one. Why carry a lantern of that shape? It looks like a human figure. When I first saw it, I thought a ghost was floating in the mountains, which was terrifying." In that moment, Xiaoyan understood why his mother insisted he carry a lantern. The lantern she had been crafting in the yard during the day must be this one. He had insisted on taking this job, but his mother had been worried and did not want to accompany him. So she devised this plan, to create a frightening lantern resembling a ghost, thus deterring those children from approaching him. Xiaoyan felt a rush of emotion. "Mother," with the lantern in hand, the children were frightened away a few times and no longer dared to ambush him on the road. Xiaoyan no longer bore any injuries on his face or body. Carrying the lantern in the temple was indeed intimidating and provided safety. He kept the lantern with him, and at night, it served as their companionship. Days passed, and life for the mother and son finally improved. They were not wealthy, but at least their stomachs were filled. Outside, turmoil continued to escalate. Occasionally, various military forces passed by Chu Mountain, but the village remained untouched for the time being. 1818. Xiaoyan reached the age for marriage. Li Chui engaged a matchmaker to discuss potential partners, who bluntly stated, "I must be frank. It is nearly impossible to find a good girl. A healthy girl is out of the question. If your son had any other shortcomings, it might be acceptable, but being blind is a significant problem." Li Chui nodded in agreement, fully aware of the situation. She did not expect a particularly good match. The Chow family was poor. She would be grateful for any girl willing to come. Yet, no girl showed interest in these chaotic times. Who would want to follow a blind man? If trouble arose, they would be unable to escape. Moreover, the Chow family was impoverished, and Xiaoyan had no brothers to support him. Marrying into their family would mean a lifetime of hardship. Li Chui waited day and night, but did not see a daughter-in-law arrive. Xiaoyan remained unhurried, continuing his daily routine of carrying his lantern to the temple, a habit he had grown accustomed to. Finding simplicity and contentment in such a life, he wished to work at the temple for a few more years, saving money to find a master to learn a trade. He had already contemplated various options, such as becoming a fortune teller, sculpting clay figures, or perhaps even learning to play the as long as he acquired a skill, his mother could rest easy. When autumn arrived, the fruits on the mountain began to ripen. One morning, Li Chui set out with a bamboo basket, telling Xiaoyan, "I will go pick some wild fruit and will return a bit later." Xiaoyan acknowledged her and went back to sleep. He awoke when it was dark, realizing he was late for work at the temple. Normally, his mother returned promptly from the fields, and the sound of her arrival would wake him, prompting him to rise and wash his face. Today, however, she had not returned at her usual hour. After drinking the porridge on the table, he began to feel uneasy as time passed with no sign of her. Fearing that the temple would dock his wages, which would upset his mother, he decided to light the lantern and head to work. As he guarded the temple, he listened to the howling winds through the mountains, feeling increasingly anxious. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he returned home in the middle of the night. Upon entering the yard, he called out, "Mother," but received no response. Panic surged within him as he shouted again, "Mother!" Yet still no answer came. Fear overcame him, prompting him to run to his neighbor's door, asking them to check if his mother had fainted somewhere in the house. After searching, the neighbor reported that no one was home. Soon, villagers began to gather with torches, searching for her. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan sat at home, anxious and helpless, feeling utterly useless for the first time. The villagers searched for 3 days but found no trace of Li Chui on the 4th day. Whispers began circulating in the village that Li Chui could no longer endure the harshness of her life and had fled. Others claimed to have seen her in town, walking shoulder to shoulder with an elderly man. Adorned in fine clothing, her hair elegantly pinned with a silver hairpin, Li Chui had been beautiful in her youth, and thus the rumors gained an air of credibility. Xiao Nian repeatedly insisted to them, "My mother has gone to the mountains to gather fruits. She would never abandon me." The villagers retorted, "But where are the fruits? It's been months." Xiao Nian had ventured into the mountains in search of her but found nothing, nearly losing herself in the process. Kind-hearted villagers had made several attempts to rescue her, but she felt reluctant to trouble them further. Waiting day after day, the oil dish of her lantern was replaced time and again. The bamboo handle changed repeatedly, and the paper covering was renewed layer by layer. Yet, her mother did not return. The mother who had gone to the mountains to gather fruits for her never reappeared. When the benefactor of the charity house, old Zhao, heard the news, he found Xiao Nian keeping vigil at night and wandering nearby during the day. Looking gaunt and emaciated, he asked, "Are you going to keep searching for your mother?" Xiao Nian replied, "I wish to find my mother, but I hope it is not in the mountains. I long to encounter her in town." Dressed not in patched clothing, but in beautiful attire, with a genuine silver hairpin, smiling happily. Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Nian continued, "My mother has suffered too much. I wish for her to be well." After a long silence, old Zhao said, "From now on, follow me in my work." 2 years later, Zhao's daughter married him, and old Zhao arranged for him to have a mentor. Xiao Nian learned a trade, enjoyed a loving marriage, and had children, eventually becoming a grandfather. The lantern had long since been left behind at home. The house, once inhabited, gradually fell into disrepair, becoming overgrown with ivy. His home was gone. The entire village had vanished. 73 years later, at the age of 93, he still had not found his mother. Chapter 33. The Human Lantern, Part 10. The light grew dimmer, the kerosene in the lantern had run out, and all illusions faded away in the absence of light. The deep mountains at night were cloaked in darkness, the brilliance obscured by towering trees. Nan Xing still held the lantern, which had grown several holes and now stood half her height. The light flickered back to life, resembling a leaking showerhead. The once eerie human lantern had lost all its terrifying hues. She untied the red thread that bound the lantern, and it remained suspended in midair, watching them. Qiu Si sensed it had no intention of fleeing and suddenly recalled something, asking, "Why do you stay here?" The lantern slowly floated ahead, looking back at them after a distance, beckoning them to follow. Nan Xing vaguely understood, and so did Qiu Si. The two immediately followed. The lantern continued to drift deeper into the mountains, illuminating the path for them. It seemed to fear they might lag behind. Moving at a slow pace, it passed by towering ancient trees. Autumn had arrived, and many fruits in the mountains had ripened. The people were no longer as hungry as before, no longer needing to venture into the mountains for wild fruits to stave off hunger. Many fruits lay rotting on the ground, and the entire forest was filled with the fragrant aroma of fermenting fruit. The lantern came to a halt before a cliff. Nan Xing looked down. The cliff was not too deep, about 4 meters high. The adjacent slope was not overly steep, and descending it carefully should pose no issue. As she gazed there, she sensed the presence of lost souls. Her heart tightened, and she descended the cliff with Qiu Si. Upon reaching the bottom, they encountered a small slope, and the lantern continued to lead them downward. Once they descended the small slope, it finally came to a stop. A skeletal figure lay sprawled on the ground in a crawling posture, seemingly attempting to escape this place. The flickering light illuminated the bones, revealing a tragic sight. Nan Xing gently closed her eyes. "It is Li Chui." Qiu Si fell silent. A phone rang inappropriately. "Nan Xing, where are you?" Old Mr. Qiao is nearing his end. Upon arriving at the hospital, Nan Xing saw the doctor emerge, shaking his head at the waiting Qiao family, signaling them to enter for a final farewell. Nan Xing stepped forward, stopping them, and said to Qiao Lang, "I have found your great-grandmother." Qiao Lang was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes," Nan Xing affirmed. "Let me see old Mr. Qiao." Qiao Lang hesitated for a moment, but her unwavering gaze left him no choice but to believe her. He immediately decided, nodding, "You may go in." Nan Xing swiftly entered, on the hospital bed. Xiaoyan appeared even weaker, faintly emanating the aura of lost souls. Xiaoyan, I have found your mother. Nan Xing spread her hand, and a human lantern sprang forth. Old Mr. Qiao, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly caught a familiar scent, the burning kerosene releasing a peculiar aroma that awakened all his youthful memories. He slowly opened his eyes, still clouded and unable to see anything. Gradually, he began to perceive light, a faint glow dancing before him, and slowly revealing a figure, a kind-faced woman, carrying a bamboo basket, said to him, "Mother has gone up the mountain to gather some wild fruits. She will be back later." Xiaoyan was stunned. Mother wishes to return home, but cannot find her way back. Standing by the bedside, Li Chui gently stroked his head and softly said, "You have grown up, started a family, and have children. Mother can rest easy now." Xiaoyan's throat tightened, tears streaming down his face. He wished more than anything that his mother had found a better life, though he never truly believed she would abandon him after enduring the hardest days. He had always thought his mother had met with misfortune, yet he was reluctant to accept that reality. Mother would not willingly leave. Having seen you now, she can feel at peace. Li Chui understood her time was short and nodded in gratitude to Nan Xing, trying to lead others to find her, but they were all frightened away. She wanted to explain, to speak, but the words failed her. Upon returning home, she discovered her house was empty, save for the lantern she had made for her son long ago, which still remained. She leaned over the lantern, wandering through the mountains and the village, seeking to find her son. Yet, no matter what, she could not find him, could not find him. She did not know what method this young girl had employed, but she felt that it was this very girl who had enabled her to speak and led her to find her son for a final farewell. Mother. Xiaoyan grasped his mother's hand, just as he had in his childhood when he took his first unsteady steps. Mother, take me with you. But the figure of his mother began to fade, ultimately not taking him along. How could she bear to let her son go with her? Even though he had grown old and gray, she still wished for him to live on. Mother will go first. You must be good. Mother, yet no matter how he called, his mother did not turn back. He distinctly saw the tears in her eyes. You will see each other again soon, Nan Xing reassured him. You will find your mother. Xiaoyan nodded faintly, his breath growing weaker. Nan Xing exited the hospital room, signaling the Qiao family that they could enter to bid farewell to the elder. She leaned against the white wall, inhaling the acrid scent of disinfectant, lost in silence. Qiu Ci stood nearby, observing her without asking anything. He could tell that Nan Xing was troubled. The sound of weeping echoed from within the room. Xiaoyan had passed away. After a moment, Xiaoyan emerged through the door, holding the human lantern his mother had crafted for him, saying to Nan Xing, "I am going to see my mother." Nan Xing looked up at him and replied, "Yes." Xiaoyan departed without regret, eager to find his mother, with countless words he wished to share with her, words accumulated over 73 years. Having received his reward, Feng Yuan felt quite cheerful, yet he could clearly see Nan Xing's mood was not as bright, and even Qiu Ci had fallen silent. He pondered whether speaking now would earn him a scolding from Nan Xing. Concluding that it certainly would, thus, he kept quiet and proactively helped her carry things. After taking the kerosene lamp, he felt that something was missing. He glanced at it several times, furrowing his brow and asking, "Hey, where are the eyes?" Nan Xing did not respond. Feng Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "You didn't take old Xiao's eyes, did you?" "No." Feng Yuan nearly leaped up. "Those were things you exchanged your life for." Qiu Ci paused, and Nan Xing shot Feng Yuan a glare. Realizing he had misspoken, especially with an outsider present, a professional at that, he corrected himself. "I meant, you undertook this perilous task, risking your life to complete it, and yet you didn't take the eyes." The more he spoke, the more wrong it became, the more counterproductive it was. Nan Xing had lost the will to even look at him. She intended to check on whether Boss Tao had recovered and to replace Feng Yuan. This big mouth. Seeing her about to leave, Qiu Ci asked, "Aren't you going to bandage your hand?" Nan Xing, having forgotten she even had an injury, glanced at him and replied, "Later." Qiu Ci nodded and then said, "See you next time." Nan Xing did not say goodbye, nor did she mention the next meeting. She had grown accustomed to the notion that what was meant to be would eventually come to pass. Once Qiu Si saw her leave, Feng Yuan cautiously followed behind, murmuring something unintelligible. He reflected on what Feng Yuan had just said, growing increasingly concerned. He recalled a remark Nan Xing had made before entering the illusion. Entering once will cost you a part of your life. Are you not afraid? Qiu Si frowned. Could it be that Nan Xing was not stealing the lives of ancient artifacts, but rather using her own life to exchange for the memories of the antiques, thereby resurrecting the deceased? If that were true, why would Nan Xing do such a thing? In 1945, the 34th year of the Republic of China, autumn had arrived, and the fruit trees in the mountains gradually ripened, the faint scent of fruit wafting through the village. The idle farmers have all ventured into the mountains to gather fruits, for if they delay, the fruits will either be consumed by birds and beasts or plucked by others. Li Chui shares this sentiment. She wishes to collect some wild fruits to stave off hunger while keeping vigil for her son. Rising early, she waits for his return and says, "Mother will go into the mountains to gather some wild fruits. I shall return later." Mother, please return promptly. Xiao Nian, feeling his way, retreats into the house to sleep. Li Chui, with a bamboo basket slung over her back, ascends into the mountains. The area near the village is devoid of fruits, all having been harvested, leaving only some unripe ones that are inedible. Li Chui is accustomed to venturing deep into the mountains to gather firewood, and thus feels no trepidation. She continues her ascent, spotting a few fruits, though not in abundance. She hopes to fill her basket to share with her fellow villagers who assist her with farm work. They have shown her kindness, and while she has little to offer in return, a handful of fruits is better than nothing. After all, she possesses the strength for it. Through years of toil, she has become adept at all farm tasks. If her husband were to return, she might even surpass him in strength. After all these years, she finds herself seldom thinking of her husband. Even if she did, it would be of no use. The daily grind leaves little room for such thoughts. Should he return, she would be pleased. If not, it matters little. From a distance, she catches sight of a persimmon tree. Its red lantern-like fruits hanging conspicuously and adorably. She quickens her pace. The persimmons are a treasure, the ripe ones ready for immediate consumption, while the unripe ones can be dried to make persimmon cakes. Delighted, she hurries forward as she parts the lush underbrush and takes another step. Her foot suddenly finds no solid ground beneath it. Alarmed, she realizes her misstep, and before she knows it, she plunges into the thicket. Beneath the heap of grass lies a low cliff. Li Chui falls off the precipice, encountering a steep slope. Before she can register the pain, she begins to tumble downwards. Sharp stones jolt against her frail body, and the slenderness of her form leaves her vulnerable to their harshness, causing her to nearly lose consciousness mid-fall. When she finally comes to rest at the bottom of the slope, she finds herself unable to move. She attempts to call for help, but no one answers. After lying still for some time, her body gradually regains mobility, and she begins to crawl out. Climbing upwards is futile, but she recalls a river nearby, beyond which lies a small village where she could seek assistance. Yet, her optimism is misplaced. The injuries she has sustained are far too severe. Li Chui remains oblivious to the extent of her wounds, her battered body incapable of supporting her quest for rescue. As she crawls, fatigue and pain wash over her. She longs for a moment's respite, but her eyelids grow heavier. In the distance, the persimmon tree sways gently, its red lanterns beckoning. They must be sweet, she muses, and her son would surely delight in them. She has never bought him a piece of candy in his youth. Soon, she imagines gathering these persimmons and placing them on the table. So when her son returns, he will be greeted by the sweet aroma of the fruits. She yearns to watch him eat, to hear him exclaim, "Mother, these persimmons are truly sweet." Li Chui slowly closes her eyes. A breeze rustles through the forest, the autumn air turning crisp as leaves begin to fall. Chapter 34. The Sword of Destiny, Part 1. The alley where the Tao family store resides is long and elegant. The afternoon sunlight streams in, dispersing the persistent clouds. When Feng Yuan arrives, carrying a briefcase, he spots Nan Xing sitting at the entrance, basking in the sun, while the large yellow dog squats beside her, gnawing on a fake bone. The warm sunlight casts a glow upon her, revealing her true beauty, and Feng Yuan realizes for the first time that Nan Xing is merely a young girl. Not the cold and aloof beauty he had imagined. As he approaches, the large yellow dog barks at him, prompting Nan Xing to open her eyes. Her dark gaze pierces through the afternoon light, momentarily disorienting him. She regards Feng Yuan, whose steps quicken, and inquires, "Do you have a task?" Feng Yuan dreads this question. He has consistently ranked first at the agency, a top-notch intermediary with an exceedingly high success rate. Yet, in Nan Xing's presence, he feels inexplicably guilty, as if he were the dregs of comparison. Dejectedly, he replies, "No." "Oh." Feng Yuan pats his chest and assures her, "I will find something soon." Manager Feng is truly busy. "I understand." Nan Xing remarks, "Previously, Boss Tao was only responsible for me, but now you have many others to oversee." "I comprehend." Feng Yuan wipes the sweat from his brow and shifts onto a small stool, feeling the weight of her words, which, in essence, negate his efforts. He suddenly recalls the purpose of his visit and states, "Xiao Lang asked me to come and express his gratitude. He mentioned that his grandfather passed away peacefully, saying that he had found his mother and met her, leaving no regrets in this life." Reflecting on the mother who endured a lifetime of hardship yet remained resilient, and on Xiao Nian, who had always cherished the memory of her despite the rumors of her abandoning him for a better life. Nan Xing's heart, as hard as diamond, softens slightly. She responds with a low MHM, then adds, "We can seek new transactions now." Having managed to divert the conversation, Feng Yuan reluctantly agrees, but Nan Xing continues, "By the way, could you ask Xiao Lang if he can provide me with the information on Shirbalu?" Feng Yuan immediately gestures dismissively, "Of course not. That is covered by a confidentiality agreement. However, you haven't signed a confidentiality agreement with him, so you can request the information." Feng Yuan abruptly halts. "How could I sign a contract with him? I don't even know him." Nan Xing fixes her gaze upon him, causing Feng Yuan to shift uncomfortably on his stool. "You certainly know him and are well aware of it, for he was introduced to the Qiao family through you, was he not?" Feng Yuan nearly leaps up, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. It's not just him. Even Granny Han and Gu Disian were introduced by you." "No." Nan Xing continues to scrutinize him, her eyes sharp as daggers, making Feng Yuan break into a cold sweat. Conceding defeat, he feels utterly humiliated before her, stripped of all dignity. "How do you know this? I thought I had maintained confidentiality quite well." "Well?" Nan Xing raises an eyebrow. "What gives you the confidence to say that? Your efforts are riddled with flaws." She continues, "Do you recall that day I entered old Master Qiao's hospital room, and you introduced me to the three of them one by one?" Feng Yuan nods, "Yes." "What's the issue?" "There's no problem with that, but subsequently, when you introduced me to them, you failed to mention Qiu Ci, even though you clearly knew he was Qiu Ci." "Yes, but what's the problem with that?" Feng Yuan responds, slapping his forehead, "That's the flaw. He is under no obligation to introduce Nan Xing to individuals who are not his clients. That is not his responsibility. He merely needs to inform her of their identities. However, he has become accustomed to introducing her to them, as if it were necessary for them to know who she is. This was unnecessary, as he is not the intermediary for Granny Han and the others. If he had at least introduced Qiu Ci while introducing Nan Xing, it might have obscured the fact that he is not their intermediary. Once Nan Xing sees he has processed this information." She continues, "Moreover, when Gu Disian said he would not participate, you immediately became aware and stated he had informed you of his withdrawal. Why did he tell you and not Xiao Lang?" Feng Yuan feels increasingly disheartened. And when Granny Han deceived Xiao Lang, you were both anxious and furious, emerging in a fit of rage to scold her. Her deception did not affect you in any way. You are my intermediary, and I complete transactions so that you can earn money. You should be pleased. Yet you were not. You were quite upset, which indicates one thing. You are also her intermediary. Her fraudulence has harmed your interests. Hence your anger." Feng Yuan feels as though he might perish from the weight of this revelation. He helplessly asks, "Then why didn't you expose me at that time?" Nan Xing replies, "Your simultaneous role as multiple intermediaries does not concern me." Feng Yuan had believed she was unaware of anything. But it turns out she knows everything. She must possess a godlike perspective. He reluctantly admits, "Yes, you are correct. Xiao Lang entrusted us with the task. The individuals were sourced by us." He then laments, "Because of Granny Han's incident, I nearly tarnished my reputation as a top intermediary." As he continues to vent, Nan Xing patiently waits for him to finish before speaking again. I need the information on Shiba Lu. Feng Yuan finds himself in a quandary, stating, this is unethical. Feng Yuan, Nan Xing pauses, lowering her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. He is likely someone I know, and I must find him. You know who I am and what I have endured. I must find him. Feng Yuan has never witnessed Nan Xing speak in such a manner, even referencing past events. Listening to her evokes a sense of sorrow. Such a strong girl, and he desires to assist her. He cannot help but feel a lump in his throat and says, but I cannot. I am a person of professional ethics. Oh. Nan Xing's tone shifts instantly, her demeanor lifting. I will find another intermediary. Feng Yuan, who had just felt a pang of sympathy, is now infuriated, exclaiming, go ahead. I cannot betray my client's confidentiality. Nan Xing ceases her inquiries. While she admires Feng Yuan's professional integrity, she is currently rather disdainful. You may leave. Feng Yuan, coming back to his senses, pauses before asking, are you truly going to replace me? Nan Xing remains silent for a long while before stating, I need to receive a task within 3 days. The implication is clear. She does not intend to switch intermediaries. Feng Yuan discerned the underlying truth. He recognized that Nan Xing was not a malevolent individual and harbored no ill intentions. However, he understood that every person is bound by their own professional ethics and moral code. Initially, he had been irked by Nan Xing's coercive tactics, but his ire dissipated in a subdued tone. He uttered, I apologize, Miss Nan Xing. With that, Feng Yuan donned his hat and grasped his briefcase, departing in search of a task for Nan Xing. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in his briefcase, as if something were resting atop it. Leaning down to inspect, he found nothing amiss. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Once his figure had vanished entirely into the alley, several sheets of paper fluttered toward the Tao family shop, gently landing in Nan Xing's hands. The white paper absorbed the ink from the various documents within the briefcase, gradually transforming the ink into minuscule text, revealing a complete dossier. As Nan Xing perused the contents, she discovered information pertaining to Shiba Lu. After finishing her review, she incinerated the paper. As the paper turned to ash, the ink evaporated into the air, returning to the various documents that Feng Yuan had rendered blank. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Lang, having concluded matters related to his grandfather, appeared at the foot of a hotel, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the 52nd floor. Upon exiting, he promptly turned the corner toward a guest room. Arriving at the door, he knocked gently. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Lang greeted, Mr. Li. The one who opened the door was Li Yuan, who stepped aside to allow him entry. Xiao Lang replied, I won't come in, Mr. Li, as I've just experienced a death in the family. Please forgive me. He extended the briefcase he held, stating, here are the documents you requested. Thank you, Li Yuan replied, adding, you should take a few more days off. There's no rush. Xiao Lang responded, my grandfather passed away at a ripe old age, without suffering from illness or any regrets. The family is holding up well, and I shall return to work tomorrow. Li Yuan refrained from further persuasion, merely nodding. Once he closed the door and returned inside, he remarked, the documents have been obtained. At the window sat a figure. Qiu Ci gazed out from the 52nd floor room, observing the illuminated Oriental Pearl Tower across the way, a unique symbol of Shanghai. He relished the sight of a landscape adorned with countless lights. Upon hearing that the documents had arrived, he extended his hand to receive them and began to review their contents. Li Yuan inquired, why did you retrieve information about Shiba Lu for her? Qiu Ci was uncertain. Perhaps it was out of curiosity, or perhaps it was because he noticed how much Nan Xing cared about the matter concerning Shiba Lu, prompting him to see if he could be of assistance. Li Yuan suddenly grasped the situation, stating, you care for her, and you have feelings for her. Qiu Ci hesitated slightly, responding, I do care, but feelings, not quite. Li Yuan smiled subtly, choosing not to press the matter further. You're not a child anymore. It's time to settle down and start a family. Qiu Ci chuckled in acknowledgement. Taking the documents and heading outside that moment, Li Yuan's phone buzzed, a distinctive ringtone, specially set for a certain individual. As Qiu Ci walked away, he remarked with a grin, your sister-in-law is here. I won't disturb you. Upon opening the door, indeed, A person stood outside. Chiu Si offered a gentlemanly bow, articulating, "Good day, sister-in-law." Lin Manfeng, who was at the doorway, idly tapping her left toe in boredom, paused to glance up and saw Li Yuan behind her. Immediately complaining, "Your brother is being ridiculous again." Li Yuan chuckled, taking her hand to pull her inside, then turned to Chiu Si and said, "Until we meet again," before shutting the door. The door closed too swiftly, leaving no hint of reluctance. Abandoned in that moment, Chiu Si let out a sigh of resignation, clutching the documents in his hand as he prepared to seek out Nan Xing after enduring a 3-hour taxi ride. Nan Xing finally arrived at Mingzhu Community and located Building 11. She entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 7th floor, uncertain if Sherba Lu would be surprised to see her or if he was even home. And who else might be present? The identity of the person who gifted him the vermilion brush remained a perplexing enigma in her mind. The elevator halted at the 7th floor. Stepping out, she noted the 6 units on the floor. Finding the door plate, she rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman opened the door, scrutinizing Nan Xing through the security door, and asked, "Whom do you seek?" Nan Xing replied, "I am looking for Mr. Sure." The woman frowned, responding, "There is no Mr. Sure here." "Sherba Lu, Mr. Sure. This is the 7th floor, not the 18th, and there is no Mr. Sure here." Suddenly realizing something, the woman became alert, her tone turning stern. "I'll have you know my husband is at home. Do not entertain any ill intentions." With that, she swiftly closed the door, and Nan Xing could hear her locking it with 2 bolts. Nan Xing paused, mentally comparing her stolen documents from Feng Yuan, confirming that she was indeed in the right place. It then struck her that the information Sherba Lu provided to the agency was also fabricated. She had been deceived. Chapter 35. The Dagger of the Throat, Part 2, Discontented by the Ruse. Nan Xing recognized that this meant her lead had gone cold. The range of the vermilion brush was no more than a kilometer, even if she sent Xiao He and Xiao Bai to search. It would be an arduous task, given the vastness of China and the world. Regret began to seep in. She lamented not having incapacitated Sherba Lu to extract the truth. As she walked through the alley, she could already hear De Huang's joyful barks, wondering if Feng Yuan had once again treated him to a bone. Upon spotting the Tao family shop, she also saw De Huang, along with a man who was playfully engaging with him. Woof! De Huang dashed to Nan Xing's feet. Spinning in circles, bouncing with excitement, a ball clutched in his mouth, nudging it toward her hand. Nan Xing, observing Chiu Si standing at the entrance, ceased to question his presence and asked, "Did you buy that ball?" Chiu Si nodded, responding, "Didn't you say that Boss Tao takes care of him? I thought I'd bring a small gift." "Then you can play with him." Nan Xing raised her hand, declining De Huang's enthusiastic offering. She walked slowly to the shop entrance, retrieving the key to unlock it. Chiu Si bent down to take the ball from De Huang's mouth and tossed it down the alley, prompting De Huang to sprint after it. The two entered the shop one after the other, the bell jingling cheerfully. As Chiu Si examined the antiquities for the first time, he noted the disarray of the items, which were not displayed in any chronological order. An idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at the last shelf, where he spotted a gluttonous wine cup. Did this imply that these antiques were all acquired by Nan Xing through her tasks and displayed here? However, he remembered that the Tao family shop had been in operation for several hundred years, with this particular establishment having a history of over a century. Nan Xing could not possibly be a century old. Suddenly, Chiu Si sensed something was amiss. Nan Xing had not attempted to chase him away or accused him of being a stalker. Instead, she settled into the proprietor's seat, her expression revealing some displeasure. He sat across from her and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter? Has someone upset you?" Nan Xing slightly raised her brow, taking a moment before responding, "The information on Sherba Lu is all fabricated." Chiu Si paused. "Fake? Where did you acquire this information?" "From Feng Yuan." Nan Xing contemplated for a moment, deciding it unwise to tarnish the reputation of the diligent Feng Yuan, and added, "I took it." Chiu Si understood. The documents he had gotten Li Yuan to obtain for Chao Lang were also false, rendering them unnecessary for Nan Xing. After a brief moment of furrowing her brow, Nan Xing asked, "What brings you here?" "To check on De Huang," Chiu Si replied, as De Huang bounded in with the ball once more. And Chiu Si threw it again, prompting De Huang to leap after it. Though Nan Xing harbored doubts, She could not conjure any alternative rationale. She could not suspect him merely because of her misgivings. Qiu Si turned to ask, "How is Boss Tao's health?" "Quite well," she responded, and as the mention of Boss Tao sparked a thought, she considered inquiring whether he had any connections to locate Shirbalu. Considering she knew his appearance, "I must take my leave," she stated, her invitation to exit unmistakably blunt. Qiu Si recognized the hint and stood up, but before he could reach the door, De Huang returned. Noticing Nan Xing holding a leash, he promptly hid the ball in a flower pot at the entrance, obediently allowing her to attach the leash. Observing this, Qiu Si remarked, "What a good boy. I had considered taking him home, but I lacked a stable place to stay." Only then did Nan Xing piece together De Huang's backstory. When she initially encountered Qiu Si in the alley, De Huang had likely been a stray dog merely following him. She had mistakenly assumed he was Qiu Si's dog and had questioned him about it, while Qiu Si, probably concerned for De Huang's well-being, had taken the blame. Subsequently, De Huang was adopted by Boss Tao. After clarifying her thoughts, Nan Xing's impression of Qiu Si shifted significantly. She refrained from bringing up the previous topic, but found it peculiar, asking, "You don't have a stable place to stay?" "To my knowledge, the Li family possesses quite a few villas in Shanghai. Those are Li family's villas. I am surnamed Qiu." Qiu Si replied candidly, "Moreover, my brother does not reside at the Li family estate but in a hotel, which does not permit pets." Nan Xing understood that Qiu Si lacked a fixed residence, but it struck her as odd that Li Yuan did not reside at the Li family estate either. However, she chose not to press further, fearing that asking too many questions would imply she needed to reciprocate with equal secrets. The two exited the alley together, and when a taxi finally arrived for Nan Xing, as she settled into the vehicle, she noticed the thin briefcase in Qiu Si's hand, curious about its contents. She dismissed the thought, closing the door behind her and stating, "Goodbye." "Yes, goodbye," Qiu Si replied with a smile. Watching the taxi drive away, he glanced at the documents in his hand, pondering the lengths to which Shirbalu had gone to fabricate his identity and questioning the reason behind it all. While the information was false, the face could not possibly be a fabrication. The clues had not entirely vanished. There was still a chance to investigate further. Nan Xing arrived at the hospital just as Boss Tao had stepped outside for a walk. His health had significantly improved, allowing him to stroll in the garden below, albeit with the accompaniment of a nurse and not venturing too far. Initially, Boss Tao's hospital room was solitary, but now it accommodated another patient. This newcomer appeared gaunt, likely not yet 50 years old. With an 4-needle in his hand, he sat reading a book. Upon noticing Nan Xing's entrance, he glanced towards the door, saw it was not a nurse, and nodded gently in her direction. Nan Xing returned the gesture and settled beside Boss Tao's bed. Feeling a bit bored, she took an apple and began peeling it. After peeling 3, Boss Tao finally returned. Seated in his wheelchair, he immediately spotted the 3 apples on the table, each gradually turning yellow, and inquired, "Are you eating?" Nan Xing had no such intention and replied, "You should eat." Boss Tao felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Once she left, he intended to hide the apples away. He asked, "Has Feng Yuan found you any work?" Nan Xing's expression remained neutral as she responded, "No, he is involved in too many matters and is not focused on taking charge of mine. So the deals are progressing slowly." Boss Tao smiled slightly and remarked, "After all, he is different from me. However, he is the only one I can recommend to you. Though he talks a lot, he won't speak out of turn." Given the presence of others in the room, Nan Xing refrained from mentioning the matter of Shirbalu, only exchanging a few casual remarks. After about 10 minutes, a nurse entered, noticing the 4 was nearly empty, and instructed an aide to bring the wheelchair. Telling the patient, "It's time for your examination," Yang Dachuang set his book aside and told Boss Tao, "If my wife comes by, please inform her that I'm going for an examination." "All right." Once Yang Dachuang left, Boss Tao asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Nan Xing inquired, "Did Feng Yuan mention the last transaction to you?" He briefly touched upon it. The Chao family has found 5 mediums, one of whom is named Shirbalu. His method of locating people involves following blood trails, and he possesses a vermilion brush." Boss Tao paused slightly. A vermilion brush? He was already aware of its origins and uses, as well as the identity of its previous owner, thanks to Nan Xing's prior explanations. "Yes." Nan Xing frowned. "However, when I followed the information he left behind, I discovered that the address was false, I even suspect that his name might be a fabrication. Deliberately concealing one's identity suggests a certain complexity. Moreover, to track individuals using blood and wield a vermilion brush, Boss Tao asked, "Do you have a likeness of him?" "No, but I can find someone to draw it." "Good. Seek out an artist and hand it to me. I will inquire further." Nan Xing hesitated slightly. "I didn't approach anyone for the portrait initially to spare you any worry. Just tell me who I can contact, and I will go." Boss Tao shook his head. "How can you bear this burden? This matter does not require my direct involvement. Rest assured, Sir Elder. I wish to accompany you for many more years." Nan Xing pressed her lips together. "Grandfather?" Outside the door, hurried footsteps approached, and upon noticing the door ajar, a slender woman in her 40s entered without knocking. Upon seeing the empty bed and recognizing Boss Tao and a young woman looking at her, she realized her oversight and smiled apologetically. "I startled you both. I'm sorry." Boss Tao reassured her, "Not at all. Dachuang has gone for an examination. He asked me to let you know." "Still missed him. It's all my fault for being stuck in traffic. Had I known, I would have taken the subway." Jiang Fan approached young Dachuang's bed, placing her bag in a small cabinet, then proceeded to fetch a pot of hot water, washed his cup, wiped down the table, and neatly arranged his bed cover. Her efficiency showcased her diligent nature. After completing these tasks, Jiang Fan, still awaiting her husband, appeared somewhat lost in thought. As her eyes reddened, she nearly shed tears, struggling to hold them back. Fearing that her husband might notice her state upon his return, she quickly took her bag and left, intending to calm herself downstairs before returning. Once she departed, Boss Tao remained silent for a moment before stating, "The attending physician mentioned that the success rate for surgery on her husband's condition is only 30%. The costs are substantial, but success is not guaranteed. The family should discuss whether to proceed with the surgery." Nan Xing pondered silently before asking, "If successful, how long can he live?" 3 to 5 years, Boss Tao replied, adding, "Without surgery, he may only survive for another 6 months. With a mere 30% success rate, the surgery posed risks, while opting out promised only a brief reprieve. Even if successful, the extension of life was limited, while failure would lead to immediate loss. Even without intervention, he could manage another 6 months. Upon young Dachuang's return from his examination, he noticed his bed meticulously arranged and immediately brightened, asking, "Boss Tao, did my wife come by?" Boss Tao smiled in acknowledgement, and young Dachuang cheerfully remarked, "See, I told you, my wife is the most capable in the world." Nan Xing often heard women praising their husbands, but rarely did she witness a husband extolling his wife. Yet, young Dachuang's joy was evident in the pallor of his face, brimming with pride. Chapter 36. The Sword of Severed Throats. 3. Having regained her composure, Jiang Fan stood at the door, overhearing her husband praise her, which nearly brought tears to her eyes once more. She forced a smile as she entered, saying, "How can you boast about someone in front of others? Aren't you embarrassed?" Young Dachuang replied, "Not at all, it's the truth." Jiang Fan exchanged smiles with Boss Tao and Nan Xing. Feeling slightly bashful, he just loves to say foolish things. She approached the bedside and noticed her husband looked even worse than the day before, which struck her with sadness. Young Dachuang, noticing her expression, cheerfully said, "I just had my examination, and if the results indicate I'm suitable for surgery, then let us proceed with it." Jiang Fan grew anxious, responding, "But the success rate is only 30%. Perhaps it would be better to wait until you're in better health. Delaying will only exacerbate the situation." Young Dachuang countered, "Is there a 30% chance? We must at least try. If fortune favors us, I could live another 5 years. 5 years to celebrate your 50th birthday?" Jiang Fan fell silent, torn. A 30% chance might seem reasonable in business or investment, yet when it comes to a human life, it felt alarmingly low. Jiang Fan added, "We should at least inform Adia and the others." Young Dachuang's expression soured immediately, his voice rising in anger. "What do you need to tell those ungrateful children? They will only show up to divide the money after I'm gone. I've been hospitalized for so long, moving from emergency to internal medicine to surgery, and where have they been? Now that it's time for surgery and money has been spent, only then do you come rushing in as dutiful sons. It's too late." He spoke without a hint of politeness, and the 3 sons felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet the fact remained that the money belonged to their father, and they were powerless to intervene. Jiang Fun, fearing her husband's growing anger, raised her hand to push them away. The commotion had become somewhat loud, drawing the attention of the doctor's offices on the same floor. Shortly after, Dr. Huang arrived, assessed the situation, and promptly approached the three, saying, "Do you not realize that the patient must not be agitated at this moment? When you call him dad, is it too much to ask you to know how to behave as sons?" The three, seeing he was a doctor, felt unafraid and boldly retorted, "If my father dies on the operating table, I will hold you accountable." Dr. Huang was taken aback, not expecting such venomous words from a son. Suddenly, a broomstick fell upon one of the sons, causing him to turn in pain, ready to retaliate, only to find it was his mother. Confused, he exclaimed, "Mom, why are you hitting me?" Jiang Feng glared at him. "Why would you curse your father? Are you looking to cause a scene? Unfilial son." With that, she began to swing the broom wildly, forcing the sons to retreat in shame. Yang Dachuang was quite upset. After the sons left, he continued to curse, "All a bunch of leeches. Ingrates." He sighed heavily and turned to his wife, saying, "If I were to die, make sure to hold tightly to the money and live well." Jiang Fen frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Dr. Huang gently sighed. "Tomorrow our external surgery team will meet to discuss and arrange the operation." Yang Dachuang nodded. "Thank you." After the farce, tranquility returned to the hospital room. Yang Dachuang sighed again, telling his wife, "You should go eat. The nurse will bring my meal soon." Jiang Fawn had no appetite, glancing at her emaciated husband. Fearing that lingering too long would bring tears, she left. Once she was gone, Yang Dachuang again apologized to Boss Tao for disturbing him. After lying there for a while, feeling troubled, he decided to sit in a wheelchair and had the nurse push him outside for a stroll. Boss Tao remarked, "A 30% success rate is indeed low." However, what his son said was also excessive. Having seen so much of this, Nan Xing felt little stirrings in her heart. She glanced at the table, where the apples had vanished. Boss Tao, seemingly reading her thoughts, quietly sighed in relief. A text message chimed in at an opportune moment. Boss Tao glanced at it and handed his phone to Nan Xing. It was the current address of Shibalu, displaying a hotel. Nan Xing quickly searched and found it was about half an hour away. She immediately stood up, saying as she walked, "I'm leaving, hardly a proper farewell." Boss Tao picked up the phone left on the bed. The person's information was still incomplete. Only the address remained. But it was a hotel address, and Shibalu might not even be there anymore. Moments later, another message came through, continuing the search. After leaving the hospital, Nan Xing took a taxi to the Kane Hotel, which occupied floors 16 to 63. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. Her fingers hesitated. The 18th floor? Shibalu. A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over her. This was likely yet another false lead. Perhaps Shibalu had previously stayed here, but now that the matter with Mr. Xiao was resolved, he had likely departed. Nan Xing canceled the 18th floor and pressed for the 16th. The elevator stopped at the 16th floor, and she made a beeline for the hotel front desk, saying, "Hello, the gentleman in room 1806 made an appointment with me, but when I knocked just now, there was no answer. Has he checked out?" The front desk staff first glanced at her before checking, then said, "He just checked out." "Mr. Shi checked out?" Nan Xing frowned. "I have very important information to deliver to him." "Mr. Shi?" The front desk checked the records, smiling as they said, "Miss, did you perhaps mix up the room number? The gentleman in room 1806 does not share the surname Shi." Nan Xing paused. Indeed, Shibalu had been a complete fabrication from the start. Frowning deeply, she inquired, "Could he be in another room?" She feigned perusing her phone for messages, saying, "He was definitely in room 1806. The front desk continued to patiently explain, but due to privacy regulations, they could not divulge further useful information. Staying in a hotel requires identification, unless Shibalu had even forged an ID. But following this lead, she at least knew that the name Shibalu was a ruse. Further investigation would eventually yield the information she sought. "I'm sorry, miss." The front desk finally noted her unusual demeanor, saying, "Why not ask that Mr. Shi what room he is in? Since you have important matters to discuss with him, you must know his number, right? Ask him. I will wait here for you." With no other options, as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard someone nearby say, "Please assist this young lady with her inquiries. I will inform your manager about this matter." And if anything goes wrong, let him come to me. The voice was unfamiliar, one she had not heard before, but when she turned to look, the face was slightly recognizable, one she had seen in various financial newspapers. The front desk appeared somewhat conflicted but still quietly said, "Yes." Mr. Li Yuan, Qiu Si's brother. Nan Xing paused before saying, "Thank you." Li Yuan extended his hand, saying, "I have seen you, Miss Nan Xing, when leaving Baozhu Mountain." Nan Xing shook his hand. His grip was just right. Very comfortable, not too strong, not too weak, and the duration was appropriate, neither too long nor too short, a typical gentleman, or perhaps a typical business person. Nan Xing suddenly recalled the front desk's attitude. He seemed to be a regular here. Moreover, Qiu Si had just mentioned that Li Yuan did not reside in any of the Li family's villas, but rather stayed in a hotel. Could it be this hotel? Li Yuan asked. What brings you here? Miss Nan Xing? Did Qiu Si not mention it to you? No, I only know that after he took the information about Balu from me, he went to find you. Then I saw you appearing here. But I recall that the information did not mention Balu staying here, so I am unclear about your purpose for coming. Nan Xing hesitated. Qiu Si had obtained the information on Balu and then sought her out. But he had not given it to her. No, that's not right. Qiu Si had come. He had visited the Tao family store not merely to see De Huang, but to deliver information to her. She remembered the document bag he had, which likely contained the details on Balu. Perhaps he had refrained from giving it to her because he heard she had already stolen the information from Feng Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at his watch, saying, "I need to return to my room." As he spoke, he handed her a business card, saying, "This is my card." Nan Xing accepted it. Seeing that the front desk had no other guests at the moment, she quietly asked, "Miss, what would you like to inquire about?" Nan Xing came back to her senses and said, "I need the identification information for the guest in room 06. All right, please wait a moment. Chapter 37, The Sword of the Throat, Part 4, Zhao Qi. Male, 27 years old. His address is not in Shanghai, but rather 2 provinces away. Nan Xing quickly scanned the information, then raised her eyes to the front desk, asking, "Is there a reservation for room 1806? Not yet. Then I would like to book it for one night." Nan Xing took the room card, snapped a picture of the displayed information on the computer, and as she made her way to the elevator, she sent the photo to Boss Tao. If the information matched what his friends could verify, it would essentially confirm that Balu was indeed named Zhao Qi. Yet, she could not rule out the possibility that Zhao Qi was also an alias. This Balu was no longer merely cautious, but was cunning as a fox. The elevator arrived, and she stepped inside. Just as she sent the photo, someone behind her remarked, "Miss Xing, has no one told you not to use your phone in the elevator?" Nan Xing hesitated, turning to see Qiu Si, and suddenly the words from Li Yuan resonated in her mind. Qiu Si had obtained information for her from Li Yuan. For her, a jolt of realization coursed through her, and she turned back to say, "No." Qiu Si smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" "Balu used to stay here," Nan Xing added, "on the 18th floor." Qiu Si expressed regret, saying, "I've been staying on the 19th floor. Upon hearing this, Nan Xing also felt a sense of disappointment. They stood in silence for a moment before Nan Xing continued, "I just booked room 1806 and plan to check it out. You probably won't find any clues. This hotel is renowned for its cleanliness and service, and you might not find even a single strand of hair." The elevator halted at the 18th floor, and they both exited. Upon reaching the room, Qiu Si halted once more, suddenly thinking it might look inappropriate for them to enter together. Should someone happen to see? Nan Xing did not notice he had not followed her. She stepped inside to find the bed neatly made, and the furniture arranged perfectly, as if it had just been cleaned. She picked up a pillow and found, just as Qiu Si had said, not a single hair in sight. While she usually found hotels too dirty, now she thought this one was too pristine. The room bore no trace of any clue. As Nan Xing exited, she saw Qiu Si leaning against the wall, neither entering nor leaving. When he saw her come out, he asked, "No clues?" "None." He didn't stay long. "And since it's a hotel, it's normal not to find anything." Qiu Si added, "I remember the information didn't mention Balu stayed here. How did you end up finding this place?" "The information is false, as you know. Thus, I sought out an artist to render the visage of Balu and presented it to a friend, who subsequently uncovered that his name is Zhao Qi. Recent information indicates that he resides here. Speaking of which, I could inquire about his accommodation details at the front desk, thanks to the assistance of your brother. Xiao Ci was somewhat taken aback, finding it peculiar that his brother, who rarely engaged with strangers, would take the initiative to assist Nan Xing. Nan Xing then added, I shall go to the front desk to return the card, and then I will head back to the Tao family shop.